Yes, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Yes, my brothers and sisters. Wa nagi wa yagi. Hadena na fahmi donan. Hadena na baron na baron donan. Welcome back to Somali Speakers. And if it's your first time, please, my brothers and sisters, HBO special, help a brother out. Help a brother out. Hit up the like button. Hit up the subscribe button. It's Talk Your Talk Tuesday. Like I said, Fadlan, Dodwini, Yal Chama'a, let me put out the link. Link to the chat is right there. Salam, my brother, Hirsi, big man in the building. Wonk Salam, Megilahore. Links in the chat. So today, Gusha Yale, ma, come on, I need you lot to celebrate. Today, if you lot don't know, today was a vital day. Today is the 12th of October, 2021. Somalia beat Kenya at the Maritime dispute. You know, we've been talking about this. We did a live stream, but I think a couple of months ago, maybe a year ago, 6 to 7 months ago, when this shit was hot, when Kenya was going in. You get me? You know how they were trying to go in. So we've got a couple of videos. Let me see if I'll put out the link in the chat. So the link's right there. I'm gonna be playing a couple of videos to discuss it, what this was about, what Kenya and Finger have been going back and forth at each other. You know, coming from, yes. Come on, SM smashed it. All praises, yeah. Come on. You don't know. So yeah. So if y'all guys are new, let me just play the video. Let me just play the video right now, and I'll get that up for you guys. Yeah. So let me get up for you guys right now, and boom, blast. And we get it popping.
The court recalls that on 15 July 1924, Italy and the United Kingdom concluded a treaty regulating certain questions concerning the boundaries of their respective territories in East Africa, including what Somalia describes as the Italian colony of Jubaland, located in present-day Somalia, and the British colony of Kenya. By an exchange of notes dated 16 and 26 June 1925, the boundary between the Italian and British colonial territories was redefined in its southernmost section. Between 1925 and 1927, a joint British-Italian commission surveyed and demarcated the boundary. Following the completion of this exercise, the commission recorded its decisions in an agreement signed by British and Italian representatives on 17 December 1927, to which I shall refer as the 1927 Agreement. That agreement was formally confirmed by an exchange of notes of 22 November 1933 between the British and Italian governments. I shall collectively refer to the 1927 Agreement and this exchange of notes as the 1927-1933 Treaty Arrangement. Somalia and Kenya gained their independence in 1960 and 1963, respectively. Both parties signed on 10 December 1982 the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, to which I shall refer as UNCLOS, or the Convention. Kenya and Somalia ratified it on 2 March 1989 and 24 July 1989, respectively, and the convention entered into force for them on 16 November 1994. Both Somalia and Kenya have filed submissions with the Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf, to which I shall refer as the CLCS, or the Commission, in order to obtain its recommendations on matters related to the establishment of the outer limits of their continental shelves beyond 200 nautical miles, in accordance with Article 76, Paragraph 8 of UNCLOS. While they previously objected to the consideration by the Commission of each other's submissions, these objections were subsequently withdrawn. As of the date of the present judgment, the Commission has yet to issue its recommendations in respect to the parties' submissions. The Court then gives an overview of the positions of the parties. It notes that they have adopted fundamentally different approaches to the delimitation of the maritime areas. Somalia argues that no maritime boundary exists between the two states and asks the Court to plot a boundary line using the equidistance special circumstances method for the delimitation of the territorial sea and the equidistance relevant circumstances method for the maritime areas beyond the territorial sea. In its view, an unadjusted equidistance line throughout all maritime areas achieves the equitable result required by international law. Kenya, for its part, contends that there is already an agreed maritime boundary between the parties because Somalia has acquiesced to a boundary that follows the parallel of latitude at 1 degree, 39 minutes, 43.2 seconds south. I shall refer to this boundary claimed by Kenya as the parallel of latitude. Kenya submits that even if the court were to conclude that there is no maritime boundary in place, it should delimit the maritime areas following the parallel of latitude, and that even if the court were to employ the delimitation methodology suggested by Somalia, the outcome following adjustment to reach an equitable result would be a delimitation that follows the parallel of latitude.
Yes, hopefully that kind of broke down some of it, some of the. Yeah. So I got another video for us right now as well. Yo, big up, big up. Yes, yes, big W, King of Hammer. You already know. You already know. SM, it's my family. You already know. You know this. It's a big W. But I've got another video. I've got another video that kind of breaks it down even more in of Somali. So let's see what it's saying. And anyone, any other mods, if any of you mods, my brothers and sisters, if y'all got what's it called, Hankri, links, please let me know. I've got a video for us in of Somali that's gonna break it down even better. And yeah, so you already know Somali speakers. Let's get to work. Let's get to work, my brothers and sisters. You, alhamdulillah, sister. Oh, brother, I don't know. WMSM, I don't know. Alaikum assalam. Amina, my yes, yes. Talk to me. Talk to me. What's really good? You know, everything's good. So today, like I said to everyone, it was a valid effort. I respect everyone. It's been amazing. There's a lot of ghoul. Yes, Brody, big W. A lot of brothers and sisters have been celebrating. I've been on certain apps all day. We've been talking. How's this affecting? How does this win feel for everyone? So that's the type of questions we want to be asking. And again, it's Tokyo Talk Tuesday. Any subjects or anything that you guys want to discuss, bring it to the table. We discuss it. Everything, we go to the deep subjects, to the light subjects, to the really intense subjects. It's where the Somalis come to speak. So let me just play another video and just bear with me, guys. Bear with me. Come on.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته كلنتو عنا وناكسن صاحبة قيمها يقدر انت نقمضن ملك سوء جوكتاني ولبا سيكا سوء نولا سعوتان هالكاني waa suldaanka TV waxaad uga barateen suldaanka TV warar saxan xaqiiqdana ku salaysan iyo xogihii ugu dambeeyay ka jira Soomaaliya caalamka qodobada xiisaha badan ee warkan ku eegi doonana waxa kamid noqonaya dawladda federaalka Soomaaliya oo diyaarada dagaal iyo sidoo kale doonida dheereysa ka dalbaday Turkiga si Kenya looga difaaco biyaha Soomaaliya waxaan warkeena ku eegi doonaa ciidanka badda Turkiga oo wararku ay sheegayaan in Soomaaliya ay soo gaarayaan ka hor 12 Oktoobar madaxweynaha dalka Turkiga oo garabkii ugu weynaa siinaya Soomaaliya xilli Soomaaliya ay ka jiraan mowjado isdiidan sida dagaalka madaxweyne Farmaajo Rooble iyo sidoo kale mashquulka doorashooyinka dalka warka ayaan ku soo gudbin doonaa diyaar garowgii ugu dambeeyay difaaca biyaha Soomaaliya oo ka socda gudaha magaalada Muqdisho iyo dawladda Soomaaliya oo dalbatay taageero waliya warka ayaan ku soo gudbin doonaa Kenya oo ciidan soo dhoobtay aaga muranka uu ka taagan yahay iyo isku dhac laga cabsi qabo inuu dhex maro labada ciidan haddaba maxaa ka jira in dhanka Jubbaland ciidankii joogay Kenya ay u soo wareejisay dawladda Kenya dhulka ay sheeganaysa Kenya Axmed Madoobena wuxuu garab siinaya dawladda Kenya iyadoo saraakiil ku sugan Kismaayo ay wararku sheegayaan inay u hanjabeen hogaamiyaha Jubbaland haddii uu ka weecdo taageerada Kenya warka ayaan ku soo gudbin doonaa wararkeena kalena waxa kamid noqonaya baarlamaanka Somaliland oo mooshin xilka xayoobina ka geeyay hogaamiyaha Somaliland Muuse Biixi Cabdi kadib markii lagu eedeeyay inuu iska hor keenay bulshada Soomaaliyeed iyo sidoo kale inuu isku dayay inuu tarxiilo shacab Soomaaliyeed ku nool dhulkooda warka ayaan ku soo gudbin doonaa iyo sidoo kale waxaan warkeena ku soo gudbin doonaa saraakiil
we're looking for the Amazon of blockchain, the Facebook of blockchain, the Netflix of, I don't want to miss those. When Facebook went public, I didn't get in because I'm like, I don't understand the business.
سلسلة كترسل على الشباب واسكسو دي بعيدا كقرن كصوماليا صاحبada qiimaha iyo qadarinta naga mudan halkani waa suldaanka TV subscribe saara suldaanka sii share garay hadii aad ku cusubtahay muuqaaladan saaxibada gaarsiisay kula daawdaan like ta hanaga iloobin commentiga noogu soo qor qaybta hoose adigoo ka aragti dhiibanaya wararkeena ee markaas aynu soo qaadanay waan ku maasantiin sida noola socotaan u diyaar garooba qodobadii aan dul marayo intaas ka dhameystiran aan ku bilowno warkeena waxaynu ku bilaabaynaa warkeena dawladda federaalka Soomaaliya ayaa diyaarada dagaal iyo sidoo kale doomanka dheereeyaba waxay ka dalbatay dawladda Turkiga si Kenya looga difaaco biyaha Soomaaliya wararku waxay sheegayaan in ciidanka badda Turkiga oo markaas ay soo gaarayaan gudaha Soomaaliya ka hor 12 Oktoobar oo la shaacinayo maxkamaddan laga sugayo inay ku dhawaaqdo guud ahaanba lahaanshaha biyaha Soomaaliya ee Kenya sheeganayso madaxweynaha dalka Turkiga Erdogan ayaa garabkii ugu weynaa wuxuu siinayaa dawladda Soomaaliya xilli Soomaaliya ay ka jiraan arrimo doorasho iyo khilaaf u dhaxeeya madaxweyne Farmaajo iyo Rooble sida wararku ay sheegayaan wasaaradda arrimaha dibadda Soomaaliya ayaa fariin degdeg u dirtay dawladda Turkiga waxayna ka codsatay in la garab istaago dawladda federaalka Soomaaliya si biyaha Soomaaliya aysan cadawgu markaasi mar kale gorgortan u gelin sida xogo sheegayaan wada hadalkan dhaxmaray wasiirada arrimaha dibadda Turkiga iyo Soomaaliya ayaa lagu heshiiyay in ciidamo ka socda Turkiga oo ah ciidamada badda la soo gaarsiyo gudaha Soomaaliya waliba si degdeg ah iyo sidoo kale in doonida dheeraysa lagu ilaaliyo biyaha la soo gaarsiyo ciidamadaasina ay wataan sida wararku sheegayaan ciidamada ka socda Turkiga ee badda iyo sidoo kale qalabkooda ayaa degdeg u soo gaaraya gudaha Soomaaliya gaar ahaan aaga uu muranku ka taagan yahay ka hor shaacinta ee kiiska badda oo maxkamaddu ay shaacinayso
Yeah. Well, Maxi Rodriguez in the build. I hear you, Navy Power. Yeah. Come on. I hear it. But here's the video that I wanted to play as well. This is the one that I wanted to break it down. I think the other one was it was getting a bit too much. Yes, GG, my brother in the build. This is the video that I initially wanted to bring up. The amount of Ghoul Wayne. Like I say, yeah, man.
maxkamadda cadaaladda adduunka ee ICJ ayaa galabta ku dhawaaqday xukunka kama dambaysta ah ee biyaha Soomaaliya oo Kenya muranka ay gelisay taasoo markaasi ka dhigan in xukunkii oo u dhacay sidii la filayay biyihiina markaasi la siiyay dawladda federaalka Soomaaliya siyaabo kala duwan ayaa markaasi u soo dhaweeyeen qaybaha kala duwan ee bulshada kuwaas oo ku nool gudaha iyo dibadda madax kala duwan ayaa sidoo kale soo dhaweysay go'aanka maxkamadda waxaana markaasi kamid ah madaxweynaha waqti uu ka dhamaaday Maxamed Cabdullaahi Farmaajo ra'iisul wasaaraha xukuumadda xilgaarsiinta iyo waliba wasiiradiisa waxaa sidoo kale qayb ka ah dadkii soo dhaweeyay go'aanka maxkamadda madaxweynihii hore ee Soomaaliya Xasan Sheekh Maxamuud
qolaha Soomaaliya lagu bixiyay magaca Soomaaliya lagu dacwooday qof individual qof ma dacwo karo qof muwaadin inta iska tago maxkamadda caalamiga oo dacwo dawladda u dacwo karto dawladana dadka iskala shacabka Soomaaliyeed iskale soo dawladuna adeegay ahayd aniga markaan joogana dawladdu adeegay ahayd danta Soomaaliya u adeegaysa midda maanta joogtana adeega waaye danta Soomaaliya u adeegtaa laga rabaa kuwa imaan doona sida un baa laga rabaa ka Soomaali ahaan ka muwaadin ahaan ka madaxweyne hore ahaan ka siyaasi hadda weli inuu dalka hogaamiyo rabo ahaan aadan ugu farxaa laakiin waxaan ku farxaa farxad dadka Soomaaliyeed oo dhan ay tahay inay ku farxaan aan la wadaaga marka kor in loo qaado oo meeshaas iyo maqaamka ay leedahay guushaas in la siiyaan raba
madaxweynihii dawladdii ku meel gaarka ahayd Shariif Sheekh Axmed siyaasiyiin kala duwan oo qayb ka yahay hogaamiyaha xisbiga wadajir Cabdiraxmaan Cabdishakuur Warsame waxaa sidoo kale dadka soo dhaweeyay kamid noqonaya dad markaasi magac iyo maamuus ku leh gudaha dalka iyo dibaddaba guud ahaanba laga dabaaldegaya caalamka gaar ahaan goobaha ay Soomaalida ku nool yihiin Soomaalida ku nool magaalada Muqdisho ayaa markaasi waxa aad looga dareemayaa qeybaha kala duwan ee baraha bulshada farxada markaas ay la xiriiro guusha ay gaareen. guushan ayaa kusoo aadayso xilli maanta ay ku beegan tahay 12 bisha Oktoobar maalinka calanka, haddana waxay kusoo aadaysaa iyadoo la xukumay biyihii Soomaaliya markaasi ay muranka gelisay dowladda deriska ah ee Kenya.
Soomaali meel walba ay joogaan hambalyan leeyahay maanta waa maalin farxadeed. Soomaali ilaahay wuxuu ku manaystay baddi iyo berigii iyo xoolihii iyo hawadii iyo diintiba intaba isku haysanaa. waxaan dhihi lahaa Soomaaliya maanta waa farxad aad iyo aad u dadka ka soo qayb qaatay oo runta maanta guushan oo ummadda Soomaaliyeed haminayso oo aan dhihi lahaa maanta inay qayb uu ka aado muhiimka ah injineer Saalixi Allah u naxariisto asagana runta ayaan dhaxdaas geeriyooday samir iimaan Allah naga siiyo. wuxuu ahaa nin runtii khubaro ah oo xagga arrimaha badda ku takhasusay. runtii waxaan dhihi lahaa maanta farxadan inaan la qaybsay joognaan lahayd. sidoo kale Muna Sharmaan Fawziya wasiiradeena arrimaha dibadda Fawziya Xaaji Abukaato Tahliil tiimkii oo ka soo shaqeeyay ayagana laf dhabar ku ahaa arrimaha badda oo xagga sharciyada ahaa oo ay qayb ka ahayd Abukaato Muna Sharmaan oo iyo Fawziya oo runtii kaashaday u keenay madaxweynihii jamhuuriyadda mudane Xasan Sheekh Maxamuud oo asagana runtii ahaa hogaamiyaha ku dhiiraday in maxkamadda geeyo fangareeyo qareeno qabto lacag wax uu ka baxsho oo runtii maanta heshiiska maxkamadda lagu tagay uu ahaa heshiiskii MOU-ga understand-ka ahaa asana sidoo kale qayb ay ka ahaayeen laftigooda guusha wax ka ahaayeen Cabdiraxmaan Cabdishakuur mudane ra'iisul wasaare Cumar Cabdirashiid intaba runtii waa wuxuu noqday qori isku dhiib ummadda Soomaaliya waxaan leeyahay hambalyaan leeyahay maanta guul oo ummadda dhan wada leedahay waa maaha guul shakhsiya qof aan dhihi karno hebel shakhsiya iskale waa wax oo ummadda Soomaaliyeed maanta caalamka dhan wada joogan ku haminayaan kuna faraxsan guushan inaan annaga runtii aan ku noqono mideyntii midii ummadda Soomaaliyeed meel walba ay joogto mideyn lahayd.
si kastaba ha ahaatee arrintan ayaa markaas waxay noqotay mid aad loo hadal hayay waayihii ugu dambeeyay iyadoo kol hore ay maxkamadda ay hore u sheegtay in ay ku dhawaaqi doonto 12 Oktoobar ha yeeshee dowladda Kenya ayaa markaasi sheegtay inaysan aqoonsan doonin go'aanka maxkamadda. yeelkeeda go'aankii maxkamadda ayaa kusoo gabagaboobay in kiiskii la isku haystay biyaha badda muranka ee gelisa Kenya loo xukumay dowladda federaalka Soomaaliya. Liibaan Cabdi Warsame Goobjoog.
Yes, my brothers and sisters. I hope Gob Chokes kind of clarified a couple of things for us. I think that was a better video. Yeah, man, Maxi, I hear you. I see you. Somali Gushi Ale. Manto Malin Adu Farhabadan, you know them ones. Like I say, if I see any Somali like right now, yeah, this goes out to the Sachuka video. I'm gonna be a bit cheeky in it right now, innit? Still, this if I this
أولاً وحنا يهرتن إن كينيان جنسيهان يديجهان الصومالي بانه.
When I see him, I'm gonna spin his jaw.
Larry! Larry, you can't just. Oh, Larry! Oh, are you all right? How did. Larry! Right.
That shit is fucking trash.
معها Somali! هلا ديرو!
like I said, anyway, if you catch any of them Sachu brothers with that little, I have to give them the backhand. I don't promote violence, but you know, I'm laughing in the backhand. I had to. That one's a classic one. You get me? Them man there they can't come around the Sachu people. They can't talk to me today, man. The man can't talk to me today. I'm just gonna be playing that video. What? Anyone that comes with a bat, let you know. But what do you guys think, man? What do you guys think, man? Let me know. The link's in the chat, my brothers and sisters. Anyone that wants to make this into a dialogue, feel free. You know, unless you want to listen to more monologue. But I thought, you know what? Let me celebrate today. Let me celebrate for the people. Let me celebrate for the Yasha today. So, Manto, we're gonna be doing this. It's them type of vibes there. It is what it is. We don't give a shit on Somali speakers. We say it with our chest. I mean, we're gonna be Manto Manila Farhai. You know where I'm coming from? I want my brothers and sisters, until one of you guys come in, we're going to cool off for a little bit, and this is what we're going to do.
manta manta ومالين ويني manta 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 مدحين بناني manta 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 ومالين ويني manta 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 مدحين بناني manta 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 ومالين ويني manta 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 مدحين بناني manta 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 ومهد إلهي manta 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 دتكي مدوية manta 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 ومال ويني manta 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 مدحين بناني manta 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 مدحين بناني manta 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 ومال ويني manta 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 مدحين بناني manta 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 مركيد الكينة manta 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 نمدين كرايا manta 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 ومال ويني manta 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 مدحين بناني manta 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 مدحين بناني manta 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 ومال ويني manta 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 مدحين بناني manta 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 مدح وين هنا manta 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 مدعيها لنا manta 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 ومال ويني manta 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 مدحين بناني manta 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 ومال ويني manta 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 مدحين بناني manta 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 منديق خشيني manta 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 عليك مالي manta 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 ومال ويني manta 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 مدحين بناني manta 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 ومال ويني manta 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 مدحين بناني manta 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 ومال ويني manta 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 مدحين بناني manta
Yes, yes. Like I say, manta, manta, manta. I had to bust that tune, King Hamari. I had to bust that. What did Abdi say out here, man? Let me see what he said. Yeah, yeah. Okay. 25%. I don't know, man. I need to look that up. Tell me, Abdi, if you got a link here, send that to me right now, my brother. You get where I'm coming from. What does that mean? 25% went to them. Kind of changed up the mood. There's always someone that, you know, Abdi, always someone has to spoil something. You know that. You get me? I'm one of them Somali brothers and sisters. You know them ones. Yeah, I was gonna say sister. You know, just like When I go come and carry, they was like, what? Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I'm one of them brothers that any day is a celebration for me. You know that, but I know one's gonna celebrate today. Yeah, but what is this? This is a curveball. You threw something out there. What did King say? Yeah, it's true. They gave 25%. Why is the Kenyatis? What did they say, man? They had to eat from somewhere, innit? Is that what they wanted? I'm not sure. You get where I'm coming from. I need to look that up. I need to really look that up. You get where I'm coming from. But I got another video for us. Yeah. I don't even know. What did my man say? Rodriguez said it's charity. What position are we to give charity? What's this? 25%? Was that Herg? Was it charity? I don't know, Rodriguez. You tell me, my brother. I'm not really sure. You know, we're being generous. You know, I love Somali. I love Somali. Yeah, man, exactly. Chariot. Yeah, man. You know, modern, what I did for Amban. I don't know. Like, that's how you know Somalis. They're lovely people. Like, I think I'll take the 25%. Sorry. I was about to say something really, really, really wrong in it. I was about to get into it. But you can start that again. But like I say, any brother or sister that you see with the Kenyati thing, you know what to do in it.
أولاً وحنا يهرتنين كينيان جنسيهان يديجهان سومالي.
When I see him, I'm gonna spin his jaw.
Larry! Larry, you can't just. Oh, Larry! Oh, are you alright? How did.
Yeah, man, like I'm saying, them slaps are coming out. Anyone that's supporting Kenya right now, them slaps are coming out there, fam. But I'm surprised with the 25% thing. I really need to look up on that thing. I need to really look it up, see what's going on. And yeah. But at the same time, we can enjoy our Gushana. Like, you get where I'm coming from. That's what I'm trying to say, my brothers, is these dudes. That's the main thing. I got something else, man. I think I got President Cheese. I got President Cheese. He's up on the platform. What did you guys think about President Cheese during and I shouldn't say that, but you know, what did you think about his leadership during this dispute? What do you guys think, man? Do you guys give him credit? I know some of you anti-Farmacha haters. Like I say to everyone, as Somali speakers, the boy Khalid, until Kursi Kakaan, all of them, that's when I'm going to make my observation. Till they're on the chair, I keep stum, you know them ones. And what do you guys think about him? Because the next video I'm going to play, you guys might like it. And it's President Cheese. I think he's speaking about where is it? Live. Right there. So let's have a quick look at this video. What do you guys think about this? Let me know. Something that I spotted from early. King. Yeah. All right. What you saying? Oh, I don't know. Abdi Ahmed come with some source there. Does anyone want to reply to that guy? But listen, let me get into this. Let's watch this.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم waxaan u mahadnaqayaa Allah subxaanahu wa tacaala oo maanta na gaarsiiyey guushan taariikhiga ah iyo miro dhalka halgankii dheeraa ee dadka iyo dowladda Soomaaliyeed ay u galeen xaqiijinta kiiskii sharciga ee lagaga hortagayay damaca hoggaanka Kenya ay ku doonayeen inay ku sheegtaan qayb ka mid ah badda Soomaaliyeed wuxuu ahaa halgan cadaaladeed oo ku astaysan aragti fog aqoon durugsan dhiiranaan wadaniyad ilaalinta ammaanada ummadda iyo difaaca dalka iyo dadka waxaa guuleystay xaqa waxaa guuleystay sareynta sharciga guushan waxaa leh shacabka Soomaaliyeed oo mar walbaba garab iyo gaashaan u ahaa madaxdooda iyo dowladda ay doorteen mar walba oo ay shacabku ku midoobaan wadaniyadda una midoobaan difaaca dhulkooda waa kan maanta oo kala ah oo aan ku joogno guul noo soo wada hoyatay waxaan u mahadcelinayaa maxkamadda cadaaladda adduunka oo u hiilisay sareynta sharciga xukunkani waa astaan aad u qurux badan oo markhaati ka ah hufnaanta iyo daahfurnaanta maxkamadda ICJ waxaa bogaadin mudan baarlamaanka sideedaad ee qaatay go'aankii aadka u qaraaraa ee taariikhiga ahaa kaasoo saldhig u ahaa guusha aynu maanta haysanno kadib markii ay laaleen heshiiskiis afgaradka ahaa ee Kenya ay mar walba ku andacoonaysay iyagoo meel mariyay qaraar ay ugu magac dareen dhaxal dhowr waxaa xusid mudan doorkii sharafka lahaa ee uu qaatay madaxweynihii hore ee dalka walaalkay Xasan Sheekh Maxamuud oo bilaabay geedi socodkii cadaaladeed ee lagu difaacayay badda Soomaaliyeed ee ay sheegatay Kenya sidoo kale waxaan ammaanayaa ama aan ammaan u hayaa iyo bogaadin iyo sharafba mudan qareennadii iyo khubaradii Soomaaliyeed ee u istaagay difaaca baddeenna oo ay ugu horeeyaan abukaat Muna Sharmaan iyo Allah u naxariistee injineer Maxamed Cumar Saalixi oo aad iyo aad ugu haminayay ama hamigiisu ahaa inuu goobjoog ka ahaado ama u ahaado miraha dadaalkii uu geliyey kiiskan. waxaan idin xaqiijinayaa in shakhsiyaadkan aan xusnay ay baal dahaba ka galeen taariikhda dalkeenna ayna tusaale nool u yihiin jiilasha soo socda ayagoo ku sifoobay difaaca danaha qarankooda. dadka iyo dowladda Soomaaliyeed marnaba ma ilaawi doonaan xilkasnimadooda iyo hufnaanta ay muujiyeen gariiqaanadii iyo khubaradii dhanka sharciga ee shirkadda Foley Hawk gaar ahaan qareennadii kala ahaa Paul Richler, Professor Philippi Sanders, Professor Alain Pellet, Alina Marino iyo ugu dambeyn Edward Craven oo dowladda federaalka Soomaaliya u wakiilatay matalaadda iyo jeedinta sharciyeed ee dacwadeenna. waxaa iyana mahadnaq mudan guddiga dowladda federaalka Soomaaliya ee har iyo habeenba u taagnaa la socodka maamulka iyo isku xirka dacwadeenna ee uu hogaaminayay ra'iisul wasaare ku-xigeenka xukuumadda mudane Mahdi Maxamed Guuleed Khadar ayna ka mid ahaayeen danjirihii hore ee dalkeenna u fadhiyey Brussels danjire Cali Saciid Fiqi xeeraaliyihii hore ee dalka abukaate Axmed Cali Daahir iyo xeeraaliyaha haatan garyaqaan Suleymaan Maxamed Maxamuud qareen Xamse Ibraahim Cabdulaahi danjirihii hore ee qaramada midoobe mudane Yuusuf Garaad Cumar iyo danjiraha haatan mudane Abukar Daahir Cusmaan Abukar Baale. difaaca hantideena qaran ma ahayn wax fudud markii la eego inaan nahay dad iyo dowlad la daala dhacaya duruufo aad iyo aad u adag kana soo kabanaya sanado badan oo burbur iyo dowlad la'aan ah haddana ku shaqeeya taageerada wadaniyad iyo isku duubnida ay muujiyeen shacabka Soomaaliyeed taasoo na siisay dhiirigelin iyo awood dheeraad ah oo aan
Meet Uni, the world's first banking experience tailor-made for e-commerce and performance.
ku ilaalinayno ama aan ku wadayno halgankeenna shacabka Soomaaliyeed ee sharafta leh mudanayaal iyo marwooyin tan iyo markii la doortay waxaa nala soo gudboonaaday culaysyo siyaasadeed amni dhaqaale iyo diblomaasiyadeed oo hoggaanka Kenya ay ku doonayeen inay ka leexiyaan dadka iyo dowladda Soomaaliyeed dhabaha ay doorteen oo ahaa in kiiskan aan looga hadlin meel ka baxsan maxkamadda cadaaladda ee adduunka. 3 bilood kadib markii aan xafiiska la wareegay hoggaanka Kenya waxa ay go'aansadeen oo si bareer ah u bilaabeen faragelinta siyaasadda gudaha dalkeena iyagoo gudaha dalkooda ka soo abaabulay ururo siyaasadeed oo ay uga dan lahaayeen inay culays jahwareer iyo xasilooni darro siyaasadeed kaga abuuraan gudaha Soomaaliya. ujeedada ka dambaysa ay ahayd inay u gool xeerto inaan dib ula soo noqonno dacwadda badda cadaadis awgiis kadib markii ay Kenya ku guul daraysatay cadaadiskaas waxa ay bilowday inay xadgudub toos ah ku samayso qarnimada. hoggaanka dowladda Kenya waxay galiyeen maal iyo waqti badan in siyaasad ahaan nala go'doomiyo oo dowladaha dariska ah iyo guud ahaan qaaradda Afrika iyo beesha caalamkaba ay naga gudbiyaan sawirro been abuur ah oo aad iyo aad u foolxun. sawirkaas oo dhaawac iyo bahdilba ku ahaa sumcadda dowladdeena soo kabanaysa. fariimahaas khaldan oo lagu baahiyey wargeysyada caalamka iyo kuwa gudaha ee Kenya oo lagu beegsanayay shakhsiyan madaxda dowladda si sumcaddooda loo dhaawaco. hoggaanka dowladda Kenya waxay abaabul ciidan oo lid ku ah madax bannaanida iyo danaha shacabka Soomaaliyeed ay ku fulisay duqaymo dhulka iyo cirka ah oo aan loo meeldayin dhibaatadaas oo galaaftay naf iyo maalba muwaadiniin Soomaaliyeed oo birmageeda ah. waxaa sidoo kale xusid mudan ama la xusi karaa burburka loo geystay magaalooyin iyo xarumaha shirkadaha isgaarsiinta Soomaaliyeed ee ku teedsan xuduudaha labada dal. Kenya waxay qaaday tallaabooyin ugub ku ah curfiga siyaasadeed iyo diblomaasiyadeed ee dalalka gobolka, iyadoo isku dayday in la curyaamiyo dhaqaalaha dalkeena. kadib markii ay olole xooggan ka bilowday xarunta qaramada midoobay, kaasi ujeedkiisu ahaa in Soomaaliya lagu soo rogo qaraarka tirsigiisu yahay 1267 oo ay Kenya uga dan lahayd inay ku xayirto kulana wareegto hantida ganacsada Soomaaliyeed iyadoo lagu suntayo argagixisnimo. Xukuumadda Kenya waxay qaaday jid kasta oo ay ku carqaladeynayso habsami u socodka dacwadda badda, isla markaasna ay ku doonayso in qol mugdi ah loogu xalaaleeyo baddeena, iyadoo ka dhex bilowday ururada heer gobol, heer qaaradeed iyo heer caalami ah hagardaamooyin lagaga been sheegayo dowladnimada Soomaaliyeed iyo halgankii xaqa ahaa ee aynu ugu jirnay difaaca baddeena, annagoo u marayna dhabbaha cadaaladda iyo xaqsoorka ee ay dunidoo dhan ku midaysan tahay. kadib markii aan ka dhaga adeegnay cadaadiskaas caalamiga ah, wuxuu hoggaanka Kenya bilaabay inuu toos u fargeliyo qaar ka mid ah dowlad goboleedyada dalka, iyagoo afduubtay hanaanka doorashada Jubbaland. arrinkaas oo ay ka biyadiideen ama ay ka gilgisheen guud ahaan shacabka Soomaaliyeed, gaar ahaan waxgaradka, aqoon-yahanka iyo siyaasiyiinta deegaankaas. waxaanu garowsannay in tallaabooyinkaas guraacan ee ka dhanka ah madax bannaanida Soomaaliya ay u qaateen madaxda Kenya si madaxda Soomaaliyeed ay u fuliyaan danahooda iyo damacooda ku wajahan boobka badda Soomaaliyeed, iyaga oo marar badan si aan gabasho lahayn noogu xaqiijiyey inay si buuxda noogala shaqayn doonaan ama noogala shaqaynayaan hagaajinta xiriirka wada shaqaynta ee ka dhaxeeya dowladda federaalka iyo dowlad goboleedka Jubbaland haddii aan ka tanaasulno dacwada badda. shacabka Soomaaliyeed ee sharafta leh, mudanayaal iyo marwooyin, waxaanu u dhaarannay inaan ilaalinno ammaanada aan u qaadnay shacabka Soomaaliyeed. damiirkeennana marnaba nama siinayo inaan dhaxalka jiilasha soo socda ku beddelano dana shakhsi ah ama dana siyaasadeed ama mid dhaqaale iyo mid kursi oo madaxleedkiisa uu kooban yahay. waxaanu door bidnay inaan marnaba aynan qaadan gunnimo dherag leh, aanu ka dooranno gobonimo gaajo leh. tallaabo kasta oo aan qaadnay iyo go'aan kasta oo aan gaarnay waxaa halbeeg u ahaa ilaalinta qabka Soomaaliyeed, qaranimada Soomaaliyeed, midnimada Soomaaliyeed iyo sharafka dadka iyo dalka Soomaaliyeed. shacabka Soomaaliyeed ee sharafta leh, waxaa maragma doonta ah in cadaadiska iyo fargelinta qaawan ee hoggaanka Kenya aysan ku koobnayn dowlad goboleedyada dalka oo kaliya, balse waxa ay marar badan si bareer ah isugu dayeen inay khilaafaad ka dhex abuuraan hoggaanka dalka. dowladda federaalka Soomaaliya, iyadoo ixtiraamaysa shuruucda iyo heshiisyada caalamiga ah, waxay caddaynaysaa inay u hoggaansamayso go'aanka maxkamadda, annagoo ka rajaynayna dowladda dariska aan nahay ee Kenya inay ilaaliso sarreynta sharciga caalamiga ah, ayna iska ilowdo damaceeda ku salaysan marin habaabinta iyo boor isku qarinta, taasoo beddelkeedana ay go'aanka maxkamaddu u aragto fursad lagu xoojin karo xiriirka labada dal iyo iskaashiga labada shacab ee deriska ah. Soomaaliya inay Kenya deris la noqoto ma dooran ee Allah awood.
So my first impression of the space was it was a perfect blank canvas because it's a one
leh ayaa qadaray. Waan isku qasbannahay inaan nabad iyo deris wanaag ku wada noolaano. Soomaaliya taas ayay ku taamaysay weligeedna ka go'nayd haddana soo dhaweynaysaa. Shacabka Kenya waa shacab wanaagsan oo nabad jecel. Waxaan rajaynaynaa hoggaankooda inay mudnaanta siiyaan sidii gobolku u noqon lahaa meel nabdoon oo barwaaqo ah. Shucuubtiisuna ay si wada jir ah u baadigoobaan mustaqbal wanaagsan iyo barwaaqo sooran loo dhan yahay. Maadaama maxkamadda cadaaladda adduunka ay go'aan meel mar ah ka soo saartay qadiyaddii xudunta u ahayd khilaafka labada dal, waxay dowladda federaalka Soomaaliya ay xoojinaysaa ama adkeynaysaa nabad ku wada noolaanshaha iyo wax wada qabsiga labada dal iyo labada dad, iyadoo meel looga soo wada jeesan karo ama looga soo wada jeesanayo argagixisada duulaanka ku ah xasiloonida iyo amniga gobolka. Shacabka Soomaaliyeed ee sharafta leh, mudanayaal iyo marwooyin, waxaan uga mahadcelinayaa dhammaan dadka Soomaaliyeed sidii geesinimada iyo hagar la'aanta lahayd ay u garab istaageen dowladdooda muddadii ay socotay dacwadu, iyagoo aan u kala harin difaaca qadiyaddan. Guushani ma aha mid u soo hoyatay cid gaar ah, mana kala laha muxaafid iyo mucaarad, mana aha libin ay leeyihiin shakhsiyaad kooban, balse waa guul ka dhaxaysa dhammaan ummadda Soomaaliyeed meel kasta ay joogaan. Waana guul dhaxal reeb u noqon doonta jiilka soo socda. Waxaan rabaa inaan fursaddan qaaliga aan uga faa'iidaysto inaan ku dhiirigeliyo siyaasiyiinta walaalaheenna ah inay muujiyaan midnimo, isku duubni iyo in si wada jir ah looga shaqeeyo ilaalinta danaha guud ee qarankeena leeyahay, annaga oo meel iska dhigayna danaha shakhsiga ah iyo aragtiyada kala duwan ee aan ka leenahay siyaasadda. Soomaaliya ha guulaysato, Soomaaliya ha waarto, wabilaahi tawfiiq.
Yeah, and that was President from Marcho's statement after the thing. Guys, what do you guys think of that video? Let me know. Let me know. Let me know what you guys are thinking. I don't know. I think like he spoke well. I think that was again. I think that's the only, I think this is the only second time that I've respected one of two speeches. I think the one that were, the COVID outbreak. I felt like, yeah, the president from March actually did kind of speak very, very well at that time. Respect to you. And Mohammed Abdullahi today, he spoke kind of well. I feel like he spoke clear, assertive. He was on point. And what else can you lot add to that conversation? Again, I would love to hear you lot's thoughts on this. I see the comment section going mad, back and forth at each other. People are arguing about the NFT regions. I see you guys in the chat, but like I said, you guys want to step on the pitch, and the link's always there. Make this into a dialogue, and let me know what you guys think. Yeah, me, you know. I hate to monologue and whatnot, but I felt like yeah, that was an assertive speech that the guy made. I felt like, mashallah, it was well spoken. Yeah, today he gave a good. I agree with you, King Ahmad. Have to. Okay, what's this? Someone saying go listen to the previous Italian British territories of the Jubilee. I don't know what's going on. Yes, my brother Rodriguez, talk to me.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Maanta maalin farxada waaye.
Hey.
I love the song you was playing earlier as well.
I had to. That only comes out on a couple of special rare occasions. I thought today, let's play it. But there's a couple of questions I wanted to ask. Rodriguez, obviously, you're more aware of this maritime dispute. I wanted to ask you, first things first, fundamentally, 25%. You want to explain that to me? What was
I
that
don't know.
25?
And from what I've not looked at the insides properly, but
Mhm.
from what I've gathered, it's like from the 100% we was asking for, we got 80%, and the 20% is basically fishing rights around the Lamu district and Mombasa area, the archipelago or whatever they call it. But yeah, it's a big win at the end of the day, and it's a confirmation, and it's there in black and white.
Alaikum assalam, brother Ahmed. You were.
Alaikum salam.
Alhamdulillah, man. Alhamdulillah, man.
Yeah, so that's how I see it. It's a big win. It's a confirmation. It's there in black. So that's it.
Yeah, it's a
It's
W.
a step forward. It's a big W. Big W. Big W.
Big W, mashallah.
Yeah, mashallah.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Come on, bro.
Yeah, makes us look forward.
W all the way around.
So
Like, guess what, though, lads? What's going on with Nick and Jubaland? I heard that he weren't too happy about Somalia winning. Jubaland leader.
sad. Like, that's sad, Like,
yeah,
that's sad.
For me, do you know what's problematic about this guy, innit? Yeah. First things first, he wasn't even born in that region.
Was it not?
He was he was born in the Ethiopia part. He came from the Ethiopia region. Yeah. So he wasn't even part of that region. He's been causing a lot of mayhem, and now you're trying to tell me he's not even more farasana. Like Modowe, let's speak it. I don't like this guy Modowe. I feel like he's a big threat.
Nah, he's a sellout.
He's a sellout. There's a lot of them like that. There's a lot of sellouts like that. So.
Do you think these people should be held to account of? This is what I'm saying.
Of course.
Do you think
treason?
Do you think Ahmed and Maxi, Ahmed, do you think these guys hide behind Qabil? This is where Qabil is a problem.
Big time.
It is.
Yeah, because they break certain laws that if you look at internationally, certain countries, they will see that as treason. Like blatantly, what these people do is they commit treason on a regular basis. And a lot of countries will treat that as death penalties, because we don't have that strong judicial system. Like, so far we just got Parliament and, executive and legislative branches. We don't have this strong judicial systems like that can put this kind of people, hold them accountable. And it's going to come sooner or later. It's going to come with stability and strong governance, like Helena, inshallah.
Again, Ahmed, Max, this leads up to my next question. إلهي بمانتا نور بركية آمين مانتا والله شدال بدن حولا بدن. Do you think this should be a turning point? Is this where Somalia is going to be tested with leadership? Now, do you think it's okay, cool? Shidal Kibahashin. Turkey is already back to Navy sort of thing, whatever. Now, is it time for real leaders to say, let's control and let's the future of Somalia now? Now, is it a breaking point? What do you guys think of that question?
You're right. It's going to be a tricky thing with the system of
No. I reckon it'll make things easier, wallahi, because you need to understand the whole thing with Kenya playing with Nikan Hada, Jubalani, Wahani, Roblet, like, and now that it's been done international court, like there's nothing left. Kenya, man, what can they do? There's nothing to it, bro. Nikan Aloma Bahana no more, Nikan and Jubalani Aloma Bahana, because the whole thing was to use him and manipulate him to delay the election and so on and so on. Like, and now that has been settled, the one is just useless bag now, bro. That's it.
I truly hope so. But we was talking. I think Khalid was saying mainly in the Greater Somalia, in the sense of so much wealth not being available. And
yes,
accessible.
This is where I'm coming from.
I understand.
This is the angle I wanted to come at. I'm looking at. Okay, look.
Let's wait and see. We don't know yet, bro. We could give our opinion.
No, but for me, this is as great leadership. If we had the problem in right now, if there's great mamul, okay, we've got khairat, we've got 70% of our nation is under 25, 70% is under 25. So we've got a working force. We've got one of the biggest sea coasts. Isn't it time to say, Dagal needs to stop? Let's make money now. Yeah, let's get back. But would this all I think Brother Musa said it from the beginning. and a lot of people gave him stick. You know, sometimes he's my brother, our brother in Islam. You know them. Sometimes he's got his own opinions, but he said something where is this going to trickle down to the masses, or is it just going to be by an elite? But like now, this is where I want to see great leadership come in play. People that are going to sacrifice their own shoulder for the watanka. What do you guys think?
It could go both ways, bro. Like exactly what you said, it could go both ways, bad and good. So I don't know. Like I hope it's Fahman, and that's it. Like it both ways, you never know. They might even be corrupt, but I don't know. What do you reckon,
is where it's scary for me. What do you reckon, man?
Yeah, but to be honest, like, I think we already got a sort of a system in place, in it, like, so there's this federal states. I think there's another way as well. There's a system of the Subi as well. How Malki or the oil or local because it's all over the regions. It's not only one particular region. It's got more than the other, and now, especially now with the offshore one as well, there's more than enough wealth there, you know. And
trillions.
If you look at the calculation, to be honest, there's going to be every single Somali is going to be wealtly. To be honest,
this is
how much did you say? How much did you say? Trillions?
No, it's it's billions of barrels of oil. Like it's not a joke.
Wow.
Like, and then you gotta remember, we've got what's it called? The second largest untapped uranium source in the world. Seacoast Kuyaradar. There's enough there. Do you see where I'm coming from? There's tools there, and it's 40 million. I'd say 40 million money around the world. For me, I'm not an accountant.
You look at the statistics.
I'm not an accountant. I'm just saying. I'm not really a mathematician. You know, I'm just looking at these things and thinking to myself, is that enough to get us, Somali futurism, to educate, to say, you know what, like I said, I don't want to cut down 30 years of being
I say it's more than enough. I'm saying to you, well, it's more than enough. Literally, I think the amount of resources we have here, and just having basic governance, like, you know, I think everyone will be happy and everyone will be wealthy, and we'll be one of that. Because we Somalis, naturally, we are entrepreneurs, we're earners, you know. We work hard, we're hustlers, you know, like everything. And then on top of that, now khairat can look so right? That's because you look at it, we are the biggest earners in most of Africa. We are the stronghold economic power. Like you look at Kenya, we are the economic horsepower there. Africa's most of the countries, Zambia, South Africa, you name it, Uganda, the richest woman is Somali, you know. And now to top of that, now we got all these resources and a bit of a government stability. Yeah, now it's kicking off,
now you see where it's okay, cool, right? Where all of this is in play. 30 years, is it time where drop the guns now? There's no need for the gun right now. If smart leadership came in play and said, okay, cool, how can we, I don't know, and then we got, El Kebab. That is another key issue that I've been saying. I hate them guys. I'm in Thai as well in it, so that's like Ahmed said. It could go one way or the other.
No, but see, when you got a wealthy government with so much resources, and you know what I mean, that's all going to be eradicated. That's what my belief is. Like once we get all that up and running and it's that stability. And you got to remember, foreign governments and foreign companies, when they're trying to invest in you, they want to know that the security and stability is there as well. Yeah, the safety is there as well. So they will make sure.
What are you talking about?
They are, you know what I mean?
It's business, bro.
Corporations run countries. We know that now. We live in Western societies, so we know what corporations do. Companies do run any country, you know. So all that was going to work, all good for us.
Okay.
Man, good news.
Follow-up question. What do you think about Turkey straight away sending military sort of weapons and tanks? What do you think about that? Good or bad?
Wallahi, is good. Yeah, of course, I'll say good.
For me, good as well, wallahi, because I see them as strong allies. You know, like I see people that already showed us they're contributing to us. It's not the first time. They're not just jumping out of the blue saying, like, let's run and capitalize on this. They've already been there. They've been training our troops. They trained the pilots to us. They trained the police. I'd rather have them than anyone else, because I will look at anyone else that's trying to capitalize. Yeah. So with them, as a Muslim country, you know, strong ties with them from historically as well. So it would be a good thing, you know, and it's good to sort of keep good close relationship with certain countries that are up and emerging. Because if you look at Turkey, for example, they went through 2 decades of coming back to become economically stronger. Because 20 years ago they were going downhill, and now look what they're doing. They moving up. You know, they making big contracts. You know, they're all over the place. They're helping big countries. They're also in Azerbaijan, where Usubi 10. So you need countries like that to back you. You know, with
They're strong. Turkey's strong.
yeah, especially countries with no hidden agenda. You know, because I don't see Turkey with a hidden agenda. There's nothing Turkey really needs from us that they don't have, like, to be honest. They got the Agagian Sea, you know, or Aegean Sea, whatever they call it. They got resources themselves. So.
King of Hammers. Forget. Look at you said at Somali speakers. Turkey's back in the winning team. Let's not forget they sold tanks to Kenya.
No, we didn't. It was planes. I don't know about tanks, but like fighting planes, we didn't. They refused.
That's a big statement there.
They won't do that, bro. Should I tell you why they won't do that? They invested so much in Somalia.
Somalia, right by now, yes.
They spend far too much money on it in Somalia, like training, then Kenya. What's Kenya, bro?
They've trained our pilots. They're giving us fucking jets. They've given us drones.
Playing both sides, bro. It don't make sense. Yeah. Playing both sides don't make sense, bro. So come on.
That's true.
When you say president of America is gonna come see the Kenyan guy, yeah? The Kenyan what's his name? Uhuru. This Thursday.
Biden.
Yeah, Biden, yeah. And this Thursday, Biden's gonna come see him to talk about discuss about the Ethiopian thing. Like, you best believe what they call
yeah, but then again, what do you think America's best interests are? A stronger Somalia or a fat Somalia? That's the thing.
Now I'll say now strong, because now they know that with the oil and they love oil, so I'll say now strong.
This is where it's. I know for me, I'd say. For me, it's make or break now. This is where
to me,
right now.
I think America will see Somalia in the long term as a threat if they don't control the government that's there. Because Somalia is a Sunni nation, you know, like 100% Sunnis, and if they start having stability and growth, and economically horsepower and all that, then you got to remember they're gonna start advocating for Islamic nations all over the world. We're gonna start doing mazza. So
start throwing their weight around.
Yeah, and we got that a lot of countries next to us, like Uganda, Kenya, Christian countries, you know, evangelicals, like, you know, even Ethiopia, you know. So it's because you got to remember the contract that America and Ethiopia signed years ago was Haile Selassie. I can't remember. A lot of it was to do with the closeness of the religion and, you know, making sure that they always protect them and make sure Somalia doesn't. That's when Somalia used to have the Soviets as a ally. So there's always that thing.
That was UK still.
Was it UK?
That was UK. Yeah, it was UK. 19 and Said when he was in charge.
When he's in charge, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. We can book a Chilean in Somalia. We can book a Chilean.
So you got that angle. Anaka upstairs. I don't know letting us be is not easy. They're not going to let us be. I'm telling you that.
And Ogaden as well. So the worst thing is Ogaden became another road in Ethiopia. So yeah, man. I don't know. Somali will lead one day the way up. New mission.
Yeah. But then again, I feel like this could be like a turning curve for the whole regional problems. It could be like, you know, a fresh start that everyone needs. Like, say, you know what? I feel like we need to get this mentality. Enough's enough. What do you guys think? Because I feel like I don't know, man. Like, how many 200, 300 years of Dagal Bankuchine? And like I say, the last 30 years ain't been easy. It ain't been easy for none of us. One accent. So I just
Inshallah, man.
Inshallah, I just pray for the best, and I just feel like maybe with this outcome and maybe what we're seeing could be more of a it could be, I don't know, maybe to fix things. I don't know. What did Musa say? Okay.
Well, I don't even see what Musa says as any good point coming from Musa.
What does it say? I see us making part. You want a great country, I play your part, my plans. How can we play our part, bro? My plans and efforts, history and law, and then later stuff. All right.
All right, right. We
So
know, we know
we're
the
here
bro.
discussing. See what I'm saying? We're here discussing a big goal for Somali Wayne. You know what I'm saying? North, south, east.
Negative
Like,
guy, fam.
you know, this
Negative.
guy just deflects everything towards somewhere else. Like literally, unnecessarily. Malaba no has. Like we're just here talking about butter, gusha. You know, like just moving forward with that. Innit? Come on.
Yeah. What did SM say here? Yeah. What I need to find out more about this
I had, you
25%.
know what it is? I had that, you know, that statement this fella just mentioned. SM. Yeah, actually, I had that as well. I had Somalia. The other making let's say, they just went, you know, Somalia, how they are automatically. We say, if we're going for it, let's just ask for more and see if we're going to get it. And we didn't get the more that we asked for. Yeah?
No. Well, let's say I had in 2000, I think the previous, I don't know what like in 2019 or so, and they made an agreement. Remember that agreement they made where Somalia came back and said, no, we're not recognizing it no more.
No, forget that.
So
You're talking about the MOU that Abdurrahman Abshko signed.
That's what it was.
Trust me. Put that to the side. Put that to the side. When the case was taken to court, okay, cool. I understand that, but when the case was taken to court, and Somalia was taking the measurements, in the measurements, they exaggerated. This is what I heard, and they exaggerated to the extent where they added more mileage or neutricals, whatever it is. This is what I heard, roughly from someone. And then when it came to the Mahkamada, in the end, they actually got what they should have, not what the extra bit they got with Skudayan and Qatar, Somalia. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
15%. Yes. Yeah, that was a bit additional. They could have Somali government, but they didn't get it. So they got exactly what they in the sense we never lost anything. You know?
Somalia Skala
You
know that Somalia Skala like you got to see. I'm telling you, look it up, bro. Read it. Just go on there, ICG, look it up, and it will tell you. Somalia Skala like you got to see, and mostly being probably the guy Ahmad Rabad. And on top of that, they made an agreement before. Fair enough, and Somalia took them back to court and all of that. They're keen still.
Yeah, I understand about I understand about the reparation.
I'll look up for you right now. Watch.
Yeah. Go do that. Send it to us. Yeah.
If you send it to us, Ahmed, paste and put in a private chat. The boy Musa. Salam alaikum, Aki. Musa. Hey, you've been busy in the chats, my brother. I like that. I like Musa. One in Libaha up to Mannaha. He come on the pitch. He says it with his chest. Unapologetic. I can't even pronounce unapologetic. I'm not even gonna try. Forget it. I'm not even gonna say that word. Go ahead, Musa. Talk to us. Get off your chest, Nadero.
No, I don't understand what you guys don't get about play your part. I mean, being in the West, me, for example, I've got expertise in certain fields, IT,
Mashallah.
And inshallah, I'm looking to go back, inshallah. That's where my future is back there, it's not here. And this is like a hub for me, the West, living in the West, just like a hub or an expansion of my network and stuff like that. That's all it is. My plans, my real plans are back there. The businesses I plan to open are back there. Everything's back there, my plans. That's what I mean by... That's what I mean by... Yeah, play your part.
I think that all of us are trying to do that. Musa Kiliga man. I've got plans. Like I said, the next inshallah do ilahi ya Rabbi ya Rahman. Inshallah. I'm the same as you, bro. 10 passport can بغردون علينا قاعد سقط hey. You know what time it is.
I don't think maybe every give your passport away though. I don't think
every 10 years, Musa, you know where I'm coming from. Maybe. But that's the plans, you know. But I think we're all like that. But I hate where you're coming from. Play your part, but it's a beautiful day today, man. It was a win. People are, and then Musa, come on, man, Aki.
I don't think it's going to trickle down. I don't think so. I think and the indigenous people, the people that have lived there, the people that are born there, the ones growing up there now, I don't think they're going to benefit greatly from it. I think and as always, greed takes over man, and this like Nimo, this thing just takes over them, and the ones that are leading are going to get the most share. It's not going to trickle down, I think. and they're not going to invest as much as they could invest in the
In the people.
in the youth,
In the people.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, that's why we gotta pray for good leaders right now. We need to, like, you know, I don't know, a good leader to emerge to say, you know what, this belongs to Dadka Somali. You get where I'm coming from? How come Dadka Somali did? Like I said, there's a lot of bonuses in play. Like I said, 70% of the nation is under 25. That is an amazing thing. We saw Ski Imaka, we won the court maritime dispute. That's trillions of dollars worth of income coming in. But my concern, Musa, is just like you're saying. I said this earlier as well. Could this trickle down, or is it going to be an elite? Is there going to be a Somali oligarch that's going to, you know how it is, Musa? Is that what you're concerned about as well, Lolo?
Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about. Yeah. I mean, there's not much more I can say. I mean, good leaders. Yeah, that's the problem, man. Good leaders.
I can't find it, fam.
Nah, I hear you.
I can't find it. I can't find it.
But I do sometimes, but like we're saying, Musa, a bit of optimism doesn't kill.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah, but then again, we have to live in the real world.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, brother Ahmed, you know what you're saying? Like, maybe see the reparation. Like, somebody was asking for some reparation in but when they did it, because basically they weren't allowed to get the reparation they asked for. But at the end of the day, they got back with, because Kenya done some work and they put in a lot of money in there. So somebody's gonna get all that for free, basically. So basically, hard labor in a sense.
It's a win, anyways.
Yo, and what Amal Abdi said, and there's going to be more opportunities back home there now. I mean, they're building infrastructures now, right? They're building, and they got the like capital now. They're going to get more capital to build like more infrastructure in the country. There's going to be more opportunities there back there for us in the diaspora. There's going to be a lot more opportunities back there.
That's true.
Well, back home.
Yeah, that could be. But would you want the diaspora to go back home and you mesh that commercial hookup Saddam? Is that a wrong thing as well, Musa?
Listen. And
that's another question I always want to ask.
There's more than enough. There's more than enough for everyone.
Yeah, more than enough for everyone. I like Maxi said everyone can eat.
What I say about the diaspora, and diaspora can be a bit dangerous, because I don't think anyone from the diaspora should go back there to try and take leadership roles like in the parliament and stuff. I don't believe in that. I believe the people who have lived there the longest, the native people that grew up there, that was born there, they should have control over their country. It belongs to them mostly. I don't like the idea of diaspora going back there trying to control their country. I don't believe in that. I think it could end wrongly, and I just don't like the idea of it, to be honest.
That's not the idea of going back. The idea of going back is to help rebuild. Help and rebuild.
That I agree with. Yeah.
I think some of the diaspora need to get this mentality of and plus the whole diaspora privilege. I've been speaking about it. I think that needs to stop as well. Like, we're better than these people. I don't really like that. If the diaspora are gonna go back, they need to realize, we're here to improve and roll up our sleeves. I think that's what the diaspora mentality should be like. Like, employ people, keep people in, That's the type of mentality, like, you get where I'm coming from, Musa. And I feel like more diaspora should actually go back and volunteer, and like you're saying, bring your skill sets back.
Yeah, 100.
Bring your skill sets back.
Exactly. This is the time, you know what I mean? You're gonna get corporations coming, big companies coming. Obviously, they're gonna need your skill set, Kaga. You're gonna need to train probably the natives there as well. A lot of things gonna be happening. So, inshallah, khair.
That's what it is.
Yeah, it's popping.
Come on. But again, what do you think about Musa saying leadership right now? Do you think the next vote is going to be crucial? Big up my brother Hirsi in the building. Hirsi wonku salami ugaske.
So do. Yeah, Khalid, we're coming to the era now. I think in the next 4 years, or even that extreme note in the next 8 years, we're gonna have the one-man vote. Sooner or later, we're gonna have that. The pace is slow. We rather have it quicker. We should have had it by now, but things are improving slowly now. And then, especially now that we have this, now we got this as well. It's even gonna give us more of a push to move forward. Inshallah.
Yes,
I think everyone's ready for the election apart from Thingy.
Alhamdulillah, man. It's a good topic you lot are talking about.
Yeah, brother. What's your thoughts on the maritime dispute win? What do you think?
Wallahi, alhamdulillah, first of all, and hambalyo wae.
Yeah. Hello. Can you guys hear me? Hello.
Yeah,
I don't know. He went.
Yeah. It's connection and everything.
I think the browser connection just.
Someone's echo said the problem is when we go back, we will bring our capitalism mindset there to Western culture.
Hello,
Hirsi. Hello, Hirsi. Hello, yeah, won't come up now.
No, I think.
أرمو كيف شوكته؟
Oh no, man, I think Melfog ninka line qabo buu ku hadlaya line qabo line-kiisa waxaa ku dhacay khadkii back home they say hawada xumaatay.
Why did they say that?
I don't know, bro.
That's exactly what my mind just says. Hawada. I think.
What does Hawada mean?
Hawada got to do with this?
What does Hawada mean?
The air, the
air. Yeah, the air.
The air.
Hawada.
I started crying.
It's kind of true. It's electromagnetic radiation, basically. It's invisible light that it uses to communicate. So.
Yeah, I think Hirsi again.
He's saying what? If it's windy.
Hello, Hirsi.
Yeah.
Nice. It's still the atmosphere. Like,
can you hear us now?
Radiation.
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Okay, abti maxay kula tahay reegaada nudhi fikradaada?
Wallahi, fikradeydu waxaa waa mataqaanaa horta waa guul oo maanta Soomaalida usoo hoyatay iyo maaragta maalin taariikhi ah ee usoo hoyatay guushan oo today is the 12th of October, which is the day Somali celebrates when they created, I think, Alanka is a military game. I don't know, something like that. I think it's Alanka.
Alanka. What coincidence? Yeah. What coincidence?
Yeah, Marka, it's a historic day today for the Somali people.
Yes.
Alhamdulillah, that's how I feel today, basically.
MashaAllah. Allah yahdik. Yes, big up. Su'aalahan doonaytu ku weydiiyo. Okay, guushan maantaan helnay. Xoolahan, hantidan badan. Do you think maxay kula tahay adigu hantidan la helay do you think ummadda Soomaalida inaan waa bahaarkan iyo waxaan waayahan 30 sano ku jirno inaan ka qaban karno? Can we fix up? Can we heal? maxay kula
tahay? Wallahi, right now and shidaal and wax ka qiimo badan haysanaa, and we're not even fighting for it, which is malayga. Before even petrol or oil started, malaygi buuxay wax isku dagaalo hataa malahan. Marka waxaan ka cabsanaa inshallah in markino oo I hope it doesn't become a curse that might divide the Somali people. Maxaa yeelay lacag fidna waay. Marka first I think we should, like, as one of my brother he was saying here when I heard him, in markino ee doorashada dejiyan one man, one vote. When that happens, then they can actually start producing whatever Somalia has.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Gul way tahay, gul waxaa noo baddaas macnaha dhulkaas iyadoo qalalan no one needs it laakiin maadaama hanti ay meesha ku jirto ee Soomaalida leedahay I hope it doesn't become a curse that divides us inshallah.
Inshallah, we've been too divided. 30 years divide. Badan baa nagu dhacday.
Ha. We just have to like first confront and master the way we do the elections. Like it must be very advanced. Ma aha in la isku qabsado ama maaragtay xildhibaan markino oo shakhsi tanet wado inay ka yaraadaan. When that happens markaas waxaa laga yaabaa mataqaanaa in a stageka oo electionka we master it inshallah in the next 2 elections inshallah this election which this government wants to do is in a way of a one man one vote. People just started recently and admitting that most of them are not actually ready for one man one vote. If people were ready for one man one vote, it would have happened a long time ago.
Why do you think they're not ready? Is it Admin Car? Is it Al Shabaab? What do you think? Is it not safety? Is it the cost? How do you think one man one vote could play out? Because they've got in Hargeisa.
Yes. The reason why in Hargeisa is because awoodda dowladda xooga leedahay meeshas. That's first thing because they are really controlling and looking after their people, the government in Somaliland. Wax oo kursi isku dagaalo iyo waxaas you guys passed that long time ago. I'm sure you guys now you guys long that's then you guys macnaha meeshas waxa meesha ka jiro waa hormareen xagga siyaasadda dil laho bis waxa mataqaanaa one man one vote kooda is out of the main cities. It's also going to the smaller towns, all the way to the villages, inshallah. In their next election, it will reach there.
That's what it is. Maxi, what do you think? Maxi, what do you think of some of the brothers? I'm coming back, Maxi, Ahmed, and beg you guys, look after the panel for me. 2 minutes.
Yeah, no. walaa xirti walaalutiis wuxuu boqolkiiba boqol waa run waxa loo baahan yahay waa doorashadaas waa manvoodka laakiin haddaa fiirisid Somaliland waxay ku dhisteen yani all them things wada tashi iyo isku imaasho ay isku imaadeen ayaga anaka marka fiirisid dhismaha oo dhinaca doorashada u maleeyo maxta in Soomaalida soo suubinayaan anoo gudi ina saabsanayd waa xasuustaa naagta gudiga qaabsanayd waa xasuustaa in tiri xataa mar intees 8 bilood baa loo baahan yahay in lagu daro camal laakiin xagga sheekada marayso iyo hawsha wixii la wada waxaas dhan wax ma ka ogni waxna isla qabtan uma eko sheeko oo dadka dhan ku uma leeyahay this current
leaders I think the way Somali wants to do the Somali central government wants to do even though they cannot achieve in the first 4 years one man one vote at least they're doing it on a big scale because compare it Mogadishu to Hargeisa Hargeisa and their first time like when they did a one man one vote was I think was it this election or the one before?
I don't know. Musa, you want to elaborate? Musa,
I think it was maybe two. I think it was maybe something like maybe two elections early, a one man one vote below him, but it was a very small number of people, like maybe one city alone.
So you're saying
in Somalia, compare that to Somalia, which Somalia cannot like bigger population at Jiro, first of all, and secondly, smaller states are connected to the main government, to the central, government. So if they cannot do in one city, then this government wants to do at least every major city in their first one man one vote. We run every major city in Somalia in the election, but not an election that is a one man one vote, but an election that was the way he got elected. Because when he got elected, the election only happened in Hamar, and it was a very certain amount of days. Like it was very small. It wasn't a big scale mehen. Bis waxaa isugu
You mean
imaaday
this
dad yar.
current madaxweyne, the way he got
Yeah,
elected?
this
that
one
was
right now.
the old system. They're the same way Hassan Sheikh got elected.
That was the old system.
Yeah.
So at least this
And
guy,
that's
he's
how
pushing it.
and that's how exactly they're using it again for this election as well. That's the same.
That's how they
same
want
system.
to. That's how they want to.
No, it's been confirmed. It's going to be the same system. It's not going to be a one-man vote. So it's
Yeah,
gonna be,
but then okay, but then compare that. Yeah, how many the election that happened in Somalia that recently was happening? Have you not heard about some smaller towns and cities electing their MPs and also their house? معناها laba aqal jiro, aqalka hoose iyo aqalka sare ma laha.
ما شعب شعبنا wax dooranaya mise dadka deegaanada degan oo qabiilka
shacabka ayaa waxay soo doorteen niman mathalo madaxweynahooda ninkay rabaan inay ka dhigtaan.
So it was a ballot for this. It's been a ballot.
My ballot ma jirin.
It's still the old school Somali way, you know.
But it's not one. It's a bigger scale though. It's a bigger scale, which is معناها table behind the table, below the table, mostly.
Okay, so okay, we're improving in a sense.
I'm saying this election we've come this far into, which is a bigger scale. Before it wasn't even this big. It wasn't in every town. It was only one city. حمرين كدعيس election. هذا لكن election at least وحو جاري town كيرير deegaanada uu gaaro gobolada uu gaaray. Marka next election is definitely going to be a one man one vote. Watch. I predict it's going to be a one man one vote if this current government comes back in power.
I mean, it's heading that way, and it's in the first place.
I think even some you know some oo kasoo horjeedo mucaaradka dowladda waxa kasoo horjeedo, it looks like as if like nowadays they're really not even talking about anything, but they kind of see like, yeah, this guy is the guy. They can aftercode watch. This guy is the guy.
I've been saying this for a long time.
Yeah, I'm sure deep down in their hearts, down in their hearts, mucaaradka oo dhan deep down in their hearts, I know, and they accepted it, and they have come. They're witnessing reality that better government markino ninkan inuu sii wada moogi ma rabaan inay iga soo galaan. They don't want it. I'm telling you.
100%.
Why do you think? Yeah, they don't want to come back. Maybe they want to help him. Watch. Maybe if they don't get any positions in the next government, معارض iska noqonayaan buuq ahaa, lakin at least they would love to work with him or this government.
This guy is winning when it comes to popular votes, and is pushing for the one man vote, and they are going against the one man vote because they don't feel the kalsooni masku haystaan when it comes to that. You know, this system
you know the guy when sometimes even his government ninkan farmaajo dowladiisa iyo wasaaradihiisa wuxuu hadalkoodii afkooda ka mamnuucay dadkeena, macnaha wuxuu hadalkooda afkooda macnaha when they do a speech, anyone in his government when they do a speech they speak collectively, macnaha waxay u hadlayaan for greater macnaha
as a government,
as a government they u hadlayaan. They don't talk like shakhsi beesheediya saan u yeelay kan. They don't talk in their own shakhsi luqad kuma hadlayaan. Waxay ku hadlayaan in a proud way that every Somali understands, basically.
You could call it the new political Somalis, like basically. You know,
and that, you know, yeah, that's even though Somali came from a conflict war for like 30 years, and they're still standing. These words actually qalbigooda waa jilcina. waxay rabaan is something that they want.
shacabka, especially shacabka waa wax lagu soo jiidan karo de qof saas oo kale markay arkaan 100% asaga u jeedaan qof kale u jeedaan hadalladaas oo kale markano qof hataa oo ahayn dadkaaga ku soo jiidanaysa oo kugu raacsan leh, you know, cuz saa u halashayo Soomaalimadaada iyo saa u rabtid.
But Maxi and Hirsi, is it time that Halal stopped an action? Does the what they need a man of action that could bring the Somali or done together, a charismatic person that I don't know. What do you guys think? Or is it
No, but this sort of
Well,
this sort of
Because I feel
scenario
like
is like
I
actions.
feel like I don't know. For me, I feel like sorry, I hate to say it. I'm not trying to be critical, but I feel like President what's his name Formaggio is a bit. I don't know. I don't feel like he's charismatic enough to be a president, especially in the Horn of Africa. I don't know. I don't think his personality. That's what I'm saying. I think you need someone with a. I hate to say this here, but the only guy I see with a charismatic, but you are gonna hate me. I think Denny. The way Denny carries
yeah,
himself.
you know,
Yeah, like
I believe that too. Wallahi, bila beentaada ma kugu raacsanayaan intaas.
well, I don't know about his political, but it's his presence. You know, his presence as a you need someone like that. I think someone that's charismatic enough. I feel like sometimes, like from Marcho, from what I see, the last maybe 2 years since I've been doing some other speakers, he's only spoke twice in Mocha. Today, I liked the way he spoke. I was like, yo, actually,
Yeah.
you know what? Assertive, Sifli Ambo Hadley. But I still feel like he's not charismatic enough to be a president of Somalia. I don't know. Is it me? Or is it?
Do you know why? Let me
Yeah.
explain this to you. Yeah. This is okay. When the leader of a nation and hadduu la murmo maaragtay nin mucaarad oo wadankiisa oo muwaadin sumcadiisa dhacayso waxay ku dhacaysaa
والله ايش ka dhufatay
sumcadiisa dhacayso macnaha mucaaradka asaga farmaajo ma aha wuxuu farmaajo caynooyaa waxa waa wasaaradaada meelaha ay ka daciifsan tahay dadkaada u sheeg shaqada si fiican ha u qabtaan waa canaan mucaaradka waa laga rabaa inuu saas dhaho. He has to do it or know who has a lot of voice him. عضو leeyahay shicibka asaga qayb buu u hadlayaa moogtahay and it has to haddii markaas aysan jirin and he speaks up and he goes like maya waxaas ma jiraan oo la caytama ama oo la murmo dictatorshipnesa waxaa mataqaanaa ku dhalanayso. Marka it will even look like a dictatorship because he's gonna becoming the leader at the same time silencing people, so he doesn't have to. Marka asaga sumcad xume u tahay asaga laakiin qaylada ninkan uu qaylna ama ninkan uu la murma mucaarad wuxuu raba ha noqdo waa laga rabaa. He has to do it. The Somali people need someone like that because
this is what I'm saying.
Thank you, thank you. Now you understand where I come from, Hirsi.
But listen to this, but Khalid, you said Somalida waxay jecel yihiin bafiri Somali wuxuu jecel yahay ninka af mishaarka ninka hadal macaan. You know, anigana waxaas that's why I don't like them things. I'm tired of taking someone on the account that he's a good talker, he can sell you.
It's not a good talker.
No,
okay,
this is the thing
for
that
me, it's not. I don't think so, Max. You're understanding, yeah. I feel like for me, he's too. It's like he's like a wazir. He doesn't look like a.
Yeah, but does he get a job done though? That's the most important thing. Does he get a job done?
This is the thing. We're gonna look at if he doesn't win the next election. Like I'm gonna say, me and you, Maxi, you know I'm gonna call you. We're gonna look at his. That's what I'm gonna do. You know, with me, I like I said to everyone, every president from Ismail Margela, Marahwena Musa to all of the Denny, every single one of them, until they get off the kursi. That's when I'm gonna look at them, especially also our speakers, the political side. But for now, I don't know. What do you think for the last 4 years? I don't know. I think there has been a little chaos, but a lot of people
the chaos
say,
don't contribute the chaos to the last 4 years because the last 3 years there was no chaos. The last 3 years. Okay, and the last 3 years.
On his watch.
Okay, let's say the last year because that's when it came to the election time. Yeah. This is when the chaos started. This is where everyone started putting the formaggio in their mouth and all these formaggio haters came out and all this opposition came out. But prior to that, everyone was supporting him for whatever things he was doing. When he was getting rid of the parliament guy and he was finding the money at the Borka and Abu Dhabi, when he got rid of the Adan guy and he told him, get out of my country, you got 24 hours. You're a persona non grata in the country. You get me? Like president with balls, like, you know what I mean? And installed his own presidency there in by double region. In a lot of other regions, the military so always say the money that he stopped from these officials coming from states like federal states going to Ethiopia or Kenya and things like that, all the connection coming through the federal government and the chain of command that he made in the last 4 years,
and a friendship with Turkey as well.
Yeah, friendship with Turkey as well. Then came the last year, which was the election period. And you got to remember, we had 2 presidents prior to him, that
Yeah.
both got extension. Both of them
Yeah.
got extension. But when it
Yeah.
came to this time, there was quite a hardcore opposition that refused him to get that little period of extension, even though it was mentioned that the idea was made by the lady that was doing the election process. She said that we need 8 months to secure a 1-man vote. And they wasn't having it. Okay, you know what he's done? He said, cool, what do you want? We want to have the election here. Everyone's, all the federal member government sang here, so we can have the election. They sang there. And then they realized, oh shit, what we signed actually is actually Farmajo is looking to win this thing. Like, so they become an obstacle, using Ahmed Madobe as the obstacle. Imagine this, like, all the other federal member states were gullying. And this is the problem of not having majority wins. Because that first, all those federal states are in alliance to go ahead with the election. But because Ahmed Madobe, Jubaland, is refusing, and then he just follows suit just because just been an obstacle. You don't have no reason to refuse to go ahead with the election, but he just chooses to because of Jubaland. He say, I go ahead with basically was Jubaland askara ayaba. Where the Somali wala imade wala shire wax kasta la yeelay warkaale election ka sana gedo ku dhaganahay u taagan Juba even though it's a territory that he never controlled in the first place. But now he made an obstacle and made a point that he wants to get that region back so he can get the MPs, so he can make those MPs go against him. You know, like, it's so long.
Don't forget, it's confident guy, bro. He's confident guy. He's ready. He's been ready.
He's been ready. This is the thing. He's a leader.
Don't forget, anytime he's ready.
Embarrassing themselves. Yeah, 100%.
Number one accent.
Yo, Doctor Rad.
Hablaya. Gul. Alhamdulillah, we won. What's it called? The sea dispute. Battaga. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah, Dr. Rad.
Today I was celebrating with 5 cans of Coca-Cola and some halawad and some barista chicken. Alanka Somalia.
Yeah.
Yeah, God. Talk to me. Like I said, hey, you know, like I keep saying to you, this is gonna
video now, Khalid. Let's slap up some Kenyans.
أولاً وحنا يهرت نين كينيان جنسيهان يديجهان سومالي بانه.
When I see him, I'm gonna spin his jaw.
Larry, you can't just. Oh, Larry. Oh, are you all right? How did. Larry!
Like anyone that we see with a Somali brother or sister with a sisters, we're gonna allow you. But the brothers, if we see you with a Kenyan sort of wrist, pa, what are you doing? Yeah, let you know. You hear me? But Rad, doctor, talk to me. How did it make you feel? The halwa, the Coca-Cola.
Yes. Sweet and joyful.
What does this mean to you? Was you proud? Were you waving that blue flag? Were you saying yes?
No, Maya, this is only the beginning. Inshallah, we're gonna get NFT back. We're gonna get Western Somalia back and Djibouti.
I love the idea.
Inshallah. Because Ethiopia is crumbling, Kenya is now, China is now, Kenya's overlord.
I think it's our time.
We're coming out of civil war.
Well, I heard the video, guys, was funny. But you know what I feel like, yeah? This is my thinking, me and Kalim. I've seen Kenya, and I've lived there, I've studied there, and at the same time, I feel like Somali the meshi jogan sida ugu hormareen meel kale ugu hormareen waa ku yartahay
caalamka adduunka waa ba
Minnesota ma arkin ma aadin, but Kenya I've seen it. And I've seen how much, even how far they've reached, even in the Kenyan politics, and how far they've come when it comes to financial, economic. Or Kenya, the money that she brings in Somali community. Wallahi, mashallah, Kenya they can't do much. They can't do much. Well, okay, but at the same time, Mesha Somali, how much she allowed for them to go that far has to be respected at least, man. And I wouldn't care that I was working. dhaqaalaheena iyo waxaas markino Soomaaliya wadankeena waa ka heli weyna marka I respect in that way Kenya tirisna waan nahnay laakiin waxaa mataqaanaa falkan ay subisay oo ay meeshan ku dhaqaaqday I wasn't how I'm mataqaanaa
dadkan
I don't know what to think
markina
about the past now I don't know what I saw and what I'm seeing now Kenya ma aqaan marka sida markina oo la dhaqmay from now on
no dadkan taariikhdooda hadda kaga sheekeeyo 1978 madaxweynahooda markuu dhimanayay Jomo Kenyatta wuu la daarmay wuxuu ku yiri Soomaalida dhulkeena u daaya inay joogto sababtoo wana il bixinayaan Soomaali la'aanta waa bahdilantiin nolol fiican ma heli doontiin so Soomaalida waa u baahan tihiin that's the only reason they kept Somalis famino other than that dadkan in the last 10 years they became the foreign policy to Somalia became very aggressive Uhuru Kenyatta iyo Jubaland iyo wuxuu dan leeyahay iyo buffer zones iyo waxaas waxaanu noqdeen hadda Ethiopia hadda Ethiopia
ninkan you know Jomo Kenyatta wiilkiisu waa ninkan hadalkii iwaanada aabihiisu ku caasinoya
aabihiis wuxuu yiri hadda u baahanta sarahan kikuwada dhisteen in ku noolaadaan Soomaalida isku faragelinin Soomaalida hadda koor daanya Arab mooy 84 waa la inqilaabay wadanka dhan uu ka cararay markuu wadanka ka cararay 82 ma aqaan 84 markay wadanka ka cararay waxa wadanka u soo qabtay in Soomaaliya General Mahmoud la dhaho oo kursigiisu ku soo General Mahmoud wadanku qabsan kara ninkaas wadanka asaga loo wareegi kara duu rabo maalintaas
that guy was the general of militaries of Kenya
yes he wasn't part of the
for a long time
yeah when he came he got all the coup plotters ku karbashay wadanka wuu wacay madaxweynaha wadanka ku soo laabay kursiga soo fariiso halkan
You know, recently, you know who was speaker of the Kenyan parliament? He was a Somali.
Say that again?
You know that position? The speaker of the parliament in Kenya was Somali.
Yeah,
I think he was, yeah. Like, you know, when that kind of a position like Muktay or Dowladda wa position ka saddexaad amal waa Muktay. Of governing a country.
It's a parliament.
Meel fiican ka gaareen.
Soomaali mid ka hadda mucaaradka ku ah markasta oo ka hadlo oo afaarooda oo dhaho waa ku qaldayn in dhex galaan afaaraha siyaasadda Soomaaliya I think it's Farah Maalin kala dhaho
yeah I think it's him as well I think that's his name you are right the house I'm just looking I think I'm trying to find him the house of the speaker yo so what are you saying Somalis are embedded in their government
yeah from like day that. One from day one
that's a powerful position
you can go back look Khalid you can go back as far as Mahalaha in the Mau revolution the guy that used to found the Mau was a Somali guy
one in Somalia
oo hatta saaxiib laha Jomo Kenyatta oo Jomo Kenyatta gurigiisa ku dhuwan jiray markii dambe ninka Soomaaliga waa la xiray the Britishka intay xireen I think in dileen maaqa in wayna dileen dhulkiisa iyo maalkiisa laga qaatay hatta so it goes to show you a lot of the things Somalis are embedded in that regions.
Yes. So what is the next step, my brothers, man?
An NFD, 100% NFD. But I'm saying the NFD should be going through the court process as well.
Wait. NFD is too close now. How horta anaga meel iska saarno horta dawladeena. Awood aan yeelna boort.
Ma taas waa soo socota insha Allah. Tan NFD-gana waa wax oo buug oo qalin ku qoran ba anyway. Waa dhul anaka naska lahayn jirnay. Hadda fiirisi NFD is part of the Jubaland. Jubaland la kala jaray taariikhdii la kala jaray waa la yaqaanaa markii
dawlad aan qaaradan markino oo xaq u lahayn dawlad aan qaaradan xaq u lahayn xariiqanta dhigta Mugtay
xariiqanta hada hatta waxa ka sii daran in the 60s
waa hadii la rabo waxa la dhihi karaa you know this land and its own rules hadii la rabo la dhihi karaa
but you got to remember in the 60s there was a referendum dadka xagga joogan waxa la yiri yaa rabtay in Soomaaliya rabnaa in la galno and the Kenyans and the British ignored that واتي markii dambe waxa bilaawtay waxa the shifter wars bilaawtay dagaal ka dhaxmaray hatta so basically waxa anaka taariikhaanta afees dhulkeena waa anaka le wala la ogyahay gaaladana ogyihiin so hadda ta maxkamadda la aadna adduunka sidii sheekada badda waa helena si fudud ku guuleysan karnaa waliba because waxa la imaanana evidence and documented and basically degnaanka dadka degan hatta but I also think hatta waxaan ku heli karnaa economical pressure as well like marka fiirisid dhulkaas the Kenyans they neglected their regions you know it's not one of the richest regions you know like dhaqaale badan ma la geliyo marka hadda dii la fiiriyo anaka if we start prospering Somalia ahaan haddaan ka sii korno dhaqaaleena bato dadka deegaankaas deegaan are gonna say look anaka Soomaalideenna sarabno kamid noqono we don't want to miss out you know what I mean so
okay dhulkaas maxaa meesha oo nafci yaalo laga helaa
yaa og yaa weligood baara baa malena laakiin nafiyo wax kale waa Soomaalida ka mid yihiin so waxa anaka haysanayna la qaybsanayaanba so markasta ayaga Soomaali kowdi
wallahi horta to me taas waxaa macquul waa dad badan way ka guuxaysaa arintaas laakiin I don't know man maxaa yeelay
war waxay ku tusinaysaa ayaantii dhaweyd ma xasuustaa markuu oo ninka ka tirsanaa Jubbaland ciidamada Jubbaland amniga oo ka soo carari jiray xabsiga uu soo galay oo Soomaalida ciidamada aysanayeen uu soo galay xuduudka dhinaca
Kenyatigu u fureen
waa kaasa laakiin dadka odayaasha deegaankaas degan waa ka qayliyeen waa ka soo horjeedeen
waxay imaadeen xamar xildhibaanada Soomaali oo Kenya joogaan
si maxay ku tusinaysaa already you know waxaas oo kale wax dawladda ka faa'iideysan karto Soomaaliya yani dadkaas oo kale oo dad already Soomaalnimo ku jirto oo ku saca oo ka cabaadayaan dawladda Kenya iyo qaladada suubinayso iyo dhibka u geysanayso ayaga because maadaama ay degan yihiin meeshaas conflictka dhinacooda ka dhacaya meesha degan yihiin ma rabaan ayagana waxaas nabadooda
so you saying waxay dhahaysaa miya hadda Soomaalida oo Kenya joogto weliba dhinacaani maaragta NFD waxay u bisil yihiin in markana ay Soomaali la midoobaan diyaar u yihiin ma leedahay waa bisil yihiin amalaha
waa isku jiraan qaar u bisil qaarna waa ka soo horjeedaan laga yaabaa dadka deegaanada degan waa qabiilo moogta isku jiro dagoodi maxaa lahaa gare waxaa ogaadeen waa dad murule dad badan waay ha laakiin oo dadna dad waxa dadkoodana qaar Soomaali degan يعني وسوق ودحيا حدود
Can you believe I've met one lady once in Wajir and waxaa maqana Wajir marka safar ku mareenay Wajir waxay dhahday she speaks you know the Somali Kenyan accent and she told me Somali siju amal waa marka the Somali Kenyan accent iyadoo ku hadlayso waxay dhahday aniga waxay dhahday xamra lagu dhalay dhahday dadkaygo dhan 1990 inta imaadeen dagaalka la inta imaadeen Wajir was empty ee dhahday it was a small village
ana
magaalo weyn ma ahayn
since the 90s that's
magaalo weyn
most of the cities
big city so you know saying since the 90s bay grown
they grown
no the population in NFD became greater in 1990 because a lot of Somalis waxaa maqaana oo ka soo qaxay dagaalkii wixii 1990 ka soo qaxay
Wajir crossover the border yeah that's the first steps
across the border yeah waxaan ku sheegay
dadkiimeelaasay wada imaadeen marka waxay dhahday even the guy of the MP gabartan waxay dhahday even the MP in Wajir and asaga familykiisa I don't know maybe he's an MP or some high position in Wajir waxay dhahday he's born in Hamar but he was here for like 35 years he was here when he was young asagoo yar marka meeshan waxay dhahday about 70% or the older generation anyone who's above like 50 Somali ka wada imaadeen kulligooda anyone who's younger than 35 may between 30 to 35 years badankooda xamri ku wada dhishteen
ciyaal gaxi wadakii gaxay oo ku degan meesha
marka they picked up that culture there they picked up the language over there and the schools ika mugti school aan kuma dhicin 1990 ilaa 2005 miya 2010 Soomaali waxbarashada ma ka jirin fiican iskoolaadka dawladda iyo waxaas ma fiican ma furneen 2010 2009 it started like 2000 and these guys yeah
ina cusub muxaydiin salaamu calaykum walalo ku soo dhawo meesha
wa calaykum salaam saacadkii ma maqashin
سفيان نظره
وما سنت محا برنامج فا محا يعني سفيان
ما انتو waxaan ka hadlaynay guushi badda
ما شاء الله صح
maxay reeygaad maxay kula tahay maanta guushi baa la helay waxaan ka hadlayaa baha imka Wajir imka shay aanka waxay marasay gobolaha Kenya iyo meelaha u dhow berigi Soomaalida u gaxeen ma fahamtay walaalo
aad iyo aad saaca horta markuu dhammaan ummadda Soomaaliyeed waxa uu rajeynayaa guul ma garad wadankeena Ilaahay subxaanahu wa ta'aala nabada ka dhigo oo badeena dee farxad ka weyn ma jirto ma garat inaan si xora u wada noolaano waa waxa keliya oo dee qof kasta jecel yahay dhammaanteen
آمين
bana kuwii iska jeclaada gudaha oo dee ilaahay waddankeena ka dhiga aamiin walaa anuu horta
آمين
saaxiib wararkii akhbaarta saas
آه.
badanaa yani ulama socdo laakiin dabcan arrintan badda ayaantan yani waa maqlayay dee anuu fikirkayga waxaan leeyahay dee yani anu waa duceynaya un ma garat yani ilaahay subxaana watacaala
آمين
haynoo wada
آمين
yani
آمين
si nabadla yani waddankeena haynooga wada dhigo ma garat
آمين
آمين آمين آمين
saasa
dhammaanteen wallahi muxuu idin si odaytinimo u hadlay haya
Soomaaliya ha noolaato
aamin xirsi xagee ima khabarasay
Soomaalida dhan
maxaa ka hadlaysay berigii agaranaysa bujeer ummadii u kaxayn meelihii hore
niyo dad badana meesha joogo ila gaaris xitaa gaaraan lakin iyaka they didn't stop studying waxaa masha Allah there is a lot of high degree like degree at least minimum markino or anyone from 1990 dhashtay badankooda degree wada haystaan dad wax bartay oo waa mtaqaanaa oo istaagin waa waxbarashada dadaalo waa masha Allah most of them are even some of them are doing pilots and there's a high pilots and most of them are Somalis in Kenya there's a lot of Somali pilots in Kenya itself that are younger generation.
But Herse, let's talk about the future of Somalia with the resources and everything.
Yeah.
You know my dream is I want to see Somalia be a middle-income country that's going to be industrialized with the Slida and Gasa with our natural resources.
Wallahi, Somali community, they are not a high now stage and they are not in high and consumption and society maha high consumption society maha Somalia zaid wax uma cunaan macnaha dhaqaalahooda iyaka badanaa waxa xoololey waaye laakiin Soomaalida waxaa mtaqaana waxay hadda rabaan ugu horeyso the first thing that they get is roads transportation in markana si fiican wadanka waa weyn yahay zaid u weyn yahay marka wixii dhaqaale meesha ka soo baxa aan waxaan dhihi lahaa oo aniga ra'yi ugu horeysay ila fiican dhinaca markano oo isgaarsiinta oo gaariyaasha
anu xirsi waxaan oran lahaa anu waxaan oran lahaa xagga waxbarashadana dadka shaqaalana dadka hala shaqaalaysiiyo afi ummadda jaadka laga joojiyo ummadana shaqaalo wadanka haddaa la dhisayo cid walba mishaar guri ha loo dhiso nin walba naag walba gacmaha iyo dhexda xidha wadanka hala dhiso jobs maxay kula tahay walaalo
aniga saaxiib the first thing oo in la taakule u baahan waa waxbarashada saaxiib waa dareemi kartaa waxbarashadu waa very important way soo moogid waxbarashada in la taakuleeyo iyo caafimaadka dabcan ani labadaasa waxay yihiin waa very important yani waxbarashada iyo caafimaadka labadaas
anigana waxaan oran lahaa anigana waxaan ku dari lahaa cunto baris self production of food walaa saddexda haddaan ka adkaano waxbarashada caafimaadka iyo cuntada sida loo beero oo waxaan isku soo saarno hey what do you guys think Maxi?
I was gonna say I was gonna ask maybe Dr. Rod is a numbers guy imagine that with the resources we're gonna have and the exploration of the oil and the barrels that they're gonna be getting daily, that the figures that's gonna come up from those daily barrels, and if you just calculate that figures I can't see any Somalian person living in a poverty or
I think you're wrong. I think there's going to be uneven development. Like
how
I could use the not poverty, but I can use like the Italian model. North Italy is mainly industrialized. South Italy is mainly agriculture. All the jobs and everything is in the north. Even we could have that scenario.
I'm just talking the resources that's available to Somalia.
No, in terms of development, like where should the development go? Should it in terms of like the north or the south?
Equally, everywhere.
Equally, how I think it's going to be the same in Somalia. So how our north might be more industrial, and south might be more. It's going to be more like an agriculture. The reason why you want to start with roads is because you know that already, because the only thing that you can get from south is agriculture.
You know,
A bigger land to farm can feed more people, and also waxaa laga yaabaa inaan suuqa adduunka aan wax geyn karno. That's first thing. If you go to north and you do industrialization, hadda waxaas ku suubiso, first thing oo markino industrialkaada soo saaraysa waxay noqonaysaa dharka, laga yaabaa, I don't know, maybe anything that plantation happens, like, you know, and sidii oo kale hadday noqoto and fruits, you know, cabitaanadii industrial iyadoo dhan
the fishery
has to go to
industry, Malaya.
Fahad, for example, if I was the president of Somalia, I would have invested in the dairy sector, the camel dairy sector. We've got the largest amount of camels in the world. The pharmaceutical biotech industry, that's big money. What's common?
Various. Look at the vast majority. waxyaalo badan kala duwan baa sheegteen. So that even brings the resources more higher, like, you know what I mean?
There is
and
something
medical,
even
think about medical. Listen to this. Imagine if the Somali government, let's say, had 20 or 30 billion, you could invest in areas like medical tourism, like invest in Boroma, where lots of students are studying dentistry, and even foreign students are studying hair transplant, fertility treatment. Like, why are you going to depend on one single export, which is going to be oil? It should be diversified, industrialized, because Somalia has got
we know that type of country, though. We're not just one specific, just oil money, and we've got other resources. Like, if you look at it,
no, what I'm trying to say to you is, some countries depend on one resources for export.
Yeah, but unfortunately, not us.
Exactly.
But not us.
That's true.
We're quite,
For example, Nigeria and Gabon, 99% of their budget and export is from oil, and that's a bit embarrassing.
Yeah, like in
Nigeria.
Yeah, that's true, because either wadanka dowladeeda waxaa taakulayso oil moneyga taakulayso, shicibka taxiga ay ka qaada hataa wax weyn maaha, because oilka kasoo baxay dowladda shacabkeeda ku xukumaysa ay wasaaradaheedii iskoolaadka free caafimaadka waxaas dhan ugu soo suubinaysaa.
I'm just thinking about what formula we're going to adopt in this sense. Is it going to be that, like the Emirates,
I'm telling you, one guy done a research. One guy research he goes, the moment Somalia gets peace today, there's only 15 to 20 people, 20 million people living there, and the moment they get peace, here waxay gaarayaan shaqada. There's so many sections that needs to be done. Somalia waxaa laga yaabaa 50 million people in u imaadan immigration just to work there, because the resources that you can find in Somalia and compared to the people that live there, way kala badan yihiin.
Do you think the Hirsi that's going to create a problem of immigration? Like, because if you're saying that,
but
that's
Ali,
gonna...
if they're migrant workers, we've already got large numbers of migrant workers in Somalia.
If migrant comes, if 50 million...
About that, I think we should have a strict immigration policy.
Yes,
There's like what? But listen to me carefully.
You need people.
No, but if you're going to bring skilled
you need
workers,
people. Let me tell you what. Okay, the moment you start.
Give you one example. Qatar, yeah. 80% of the population are migrant workers. Only 20% are actually Qataris. So look at that.
That's a problem for them.
That's a big mushkila. Like you're saying, Hirsi, we live in Somalia, then we've got this bullshit that بعد الدقن ده هي صار ده واو شهادتي سقطها no we need to tight implement as well. Like I'm saying, Rati, I'm on this type of sort of thing, but what you gotta remember.
But hey, do you know what the problem is?
All of Africa,
we're superior in this scenario.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie to you. Somalia is gonna be a spoiled country. Watch, because the moment migrants in Madan, most of the population, about more than 50 to 60% of the population of Somalia, are gonna move from poverty to middle class and country is Kubitalayan. And the other 30 are gonna be millionaires. Let me tell you why. Resource kiyalo, Somalida way ka badan tahay. Waana waxaan taqaana nimca ilaahay na siiyo waana ku shukrino waa hortaas. Maalinta shaqaale noo imaadaan, immigrant noo imaadaan. Anaga shaqooyinkeena waxay noqonaysaa office jobs ama home jobs ay noqonaysaa.
MashaAllah, exactly. That's what I see as well.
Do you get it? Like, you know how
be a period of prosperity.
Yeah, do you see how the middle class? Have you seen the middle class in the European League, in the European Union? Yeah, badankooda maxay subinoyn de faaje lacagta ay haystaan middle classka oo European ka jooga lacagta ay haystaan faaje gurigooda marka la dhisaata simple ma raban architecture waxa mtaqana ijaarnaa you know how much it cost architecture and engineer it cost a lot minimum waxa laga yaabaa mtaqana 100,000 ilaa waxa mtaqana designkiisi wixiisa inuu ku suubiyo inay ku baxda laga yaabaa most middle classes suubiyaan lacagtooda meel yar ma aha Soomaaliya waxa lagu yaabaa inaan ku gaarno to even hire someone in architecture markino Mareykanka aan ka dalbano ama Holland ka dalbano Soomaali ay imaadaan ee markino dabaqida dheer dhisaan
10 years waa ku gaari karnaa that's a decade
10 years less than 10 years less than 10 years within just 1 year the moment every Somali accepts this how a qabil iyo waxaan waa joojina one man one vote that year is going to start that year is going to start
Hersey, I wanted to finish this off on Somali's immigration. Do you think they should change his visa policy? Because if you look at Wikipedia, if you can land in Somalia and pay what $50-$60, I don't know how much is that in Somali shillings, you'll be given a visa for 30 days. Do you think that should be changed?
The reason why you want to have you seen countries that have a very hard and a way to get their visa? There's a lot of countries in it, in the European Union mostly, and America, all these Western countries, even Saudi Arabia and most Middle East countries. The reason why we need visa and immigration in Markano la bedelo, nizam ka dika jiro in laga bedelo la adkeeyo more. The reason why is because we have so much to protect. There's a lot to protect. We have a lot to protect, and you have to.
You are automatically protecting your borders. If you're doing financially better, like, and you got a lot in your country to offer to others as well, migrant workers, you're gonna have a tighter visa things. You know what I mean? Tighter entries to the country. You're gonna have visa for workers, like.
Yeah, but then you know why? Yeah, because okay, let's say how many percentages of the Somali population are jobless in Somalia today?
Yeah, that's true. At the moment,
80
high percentage.
So the first job that comes, Somalida waxaa lagu shaqaaleynaa shaqada markay dhamaato oo wax la qabto la waayo nin walba Soomaali jeebkiisa u buuxo bangigiisa u buuxo markaas la rabaa markaas immigration inay imaadaan.
Wallahi, I kind of disagree with you in all that, Rosh. I'll tell you why. I'm on you know, me and Rad, we kind of subscribe to Watan Khayne. Yeah,
I'll give an example. Can I finish up? The Somali immigration, I don't know how they react. How do immigration official? Imagine if you're someone from Ecuador or Dominican Republic, come to Somalia, you land on visa arrival. I doubt they'll ask questions about what are you doing in Somalia? How long are you going to be here? Like in Israel, how they ask bare questions. They won't even let you go. And they are trained. No, but I'll give you an example. I think Somalia should adopt the Israel approach. If you're a foreigner, they'll look at you. If you're shaking on that or walking,
what your body language. One look at you. Forget all of this marriage rights. All of that bullshit. I know in
Somalia. When you arrive in Somalia, they only take the fingerprints.
Yeah. It's not even that, right? Yeah, it's not even that. They need, like, for me, like you said, Hirsi, because you brought up a brilliant subject. I know my one كفكرين هدي خيراتكم ما شاء الله بطل شغالة كسر قحية. Remember as well in it, yeah, brother. This is why I say Ethiopia. I don't want no in Ethiopia no Burto.
May the first labor people are going to be the Somali people. They're the first labor. They are the first people to get employed.
This is the problem. Well, that kind of unskilled education levels no poor. So you need to at least that أجنبية إنه أنا شغال لسيو that كأي part-time.
Wallahi, there's a lot of, but then there's a lot of courses because there's a lot of universities in Somalia, and the reason why is they just call it universities, but they're not really like university. They're like kind of a college and a university or and it's very limited and courses ke hayan. The main big ones, Siman, Mogadishu University, these kind of universities. even eco hamtaqana skills the last 5 years 6 years so many students is so saareen jaamacadaha oo Soomaaliya ka furan oo dhan the last 6-5 years so many degree students is so maaragtay ay diyaariyeen wallahi masha Allah oo shaqo la'aan laakiin meesha ku so there is a lot of skills at the same time there is a lot of skills
they need to
and you got
job
remember
ka
we got
waxaan
large diaspora as well diaspora badan haysana
diaspora waxa waaye they can you know how last time I was listening to this president of Ghana he was speaking to the African diaspora in Europe I think and then he said he reminded them he said in the 1960s and the 1940s and 50s China were ahead wadan faqir ahead wadan faqir ahead and then diaspora that was the people that funded the government that today it's an empire. China had wadan weyn waa hadda masha Allah oo waxaan taqaanaa she can say no to anything hadii oo you enter there she can manipulate it it's a very powerful waxay noqotay so hadii oo diaspora ay markin if they fund it back home if most of their money and or most of the like lacagtooda hadii markin Somali ay geeyaan mashruucad ay ka furaan shaqo abuur ay suubiyaan you know and smallest like a lot of you know loophole macnaha holes ka meesha ka jiro the things that you think like is not making it macnaha will make it live easier for the Somali people or business that there's going to be a lot meesha yaalo.
Look how,
and you guys,
how successful they are all the Somali diasporas. Like in Kenya, they're successful. In Uganda, the richest woman is Somali. In most of the other African nations, Somalis are most successful. So if they have a stable country with a government, they will bring all that mal closer to Somalia. You know what I mean? So Somalia.
The government needs to do reach out. The government, the Somali government needs to reach out to the millions and millions of Somali diaspora across the globe, right? Yeah. And the government should like strengthen. Listen to this. If I was the Somali government, I'd build as many embassies outside the country. Reach out to the Somali diaspora, even in those countries where the diaspora is small. Interact with the government in those countries. Sign deals, investment. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Horta, you know, there's a lot of embassies nowadays. The embassies are even more open and more available within Europe and most countries in Africa. Nowadays, the biggest fear Turkey gujira, and Horta, by the way, at the same time, have we even, you know, the Somali diaspora has to be like more connected to the Somali embassies in every country. Will especially in wadan ken hadda aan joogno Somali embassy wuxuu ku yaalaa Soma.
You know, Somalia, I don't want to sound like this, but I think we should adopt the Eritrean model. Like, I think if you want to, you know, Somalia, if it gets this oil and everything, if Somalis want to maintain their Somali citizenship, I believe that they should pay a diaspora tax. Let's say it could be $100, $50, $50 or $100 every 2 or 3 months.
Bill will be there.
What do you think?
Well,
they got a system.
We have the biggest.
You know, they got a system. The system is basically if you're in a diaspora and you're working, you got to send 2.5% of your wages, something like that, back to the country. And if you don't, you've got no rights to own any land.
Come back.
In terms of owning land, businesses.
You've got no rights to own any land.
Oh,
your family's got no rights to own any land. I mean, the strict conditions.
Wallahi, that's even like, you know, how Somali they don't need even that kind of rule. They'll do it out of like, you know, Somaliness without even, you know,
I'm in favor of it. America does it. Eritrea does it. America is a rich country and they do it. Do you know that?
Yeah, they do it, of course, because
there was a woman that was born, there was a British lady born in America when she was a baby, and 60, 70 years later, she's getting a tax bill from America saying that you owe us this much money, and she never was a citizen, even though she was born there. It even happened to Boris Johnson.
Once you get the citizenship,
Something like I don't know if you. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe once you become a citizen of that nation, then yeah, you have to follow the rules also wherever you go. You know, if they have a rule and maybe a way of rule of like, you know, with the EU, with Australia, if my citizen come to your country, if one of my citizens come to your country and works in your country, I get a share of his tax.
But how would the
Nidaamkaas
diaspora?
laga yaabaa inay suubiyaan.
How to see? The funny thing is, how would the diaspora react to that? Let's say if the government was using Dahabshil, largest hawalad in Somalia and in Africa, right? Yeah. Imagine you go to Dahabshil hawalad and they ask you certain questions and that, yeah, you've been sending money for a long time. Now they stay safe.
But Somali can't do that to the Somali diaspora, because the Somali diaspora, most of them are not Somali citizen. They're Somali ethnic, but they're not Somali citizen. Do we have even Somali passports?
I know. I'm talking about without those who are Somali passports. Like we've got connections to Somalia. How would they react if Ashura?
You know, okay. The moment the canshuurta laga qaada waxaa mataqaanaa markii passport Somali ah ku shaqaysid. If the UK today and accept garayso shaqooyinkeeda emailheeda the UK accept garayso passportkaada wadankaada la imaaw viisaha I don't know how much you're going to pay, but even though if you work there as a Somali citizenship in markan shaqada laga ceyrinin maxaa yeelay shaqooyinka qaarkood badan waxay ku leeyihiin either bring EU passport ama British passport. Like, you know, when you have these two, it's more easy for you to get the job. But if you have like something, maybe passport Hindi, ama passport Somali, ama passport Arabi, waxana dete, walugu dhiba.
Okay, no, but what I'm trying to say is, yeah, do you think Ethiopia has this law? You can't have dual citizenship. India, you can't have dual citizenship. But in Somalia, I'm not sure. I think they do allow it, dual citizenship. Do you think they should get rid of that? And second of all,
there's a lot of laws that are going to change.
How would Somalia feel if this was being imposed on them? Because Somalia, you can't imagine if Somalia had a height system or a pension system. Yeah, should these people from the outside go sell in Somalia and get shift for bilash? Because I think
that's a good point. That's a good point. But then adiga horta kuuga hore dowladdaada aqoonsi borto baasaboorkiisa sharcigiisa qaado. Markaas waxyaalo markaas qaarkood waxa laga benefit badan inaa hesho noocay rabta ha noqoto. The benefits, one of the benefits I've seen waxay tamtaqaana markii oo kusoo dego xamar muqdisho aadan cad airport marka kusoo dego waxa arkaa tamtaqaana I see two slots, like, you know, two officers are standing in two slots or two like chairs and stuff. Markaas one says on the board, it says and passport ajanib aku qoran iyadoo af Somali macnaha sharci ajanib aku qoran, which means foreigners in Somali, iyo muwaadin ama Somali. Even though I had a different passport, I was going in the Somali. Meeshan gali I even tried to step on the ajanib because I had a different passport. I didn't have a Somali passport. I tried to get in the queue of ajanib line. But then the officers, they told me, like, why are you here, man? Stand the other side. You're a Somali. You're not a janib.
Yeah, bro.
But literally, you should have been on the other side, though. But on the level, you should be on the other side.
I didn't know because passport has there. Even though passport can have a janib, passport I have to follow the rules of the country. Markino passport a janib down what to.
But here's this is the rules. The rules is you should have been on the other side. I think you shouldn't be on the Muad'Din side because you're not holding a Somali passport.
My passport في Somali ethnic Somalia
ethnically
لكن passport كذي مكو قرنه ان Somali national ميجو قرنه يعني وحيجو قرن British وحيجو قرن بهالكي يجو قرن. So are you British or are you Swedish؟ ما حتى Somali ما تي. So sharciga markaas oo awoodid wadankaada marka imaado even though it's your country, your mother country, yes.
Harsi,
لكن
you know what's funny?
شرعيgiisa باسبورkiisa ma haystid
but that's the thing. That's exactly. It's gonna come a time, yeah. They are
Yeah.
ogolaan in a martid in as
Exactly, marka
passport Somali weysid wax dhan dowladda markay dhismatay ku sii soconaysa mugta. This is the type of thing. Now, for example, Farmaajo wuu celiyay passportkiisa Mareykanka. He's rescinded it. And I believe that every single leader or politician in Somalia should do the same, because that's the conflict of interest. You can't be a Wadani from Britain, a British national, and then you can be an MP in Somalia, because that's a conflict of interest.
عقل ما وانا is kind of like waxaa mataqaanaa madaxnimo waa ma fiicno calaa ayi xaal
mar kasta u doodi kartaaba wadankaas nationalkeeda wadatid, because that's how you should see that, because you already holding you've got interest for this country because you're holding their passport. You don't. You
but
can't
you know,
but
you know what's funny about foreign passports?
When you hold a foreign, you can't have a government role when you're holding a foreign national passport. Like, so how are you gonna be like? That's impossible.
But you know what's funny? The government, Harsi, you know what's even funny about Somalia? They're not strict enough. I'll give you an example. Let's say if you're a Somali passport holder, and let's say you're a wealthy Somali guy, you got a passport, let's say from St. Kitts. You got 2 passports and you want to travel to visit your family in UK. Somali passport, you're going to need a visa. The St. Kitts passport, you can go there without visa, with no visa. Imagine if you're leaving the country, you never left the country in your life. If you're going to leave the country, you should use your Somali passport to exit the country. But you're going to use the other passport to exit it. Like, some countries are very strict. Like, if I were to leave you, let's say if I had 2 passports, British and American. Let's say I had an American. In the UK, you have to leave with your British, and in America, you're going to enter on your American passport. Do you get what I'm saying? How you exit and leave the country?
Okay, waa ku fahmay. Yeah, some people waxaa tricky wasub yani kwa passportka waa kala shandeenayaan mooho. But then some
I'll give you an example. There was a Somali guy. This was on the news. He had relatives in Sweden. Someone sent them their Swedish passport that looks like him. This guy had a Somali passport. This guy left Somalia on his Somali passport. He entered the Philippines on his Somali passport, which he did, but he was a fool. He tried to leave the Philippines with that Swedish passport. When he looked onto the airlines and everything system, he entered the passport. He entered the country with Somali guy.
Fees malena. I don't know, man. Some people do some dodgy stuff online.
No, if you're entering a country, does this make sense? You enter that, you left your country, you left UK on your British passport. But imagine if you go to Somalia, you go to India with a different passport.
That's
bro. This guy Rod, you're talking about the daddy. This is Somali Mokhalasi. Waxa Somali doesn't we why, you know, take each other's passport. And well, there's a guy here in the UK, he left with his sister's passport, you know, like, come on, man. Somalis, they do everything they want to do. Like.
No, I'm talking about
Somali.
Leave it an egg.
I think this topic started from the immigration ekablauti.
This guy, he's talking about tighter immigrations in Somalia, but obviously with
tighter immigration, waa fiican tahay.
With more stability, we're gonna have to get there because we've got more to lose. You know what I mean? And
this is why. This is why I always say, yeah, I never want. I know my حمتا Ethiopia inuu burburto. Imagine ayaga hadday nagu soo qaxaan.
No, والله dib weyn waaye. Dadkaas waa dad badan waaye. Tiradooda caadi maaha. Ilaahu waa nagu burburin. Nabad leh u baryaa Ethiopia. Sababta ah.
Wallahi Denmark.
Waa cabsi wallahi. Oromada keligood xataa. Oromada waxay aaminsan yihiin dhulka Soomaaliya dhulkooda qaar yihiin.
Bro, how you can never. I'm scared of that too, you know. أنا بتاس waa kacabsanaa maxay waxa uga cabsanaa waxay tahay hadii oo markino Oromada anaga noogu dhow moogta dirsna leh.
ها وقتها انت ترى لاقيين
40 مليون الى 50 مليون واحد nagu soo dhaxyaan. You can never know in the next 30 years in Somali in
How do we deal with them? I was explaining this in the previous stream, on the African stream.
Because Somaliland was now starting this thing.
I got an answer for you, Rod. I mean, the only solution to deal with this sort of issue, is to quickly establish Somali's unity and a state and a good government and start getting our territory back, especially Ogaden and NFD. Because when we get those territories back here and we get all the Somali ethnic group in one umbrella, we sort of outnumber them, or literally get into the same numbers as them. And that kind of sort of self-protect us as well, and we can preserve our Somalim as well.
Wallahi, the way you can do that is the way you can do that. Yeah.
I just want to say, who's more in terms of population, Somalis or Oromos? Because I believe our population is higher than the Oromos, but there's some websites that try to.
We're scattered, though. We're scattered. We're all over the place. We've got NFD, so many Somalis living in the Kenyan side of it. We've got the Somalis living in the Ethiopian side of it. You know.
So what's their birth rates? The Oromos. I want to know what's their birth rates.
A lot at the moment, because you got to remember, there's still culture code-wise, they're still nomadic, you know, and they still live like.
In the last 30 years, they were in peace in it.
They're not in conflict with each other.
In Ethiopia, right? Yeah. I know in Kenya that Somalis have got an extremely high birth rate, but in Ethiopia you've got like the Christian Habashas, their birth rate is low. The only ones I can think of is Somali, Oromo, and Afar.
Yeah, it's Kushatik why no measure kubadano, because in the northern part, you didn't so this part where you go like Amhara region, they're becoming lesser and lesser. Integrate meelahaas maxaa yeelay birth rate-kooda waa yaraanaya. Soomaalidii Oromadii dhinacani Kushatik oo badanaa korkaas is not more Kushatik, they're more like, you know, in Semitic camal waa iyaga.
Did you know that? You know, like if you look at the map of Africa, I was looking at different countries and their birth rates, like Kenya and Southern Africa. Their birth rates are very, very low. But when you look at countries like Somalia, Niger, Mali, is extremely high. It's the highest in the world.
Because ninkiiba waxaa loo ogolaada mo inuu 4 naag guursado. Wadamadaas Muslim waay moho.
Should we put a ban? It had to see my brother. Ethiopia, it's banned. Polygamy in Ethiopia is banned. Should we do that? Chochi, you can only have one wife, but you can have as many kids as you want.
Wallahi taas waxay u taalaa culimada iyo markino ay u taalaa oo meesha Soomaali markino culimada ugu weyn muftiga ay taalaa taas inuu baalka ka keeno, because that's not for us laymen. Asaga la raba taas.
You know what's funny about that, Kenny? I was explaining this on the previous stream. Yeah, one Congolese brother asked, he noticed this differences in UK between Somalis and Ethiopians. Somalis tend to be extremely, extremely aggressive and that. But Ethiopianka tend to be more peaceful and Muskin, they'll just walk off if you start beef with them. But with Somalida, if you try to fuck with them, within less than 10 minutes, you're going to see 30 man them.
But the reason why is because I think this is how I believe is because in the last 30 years, we were in a life of like, you know, nolol igeri o dagalan ku jirne.
No, but it's not even that with certain Africans. No, it's not even that, I've noticed this with certain Africans who are aggressive. But for Eastern Horn of Africa, it's tend to be like Somalis. In Central Africa, it's tend to be Congolese. In West Africa, it's tend to be Nigerian. Do you think it's a cultural thing? Being aggressive because our ancestors were expansionists? Do you think it's part of the DNA?
I think it's because maybe naturally, nomadic, they expand. They need a lot of land. They need a lot of land. Even though Somali, the nomadic population are very small, but the lands that they live in are too much and too big for them. But they're very Somali that you that can lead Niger gel raatan na badan kena. Nomadic or lo arima nomadic or wahana nigel or Sahari meelahas markinu ku daatiyo. Marka dhulka dhul weyn arnaa we are like, you know, we move from one place to one place.
How to say? Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is? Because of Fulanis spread it out.
The reason why is because you know, Libaha. You know, libaha معناها, do you know how he like, you know, squares his land? Is the way what he does is geedahu ku kaadiya. Wakataga geed kale ku kaadina. So he rounds a big square, or like, you know, maybe 5 kilometers square, amal 20 kilometers square or so bina. He means like that's my land. Even though he's one animal, dhul weyn uu rabaa. Soomaalida mentalitygaasa maskaxdooda marka ay kala weyn. Noocaas waay. Meeshii ay ka tageen shalay ay ariga lo'da geela ay ku daajiyeen, they still own it. They will come back for it, which means no one can touch it. Marka, we move from one place to another place. There is no one bel ama qabil that lived in one place for a long time in Somalia. They moved from one place to another place, one place to another place.
Because they're nomadic, innit? They're nomadic by nature.
Because they're
so
nomadic, exactly. You've seen
Also,
some people, some Bel, you see
Arzi,
some tribes that are originally from north. You see some tribes that are originally from north, and most of them are like, you know, very like a lot of them in north. Some tribes you can see them all the way in South Somalia, and then you see some tribes that are mostly in the south. How some tribe, like some branches, you see them in north or maybe even northwest. Yeah, but in meelahas ku arkaysa. It's because we move from one place to another place. We move from one place. We don't stop at one
Arzi,
place.
about moving one place to another. I was reading on Wikipedia today to double check, because on the theory of the origin of Somalis, because apparently Somalis came from southern Ethiopia or northern Somalia. Where do you think Somalis originate from?
I would say we're mostly Djibouti and the Harare, you know, part all the way to Sela. That's where they're originally from.
The north.
Yeah, north mostly Harare, all the way Jigjiga, and then Gode, and then all this part, you know, and up to Galgaya and them places, all the way to and Bosasi, Melas.
So Hirsi,
That's
are you trying to say like the South one Kopsane, the Somali
My
expansion?
no, it's not like a
Because there's a debate.
but because most of them, most of them are from even north, because they're past nomadic way originally korre ka imaadeen.
We actually don't know how could do in North Kado. You can see that in a sense.
Marka,
no, but I'm
you
saying
see,
this, yeah.
WM said it the best, yeah, guys. Yeah, she said we probably came from the north, modern day Sinai. But that's true, because I feel like because the other day I was in a heated battle with some Bantus and some Barwanis in it, yeah. Right, tagging there was an expansion. Don't keep on a Bob 10. I was like, yeah, I know I'm still in the north. I don't know about Madar Yashi.
Hey, K Spider, I was in a similar K Squidward or the Spider. I was in a debate, Ahmed. I was in a debate with this. I was in a debate here with this bloody guy. Yeah, I named the stream. I go on African Millennial stream. Since I represent the Somalis on there, you could jump on there on the 15th of October. There's this half Oromo, half Ugandan guy. He's half Oromo from his Abba side, half Ugandan from his Hoya. This guy talks a lot of shit, bro. Yeah, and he's got dark humor. This guy tried to say that Somalis from the north and the south look different from each other, but ethnically and genetically we are the same.
Say that again, Rad.
There's this guy who tried to say that the northern Somalis and southern Somalis don't look alike due to phenotype, but the north and the south, we are the same.
Now we look the same, man. Now there's a group of us that, you know, come on, let's be honest, yeah. We know who looks like each other, innit? Let's not be stupid, innit? Yeah,
what's the difference between a Somali from Gabahare to Bosaso? What's the difference?
Right now, yeah, there's a couple of I don't know about you guys, innit? Yeah, there's a couple of Isaks. I know my brothers, one Hawiya, a couple of Dar. I don't know who's Dar, but we know the powerful look like each other, man. Let's be honest. There's a group that Somali we all know. Because I don't know. I'm Somali, and there's citizens. How I say the Somali citizens that's been there. Yes. Yeah, they're citizens. Let's be honest. There's nationals and citizens. That in my eyes. But I'll come back 2 minutes, guys. Yeah.
But Ahmed, I'm excluding the Bantus. I'm talking about ethnic Somalis from the south.
No, but you need to understand though. It's the you can tell slightly. I'm not saying all of them. Like you can see they're different, bro. Phenotypes, I don't know, they're different. You can tell. They're still Somalis at the end of the day, but they slightly look different.
Ahmed, I'm not talking about I'm not talking about Bantus. I'm not talking about the Barwani. I'm talking about ethnic Somalis. I'm talking about ethnic Somalis from the south.
I'm talking about ethnic Somalis too. There's some that look like Arabs.
Ethnic Somalis
There's
themselves
some
can
that,
differ. You know what I mean? You can,
of course,
like
ولا
any,
قاربة
like any
بالمذوب
other nation or
قاربة
race.
عصعص
You get, yeah. قاربة مذوب
قاربة شرير وأيك
For example, you know the thing, okay, let me compare someone.
normal,
let me
bro.
compare, you know, Jawari, the speaker of the Somali speaker. Let's compare him, yeah, Jawari. He's Rahan Wayne. Now let's compare him to Abdurrashid Dolayo, the owner of Dahab Shield. Phenotypically, I don't see the difference.
That's individuals, you know, like you're comparing individuals. Like I can compare so many individuals in the same family. Like that's like you can compare them, and you can see that one is lighter, one is darker, one is this, one is that. One you know, it's normal that within every society.
Otter, you know what's even funny about Somali history? You know how, do you think the ancient Somalis and the Somalis from the 13th century to the 15th century, do you think was commit to the modern day Somalis? If you look at our history.
Nah, I don't know. Well, looks wise,
you want to say,
look wise.
You want, shall I confuse you quickly? Yeah, and this is because in this theory doesn't have a lot of basically evidence based.
I'll give an example. You know the Macedonians, the Greeks.
One second, Rod, man. Let me say something quickly. So basically, you know, have you heard of the what you call these people? I forgot, the Macrobians. Yeah, the Macrobians. So the Macrobians, when they say the prototype Somalians and they existed 5,000 years ago.
Yeah, the Greeks described them as prototype Somalis.
So can you not trace your ancestry to that and say, look, I'm a Macrobian in a sense?
But what I'm trying to say is, I want to get this straight. Yeah, there's a confusion. If you go on Wikipedia, you've got like the Somali country, then you got the Macrobanians and the 13th century Somalis. They try to say that the 13th century Somalis
The name Somali
came from Arabia.
The Somali name doesn't exist.
I'm not talking about the nation Somalia. I'm talking about the Somali people. There's a contradiction. They say that Somalia, Arabs came out then you have the ancient Somalis who have been there for a very, very long time.
That's what I was going to say.
Our DNA has spread it to places like Asia, to parts of Africa, and even to the Balkans.
Now, without following that notion of Arabs and other stuff here, if you just follow the notion of the Macrobians and say, yo, these people are ancient, live there, never moved from there.
Yeah, prototypes.
Yeah. And then when they describe them, it's the typical day Somali today, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The Dinarka, Sankadoban, all them things, you know? But no one sort of moved
but
to
the
that
clan system
area.
didn't exist. So the clan system did not exist in ancient times because it came about what, the 13th century, the 7th century.
Who's talking about clan existence? We're just talking about a group of set of people called the Macrobians, mentioned historically by the ancient Greeks, and they look at the way Anaka, you know that.
Otto, what do you think of this, Rodriguez? Do you think Somalis migrated to other parts of Africa?
Bro, I just want to go with this notion. Let's not. First of all, let's say which one's the furthest. This is furthest, in it. This is 5,000 years ago, in it. So let's try to disclude that. Let's try to say like.
Whose mic is that? Is that Hirsi?
Yeah, I don't know.
Hirsi, your mic. Hello. What's that background?
What's happening? Nothing.
You got some background noise, bro.
Oh, I think
nothing.
I just got mute. Let's go.
Yeah, go on mute for a second. Yeah, I think it's him. Is that Ahmed T? Salam alaikum, Ahmed.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. وأنا ولا السلام.
By
the way, congratulations everybody. I just wanted to say whether they realize it or not, whether you are in Djibouti, whether you are in Girdaba, Hargeisa, Borama, Bur'o, whether you are in Las Anod, whether you are in Bosaso, whether you are in Rastamboni, whether you are in Mandera, this is how we are very fundamental, how we a victory for all Somalis, which will come to benefit, inshallah, their offspring, maybe for the next 100 or even 200 or 300 years. We all know what the Somali constitution says, regardless of whether Somalia gets NFD or whatever. That's all Somalis are Somali nationals under the constitution. So the way I see it, they should all be defending their sovereignty and
perhaps that's why the constitution made it that way, because they knew that we're a small group of people in a large, very resourceful land, and the only way we can defend it is by having a constitution which opens it up to all ethnic Somalis, regardless of where they live on the whole. So I just want to say, Gul Somali Gul ya Governor.
Ahmed, thank you. And Ahmed T, I think sister WM has got a question to ask you. Should be quiet, sir? Can you see that on the board?
Yes, I can.
So, it's our sister WM, local number one sister on Somali speakers. Go on, she asked you a question.
She says, who were the first to expand, especially in Ismail? I'm not sure that. What do any of you understand? I just want to make sure I get the question right before I try and answer it.
No, do you know what? I think she's asking that question.
Yes.
Right now, before you came in, I think we're Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So is she saying that which ethnic Somalis, which tribe or?
Yeah, went to the south first. If we all migrated from the north.
That is a very difficult question to answer because Somalia, when you look at who lives further south right now, you have Darod, you have Bir, you have Hawiye, you have Garre, which is bigger than Mirif Lamagrata. And some of you might be thinking that's Kismayo, but that's not the furthest point south that Somalis live. We live in Garissa, we live in Wajir Magrata. And so the people who you have there are Murule, the Godi, and so on, which are Hawiye. You've got the Ogaden there. You have some people from my tribe, Marahanga, who were pushed back by the British into Shari and Somaliland, Magrata. And then you've got Dir people like BMR and so on. You've got Bigger and Mirifli, you've got people like Garre Magrata. And so if I were to tell you such and such tribe moved there first, perhaps I can tell you which Darods were the furthest, or the ones who expanded first, or which Hawiyas were, or which Dir were. But then it's very difficult for me to say honestly which Somalis were there first. And then I could say also Ajuran, which I don't know which part of the Big Four they could consider. Some people say Ajuran are 0.5, some people say the Hawiya Magrata, and so on and so forth. But it's a tricky question. If I were to be honest, I couldn't give you a clear answer. But I will tell you this: ethnic Somalis live as far south as Garissa and Wajir and so on. And so for anybody to think that they don't live as far south as Ismail, it isn't even that far. It's only 500 kilometers south of Mogadishu. And it doesn't make any sense. It's like saying which Somalis are the ones who expanded the furthest west Magrata in the Somali Ethiopian region. Is it Ogaden? Is it another Absamic group? Is it Sheikh Ali? So on and so forth. Is it Isa and this? And so I can't quite answer that.
You, Ahmed. Brother, Shoaib. Is that Shoaib? Start the wall.
Yeah, I just wanted to have you guys spoken of? Yeah, I've seen the video of you guys speaking about what happened in Somaliland where those people got deported.
Wow, yeah, that was last week.
Yeah.
Were you there? I think that was a week ago. We covered that one. But today we're talking about the maritime resort. But if you want to go back.
Kenya has chosen not to recognize the result, and because they've chosen not to recognize it, then the issues now is between the Somalia and Kenya now, because if they don't recognize the international court, then it's between there's not it's between these two countries because the international court can't do anything at the moment.
Yeah, they got no powers in it. That's right.
Yeah, they can't do anything.
Somalia
will have
listen to this though.
Turkey.
You're saying who's going to enforce it? Who's going to enforce that? You're saying basically.
What I could done anyways, man.
We'll basically have to get into a certain contract, an agreement with Turkey, where they safeguard our waters until we can develop our own navy. So once Somalia develops our own navy, then we can safeguard our waters. We won't need help from Turkey, but that's something that the countries have done in the world. Like when you can't protect your waters, when you can't protect your air, you ask them a friendly power. You ask the friendly power. Obviously, you pay something in return. We'll have to concede. We'll have to make some concessions. Maybe we'll give them fishing rights. Maybe we'll give them some oil rights, like the oil that's at the Somali coast. Maybe we'll give them some shares in that.
But you got to remember, Turkey is a country that's already involved within Somalia already. They've already been trained in Somalia.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I've chosen Turkey, because they are very top power in the world, like top 5.
The worst thing that can happen, the worst thing that can happen if it turns into a proxy war, Kenya, like Turkey, and it turns into a little proxy war.
But that means Western countries going against the international courts.
I understand, but you need to understand that they don't need to show their face. Weapons-based on there.
No, listen to me. What I'm saying is, we'll have to give them some shares. As if we give Turkey some shares of the oil that's in the Somali coast, then it will be in Turkey's interest to safeguard that oil, because it has part ownership in it. So it will be in their interest to protect that oil from Kenya. Do you know what I mean? We will be the ones offering.
What his brother's offering is saying that, okay, if for example, if there's a conflict now from Kenya, who is going to be supporting Kenya? That's what we want to know.
Bro. UK is ready.
UK. So if UK is going to be supporting, if UK is going to be supporting,
UK don't care about international, bro. You need to understand. America, America already violated. We could when Trump was there, bro. ICJ. Trump was there. We could
No,
so
there's something I need to tell you guys. What I'm trying to tell you is that most of the oil is in the Somalian coastline. So once Somalia signs a contract with Turkey, and Turkey is in Turkey's interest, if Kenya attacks, or if it increases tensions to where it becomes a military conflict, then of course Turkey would get involved. It will be Turkey and Somalia versus Kenya. Now you're saying Kenya will get support from outside, like
but we look at Syria. All right, cool. Look at Syria,
UK or something like that.
Russia and America.
Yeah. Russia,
Syria is a conflict region.
Russia is just starting to get involved into the region now. Like they're just trying to get.
Yeah, you're right. Russia just they're involved in Sudan. Half of Sudan,
they only started recently, a couple of years. They only started this recently. Before 5 years ago, they weren't in the East Africa. I mean, they weren't in East Africa 5 years before this, isn't it? So just as Russia's coming up just now, America's been there
Russia's
forever.
back in Somalia. Russia's back in Somalia. Mark my word.
It depends on it, what the government, what path it takes. Because right now, it's taking the path of Turkey.
Random. Do you think there's a new scramble for Africa and we're just part of the?
Of course it is, man.
We're going to be collateral damage, man. I feel like we're going to be collateral damage.
Of course it is, brother. China.
I wanted to bring something to your attention.
The Arabs.
You know the Djibouti. You know China has invested the 2 ports in Djibouti, and it's created the railway line connected Djibouti to Ethiopia, and it's created a gas pipeline connecting Djibouti to Ethiopia from the Ogaden gas plant. The Ogaden gas plant that's in Ogadenia.
The whole economic, bro, it comes from the foreign militaries, bro.
Basically,
the whole economic.
China's gonna create an economic zone around Djibouti,
north of
Somalia, and Ethiopia. And that's that economic zone. Basically, all trade.
They're trying to build this. We all know China's building. The Silk Road, that Silk trade that they used to have.
I hope Somalia does not join the Silk Road.
Hirsi, what is going on? Hirsi, please.
Why not, bro? Why not?
We're located strategically anyway, so it's gonna have to be part of.
Somalia has benefited us in ancient times, and it will benefit us today as well, because the Silk Road is connected to the 80% of the world's population.
Yes, I know. Suhab, all I'm gonna say is I do not want Somalia. I do not want Somalia to end up like Sri Lanka or Angola. Imagine if today or tomorrow China said.
That depends on the leaders of
Somalia. Civil war. We want to give you 30 billion.
You're talking about debt entrapment. That's what you're talking about.
Yes, that's what
You're
I'm
talking
talking
about
about.
yeah, but the Chinese have recognized that problem and they changed that policy because ever since they've done that to Sri Lanka and they've done that to I think another Asian country, I'm forgetting the country.
Pakistan, Cambodia.
Yeah, they've done the debt trap thing. Other countries has recognized in Africa and they refuse to negotiate with the Chinese counterpart. The Chinese have recognized that problem, and obviously right now American propaganda saying China's been debt trapping countries all over the
No,
world.
but Sahib, the thing I'm trying to say, do you think that people are stupid? I don't even think that people are stupid taking a 30 or 40 billion pound debt. Imagine if just times out the riba or the interest.
Yeah, let's take for example Djibouti. Just right now, that debt for the railway is a debt. That those two ports are debt.
Yep.
That gas pipeline is going to be a debt, which is shared between Ethiopia and Djibouti
And whose
as well.
fault is it? That stupid, stupid
The water
70-year-old.
pipeline, the water
And
pipeline
how is
that's going to come
Djibouti
from
planning to pay that
Ethiopia
back?
to Djibouti.
But
That's
then
another debt as well.
we can get loans from any country. Do you know why? Because we don't have cash, but we have resources.
Djibouti doesn't have
If
anything,
they build
bro.
something for us, like if China comes and they propose a way of working with the Somali government, like let's say they want to mine and meesha markino shidaal ku jiro ama waxay rabaan markino dhinac oo beeraha inay galaan. What they do is conditional waxa ku xirmaya waxay tahay canshuurta waa laga qaadaa, but dowladda iska leh mining kan and 50% up to maybe let's say 70% haddii gaarsiin karno, and but the other 30% they can only get that percentage if they build something, if they create jobs.
Yes, Hersey, about
similar
jobs
deal that
and
Turkey's got
economic
as well, innit?
development. Yeah, do you
No,
think
but listen, that's
foreigners?
not how it works, innit? That's not how you negotiate. You go say, oh, you create jobs. You literally say, all right, you're gonna build this factory. Like like for example, Ethiopia.
You can't give them money. Do you have any money for them? Do you think Somalia has any money today? Cash في عن ما هيستا
offer them, yeah.
هالمر construction رسمي إنه subsidy. Do you think they have
ما
it?
هيستان.
حتى ما هيستان.
ما هيستان at the moment, bro.
the
That's why
last
China
trump
is the
is
best
the
bet.
resources.
Listen,
The last trump for
Somalia
them
is
is the resources, whether it's fish. Nowadays, they're making money from the government is actually getting a lot of fund from the fishery. Well, these people using it, whether it's China, Iran, وحس إيو إركض الاستعمال.
Hersey, what's your thoughts on economic? Hersey, do you think foreigners should be allowed to invest in all economic sectors in Somalia? Like, I'll give an example. Let's say if India today or tomorrow, let's say if a Indian company called Airtel, they've dominated countries like many countries in Africa, Nigeria, many. Imagine today or tomorrow they go to the Somali government. Now, I'll give an example. They come into Somalia, they say to the Somali government, you've got independent telecom industry and all of that, that we want to get a license, a telecom license, so we can dominate the country. The telecom, do you think that would be allowed?
Wallahi, if the percentage of the owner is the most percentage, let's say a bigger company comes. Yeah, okay, no, a license to give some people that want to create jobs, no problem. maladidano wadanka in shaqo loo soo raadsado waa rabnaa anaga in anaga nolol shaqeeya rabnaa. Marka what you do is waxaa leedahay okay percentage companygaas imaanayo. Let's say up to let's say cap waxaa la siinaa. Let's say we do a cap, a company that's worth maybe 10 million. Cap waxaa la suubinaa 10 million Anything more than 10 million, they deal with the government. But anything less than 10 million, Somali citizens should deal with that. Let me tell you how. If this company is 80% owned by a Somali person, if this company is owned by 80%, or maybe let's say 70% Somali person, or shareholder, win company and 10 million, then they can get the license.
Hersey, I've noticed about foreign companies that invest in Somalia.
Are you guys talking
the majority
about
of owners are Somali.
Are you guys talking about
Has Petroleum would be seen as a foreign company, but it's based in Uganda, but they got petroleum fillings across Africa and East Africa. But in Somalia, they got bare filling stations, petrol stations, but the owners are Somali. And there's another Somali-owned company that's based in UAE that exports what's it called? You know them drink powders, those
caanaha oo la qaso iyo cabitaanka la qasaa.
juice cabitaanka qashta. That's owned by another Somali. But I highly doubt it that foreigners would be able to dominate what's it called, the Somali economy, because the majority, if you think, I mentioned this last time, pay TV, insurance, banking, everything you can think of is dominated by Somalis because of our business documents. But if you are
Where is that? Is that in?
Listen, guys, can I say something?
Okay.
This thing that you're speculating.
Somalis are all entrepreneurs by nature.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
My point, I just want to finish off my point. My point is, yeah, if you want to do business, if you're a foreign company, let me think. If you're a banking company, you want to set up a branch, I believe that you should do business with a let me think. If you're an insurance company based in what do you call it? Based in the
Any
Netherlands,
country outside Somalia, anywhere outside Somalia,
you shouldn't set up a branch. You should set up a joint venture with that local company.
But listen. What I don't understand is, yeah, that's for the government to deal with. That's from the that's from the national security agencies, the agencies that protect the country, the agencies that protect the private sector, the agencies that protect the public sector should deal with. Do you know what I mean? It's not something that it's something. It's the basics. Any sovereign power it's going to protect its areas like
but sorry about the private sector.
A government that doesn't do it, it's a government that failed. That's not sovereign. If a state is sovereign, it will protect its key institutions. Do you know what I mean? The areas like telecommunications. That's very, very important.
That's already in the private. That's already in the private sector.
Energy.
Do you think the Somali government should hand over? Do you think the Somali government should hand over the public sector? Do you think the Somali government should hand over the public sector to the private sector to the Somali people, Maya?
No, they're not independent. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The countries that have private sectors, where the private sector controls.
What are you talking about? How they're not independent? What are you talking about? Somalia's got a thriving private sector. Ethiopia's got a public sector, but Ethiopia doesn't even have a private sector. But Ethiopia is moving from public to private. Its economy is transitioning.
No. What I'm talking about is private sectors that's controlled by foreign entities. That's the question you was talking about.
No. The private sector in Somalia is controlled by Somali people.
Listen. You have to hear me, bro. What you were saying was foreign companies coming inside the country and buying out the whole industries. That's from what I understood from what you were saying. And
no, I said that in Somalia, you misunderstood me. I said that the private sector in Somalia is dominated by Somali people. I believe that, for example, if the Somali government wanted to relaunch Somali Airlines, I believe they should hand that over to the private sector in Somalia, whether it's banking, whether it's electricity, whether it's in pension.
I don't like the private sector, man.
Agriculture.
The private sector has a lot of shady, like it's behind closed
doors. Why? I believe
the private sector is where the corruption happens. Do you know what I mean? Let's be real.
No. Okay, if you don't want,
and then Hirsi, go ahead. You're on private.
I was just saying that
the public sector is corrupt and incompetent.
No,
even in the UK, the public sector in the UK is
sector. It's known. The public sector is it's in the light. The private sector is confidential. It's private companies, like several companies uniting. Do you know what I mean? But public, for me, public is like it's out in the light. Private is where all the corruption happens, in my eyes.
So Abe, let's say if Horrible Telecom was Son Cable, let's say it was government owned in Somalia, wallahi or billahi, yeah, it'll be shit. Let's say if I call some cable up and say, listen, some cable, I need my telecom, I need the wiring or whatever installed in my house and that, yeah. They'll probably tell me it's gonna take you like 1 month, 3 weeks.
But I'm trying to tell you, we can at least
take like a day or two.
We at least know, like, you can at least like argue them. Like we could like say like it's Hormuz that's controlling it. We can like go to Hormuz if our services were bad, if there was corruption, if there was something, whatever there is. But when it's private sector, yeah, it's several entities are involved, and all you know what I mean. And it's more incentives for corruption to happen, and it's less regulated. Private sector is always less regulated in every country.
But then you can have
That's why
a public sector when people are willing to pay the tax in it.
That's where Argos on Google and what was it? All these major companies, Facebook, and make their money in most of these countries in the private sector. They invest billions and billions and billions into the private sector. There's a reason why they invest their money, bro, because they're getting 10 times back.
More than that.
Yeah. Like there's a reason why the private sector is always booming, and these companies are always investing into the private sector, because the private sector is what's creating the inequality. Like how these companies just keep getting richer and richer.
Give me an example of give me an example of the private. Give me an example in Somalia or any other third world country where the private sector is creating inequality.
Let's just use the example that you said earlier, like the Somali Nationals airline. You was like, you would not want, like use the example that you used earlier. You would not. Who would you want Somali Nationals airline to start up now? Like if you was to start up today.
Well, everyone keep quiet.
Earlier you said, yeah, you would not want the Somali National airline. You would not want that to go to the public sector. You would want that to go to a private company.
It's better. Because Somalia, I think.
Why would you think it would be better, and why would you think that's better than going to the public sector, where it's going to known?
Because if let's say if a group of Somali businessmen, like let's say if Dalo or the private airlines. No, let me finish. If they were to, let's say if the major private airlines in Somalia, let's say if they had billions and billions in cash, they wanted to invest in a single airline, Somali Airlines or Somali Airways. They want to travel to UK, Sweden, Italy, America, Australia, India, all over. I think it'd be better if it was under the ownership and management of Somali Airways or airlines under private sector. I think it would do much better compared to the government.
Rather than the public.
The government, they're very legitimate. Meelahas oo kale ma dhiibayaan. Iyagu waxay dhahaan meelahas those kind of sections.
For example, British Airways. British Airways is private.
Government.
British Airways is
or private.
Explain this to me. British Airways.
Public, no.
It didn't start out private. It didn't start out private. They privatized it, not like as it went. When it got.
So what is wrong with it? So hey, what is the issue? British Airways.
It didn't start out private though.
No, but let me ask you, South Africa Airlines. Why is it so shit? Yeah, why is Ethiopia Airlines doing better than South African Airways? Even though Ethiopia is poor, South Africa is rich. Yeah, if you make a comparison, but South African Airways is doing very very badly. In debt.
I can tell you why.
Ethiopian Airlines still have a market.
Shall I tell you why Ethiopia Airlines is better than South Africa Airlines? Shall I tell you why? Location, brother. Location. Let's be honest. Where Ethiopia is located in Southern Africa, who the fuck's flying from around there? When you're bang in the middle of Africa, you're Asia, to Europe, you're only 5 hours away.
East Africa's
America,
dead.
Come on.
East Africa's dead. Ethiopia is in war. Somalia's war. Djibouti is a lot of conflict there. Do you know what I mean? Kenya, Al-Shabaab's blowing up a lot of areas. Uganda.
Imagine if Somalia had an airline like Qatar. Can you imagine traveling to Brazil? And again, imagine traveling to America.
Listen. Ethiopia Airline, would not be as big as it is if Somalia was stable, if Uganda was stable, if Sudan was stable, if Kenya, if all these other countries around it had their own airlines. Ethiopia Airlines would not have that big market that they can fill in, because they do all the airline deliveries to these countries, even Somalia. Whenever I went there, I was taking Ethiopia Airlines. Like 3 times I went to Somalia, I took Ethiopian Airlines. So
come on, Shoaib. I'm like you twice right now. I love it. I'm not gonna lie to you. 7 hours. Go ahead, Ahmed.
If I can just come in, I've been listening for a little while. First of all, with regards to Ethiopian Airlines, it's nothing to do with conflict or whatever. It's very peaceful, apart from the little integrating which is going on in the north now. I think what it is, it's more to do with what Khalid said. It's strategic. when people use Emirates Airline and the base for Emirates Airline is Dubai, it's central. So every time that you get a transit flight, which most of the money they make, businesses, airlines make is by making you go through their airport and their base. That's why Ethiopian Airline does really well. The other reason Ethiopian Airline does really well, not only Ethiopian Airline, for example, Turkish Airline does amazing.
They have all the planes. They have all the planes. That's why.
Bang in the middle of Europe and Asia. No, but let's start with location. The location
Somalia
is
does not have planes.
and so marka the
Sudan
airline
does not have planes.
when you have to go to Johannesburg, you haven't let me finish, brother.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
I'm just starting with the location, right? And I'm saying that conflict has nothing to do with it. By the way, neighboring countries do have planes. They're just not as great as Ethiopian Airlines because they haven't invested as well. Kenya Airways has been running for ages. The first time that I used Kenya Airways, for example, was in 2004. That's around 2 decades ago. So don't come to me with that nonsense that they don't have airlines. Uganda is a small country. Then the other thing you have to put on top of it is that Ethiopia has a population of 100 million. It has Somalia next to it, which Somalis travel a lot and they use it too because the country is unstable for a long time. And like Khalid said, the location is right next to North Africa, East Africa, Central Africa, and also Asia and the Middle East. And I've given examples of Turkish Airlines and Emirates Airlines. They don't only do so well because they have a lot of airlines. There's a lot of airlines that would be willing to invest in airlines. The reason they don't invest in it is because it's not worth it. Dubai is located in a perfect position. Every time that I go through Dubai airport, I see so many Indians, Sri Lankans, Bengalis, other Arabs and Africans because it's bang in the middle. They don't mind transiting there and staying there for an hour, using the toilet, having a smoke magarata, grabbing something to eat, because they know they'll get to their location at the same amount of time. And if you have to transit in a far distant away land, then it's not worth it. Nobody wants to be traveling for 13, 14, 18, 19 hours magarata. The other thing is this magarata. When it comes to investing in an airline, every country should invest in its airline first, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't allow for private competition. So what the and the public invests in it to start it off, that's fine. I heard Rad say that British Airways or Airlines, whatever airways it is actually, is owned by private. Well, maybe that's because it's worth being owned by private. It's okay to sell a public thing to a private company if it brings a lot of money back to the taxpayers and the service is going to stay the same or get better. But for starters, when you first start a company off, in a type public venture, so that at least the country has one really good airline or airways. And so that's the main point. Uganda is a small country.
Okay, can I say something now?
Airline is not doing really
so,
bad.
So Ahmed T,
I disagree with what
Ahmed T?
I disagree with what you said earlier. What I disagree on is okay, when I said these countries are in conflict, yeah. Okay, let's look at Somalia 1977, before the Somali-Ethiopian War. Somalia had so many military planes, it had so many planes of all sorts. And at that time, these planes were top of the top, like iPhone 11 new unit. They were brand new. Like they were very modern at the time. If Somalia did not have a conflict and stayed as it was, it would have up-to-date modern planes like today. Same as Sudan, same as these countries. What I'm trying to say is, if there was no conflict in these countries would have their own planes, yeah, and it would be Ethiopia would not dominate the market in Somalia, the market in Sudan, the market in those other countries, as the way they're dominating now.
Their own places, the Somalis.
Somalia has planes, but they have planes that are 30 years old, bro. I've seen them in the airport, bro. I've seen them. I've seen them planes in the airport. I've seen the planes in Uganda. They're old. They're not like the new ones in that are in
Hey, but the issue is,
you're not listening.
Ethiopia has Boeing 777.
I said these countries have airlines.
Ethiopia has Boeing
Somalia is the only
777.
one who doesn't have it, and I told you,
No, I'm talking about the planes, bro. I'm talking about the planes. Listen, Somalia, the planes that they have is like 40 years old, 30 years old, bro. I've seen them. I would not go inside them.
Somalia,
I would not go inside them.
Somalia failed state way.
Okay, so, Sudan. Let's go to Sudan. Even the Sudanese planes, I would not go inside them, bro.
Yes,
Wallahi,
you have to remember.
if you put a gun on me,
told you something.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I've already told you something. No, but I've told you something.
But
Ethiopia
listen
has a population of 100
something.
million. listen to me. It has the Somali market near it. It's in a better location than Sudan, although Sudan is not in a bad
The
location.
location
Now
does
this
not.
is the thing,
The
Magarasa. Hold
location
on.
has
Hey,
nothing
hold
to
on.
do with the country having
Hold on.
planes.
Hold on. The other thing is Ethiopia invested properly in its airline. Sudan didn't. Sudan was very corrupt and then went through turmoil because the country was split into two, Magarasa. And its population is not as large as Ethiopia once again. Kenya has
The
an
population has
airline which is
nothing to
doing very
do with
well,
the
to be
country
honest
having
with you, for
planes,
the
bro.
country
That's what I'm
standard.
trying. You listen to it. Listen to it.
It's a market. You don't create a lot of planes if you don't have a lot of customers. What part of that do
No,
you
listen. You're not
understand?
hearing me, man. You're not hearing me. You're not
Why
hearing
do
me.
you need 100 aircraft if only 3 of them are
You're
going to
not
be
hearing
stood up?
me. You're not hearing me, bro. You're not. You haven't understood what I've told you. I'm saying they don't need to. Somalia doesn't need to have 1 million planes. I'm saying even if they have 50 planes, yeah, it will still not dominate Somalia's. Ethiopia will not dominate Somalia's
Subhanallah,
market
50 planes.
the
Do you
way
know
it
how
is
much
today.
50 planes
That's
is?
what I'm
There's
trying to tell
very
you.
few airlines that have got 50 planes.
It doesn't.
It's
It doesn't
ridiculous
need to
that you
have.
just said that.
It doesn't need to have a lot of planes. I'm saying every country has its own planes, and it was
You realize
peaceful.
not many airlines have 50 planes. 50 planes is ridiculous, mate.
Somalia in
You know how
1977. How many
how
planes
much
did it
those
have,
things
bro?
are worth?
So how
They
many
have a few,
planes did
maybe
Somalia have
3 at max.
1977, bro?
Maybe 3 at max.
Huh?
Maybe 3 at
No,
max.
I'm talking about all
You do
planes,
realize a
all
lot
types,
of these.
all types. I'm talking about all types, bro. I'm talking about the small
SubhanAllah,
ones,
you
the
don't
big
talk
ones.
about all planes. You talk about the Boeing and so
No,
on
that
and
because
so forth.
that's
You
the
talk about the
aviation, isn't
few.
it? That's the aviation industry of the country. That's the aviation. It only grows after that.
We're not talking about military planes. We're talking about commercial planes
The
which belong
military
to the airline.
planes
You
are
probably have 2 or
involved in the
3.
aviation, bro. I'm including because the aviation of the whole everything that flies.
horta
But
waxay
that's
haysteen
Anyway, brother,
diyaarado waxay
I'm not
haysteen
trying to argue. All I'm trying to say is there's a reason, Magarata, that there's a recipe always for success. I've mentioned what I think, in my opinion, what Ethiopia's recipe is, Magarata. I'm
walaa
a
horta
regular go
soomaali
to
diyaarada
Kenya, Magarata.
caalami
I
ay
go there all the
haysateen
time,
in
and
the
they've got a
70s
That's
good
what I'm trying to
reputation.
tell you, bro. See, they are
Yes,
عالمي Somali
but
حيثتي
you can't
ما
compare
أنت ناسي هيثم
وضع
the same planes that Ethiopia has. Not even the same
yeah.
planes. Even if it has just a couple modern
Because
planes.
we had more
Yeah.
plane than most countries in Africa in
Wait,
1970s. We had like 2
there's Juba.
Airbuses and like
There's
no
Juba. What type of
Somalia.
airlines? There's a
It
couple
was
airlines.
Somali
Somali
Airlines. It was
Kashafaya.
called Somali Airlines. It was government owned.
No, forget the government. Like right now, there's one called Juba. There's one I'm forgetting
Oh,
the name.
Dalo, Jubba,
Dalo.
and there is a lot of them nowadays, but
Yeah,
they're
there's a couple.
smaller
Yeah, the small
aircraft. They're not
companies.
like big,
Yeah.
planes.
Okay, that's two.
But the
You hear
two
him?
main ones
You
are
just hear him?
Anyway, if
Jubba
I can
and
just make a
No,
Dalo.
point,
That's
listen.
it.
mention
You
one
just hear what
point
he
with
said.
regard.
Those are fashion. Those are fashion. That's why Ethiopia is dominating Somalian market. That's why it's dominating those other countries. Because these
Do you
countries
know
that
how
have
many
fashion
planes they
data,
have
no
today?
Well,
one
of
will
course
fucking
it's
take.
going to dominate, brother. You're being a bit
I'm saying what
you're
I'm
being a
trying to
bit
tell
silly,
you
brother.
is
No one is arguing
it
about
wouldn't be like
Somali
that
market
if all these countries were stable and had their
for
own airline industry. That's what I'm telling you. Ethiopia would not
And I'm
dominate as
trying to
it is.
tell you, to be fair to you, the only country that's not
So is
stable is
Somalia?
Somalia, Magarata.
How many planes would Somalia
If
need?
Somalia had its own airlines, the people in Somalia will take the Somali airlines instead of the Ethiopian airlines. Let's just keep it at that. And the government can be like, oh, fuck the Ethiopian airlines. Only Somali airlines can work in this area. The government can enforce tariffs in the Ethiopian airlines so Somali airlines can compete. Like, do you know what I mean? Even if Ethiopia was better, like Ethiopia was out competing the Somalis, the Somali government can impose tariffs on the Ethiopian airlines so that the Somalis can compete and people will still take the Somali airlines. What I'm trying to tell you is, yeah, if there were players in the country, the government can it can make sure
Brother,
that the people
you're
take
just
the
stating the
Somali
obvious.
You
plane.
know
With all due respect,
how your airlines will become
just
more
stating the
popular
obvious.
is the way it is
No,
first horta
forget the
Somali the
international. I'm talking about
population.
inside the country first. Forget this outside the country, inside the country first. People coming inside, people leaving Somalia, like inside the country first. That's what I'm talking about. Then we could talk about the rest, isn't it? But Ethiopia is dominating inside Somalia now, and it's dominating inside Sudan, inside. Do you know what I mean? Like it's literally, it's like their place
Otherwise,
now.
yeah.
Their place now will be painted Somali in it, the Somali flag, because they work for us every day. They come for us, like
Anyway, if I
they
can
land
just mention
in
one
and
quick
out.
point about private and
But it would be
public.
better,
Marka hore
the Ethiopian Airlines,
They might
how
as well
many
be Somali,
people
bro. Calanka Somali no lagu sawiro waaye, because maanta dhan anika noo shaqeeyaan. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like they're literally in and out of the country 3 times a day, bro. Like twice. Like they land twice a day or something, or twice a week or something. I'm not sure. Like a couple
There's
years ago,
nothing
they were
wrong with
landing
that
twice a week.
until Maya, there's nothing wrong with that until we get our own airline. But anyway, if I can just mention
That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. They will not do.
If I can
That's
mention one
normally
quick point.
I'm not going to but that's normally like controlling the Somali's airspace.
You know, the first
like,
three countries
traffic
ay
like
ka
that.
bilaaban
The
lahayd
Somali
haddii
had
oo
some planes,
markano
Worry
oo
about brother
and all
before you
these
get
other
to that.
countries
But
had planes.
guys, can I just mention a quick point? The point is, Margarata, I heard you guys arguing about private and public. Margarata, I'll just like to say, private but not over public. There's only a few things which should really be public, Margarata, like health, education, and so on and so forth. But obviously, looking after the roads and whatever. But with regards to private, what the economy is good to say private entrepreneurial people, so that they can collect more taxes from them and that people become more independent and more creative and more competitive, and also that they buy more local things from each other at home. I think what you guys are conflating is private big businesses like Amazon and Starbucks and McDonald's coming in with private small businesses. The private big businesses are usually rip-offs, but the small ones are very, very valuable and very productive for society.
Okay, now let's clarify something. When you say private and public, when you say public, that's the government, right? And private, so that's how I understand it.
shicib iyo dowlad.
Yeah, شعبي دولد. And the reason why I always trust the dowlad is because we can document what the dowlad does. It's always documented. There's then we can take them to court. This. The reason I don't trust the private is private sector is where all the corruption happens, bro. Like it's where all the undocumented offshoring, like all the corruption, foreign entities, all the
You see the sleazy backhand deals.
Small private, forget the small private, like small businessmen, private men. The small private, forget that.
So, Shaib, would you nationalize things? Would you make it nationalized?
Yes. Key هذا حبسي أفطور because I know who it is, bruv. Do you know what I mean? I know it's that guy, that official. He worked there. I elected him yesterday or the other day. Do you know what I mean? Whereas private is he could do it from overseas, bro. He's not even inside the country, and he's making big decisions like choices for the country. Do you know what I mean? And it's documented. It happens in like offshoring accounts. Look at all the, you know how much, what was it? The global GPD that was offshore, like 50%. Like it was so high. The amount of money that were offshored, like globally from every country in the world. Like, look at the documents, the Panama leaks. It's all the countries involved, and this is all from the private sector. It's not from the public sector. It's not like, because the public sector is documented. You know, the government's going to allocate 50 billion to this, 10 billion to that. You know what I mean? Whereas the private sector is unregulated, it's unknown. Do you know what I mean? Because there's a lot there, and there's foreign entities. They always go to the private sector. They always invest in the private sector. You don't see them come and invest in NHS. Right? Let's go to the UK, for example. They want to privatize it now. The NHS. Why are people fighting against
economists, but I will say this once again.
Why are people fighting against it?
In order to have healthy competition and
what happened to all the other countries
and to collect more taxes?
The NHS is shit anyway.
What happened to the other
countries? The NHS is shit. I think it should be
privatized. What happened to other countries where the health system was privatized? Like there's examples, there's known examples.
So hey, let me ask you a question. I spoke to some. So hey, you know in the Netherlands is a population of 60 million. Let me finish, yeah. Netherlands.
Let Ahmed come through. Go on. Because you're taking the conversation somewhere else, right? Didn't it? Ahmed come through, man.
I just want to mention one point before Rad moves on. The point is, Magarata, in order to have healthy competition and the economy to grow, at the end of the day, waxaa laga hadlaya lacag. Then you have shakhsiga lacag baro waa inuu sameeyo dowladdan lacag bay rabtaa inay aruuriso. So in order to have healthy competition, for quality of things to improve, for the economy to grow, then you need private Magarata. But certain things have to be protected from the private. I agree with the brother, but it's not good enough to say that you want everything to be public, because, or most things, because then there won't be enough competition and the quality won't be as good. And if the government isn't doing too well with collecting taxes, then all the quality will suffer. The airlines won't be good, the healthcare won't be good, the education won't be good. So you need a lot of private, but certain private companies will scale. You're right, like food chains and so on and so forth, and economic electronic and technological stuff and whatever. But to summarize it, in my opinion, private public na dowlad iska ma lahan. The word dowlad Somali often way confused galaysa. Shicib iska leh. Shicibka private iska ma lahan. Shicibka dowladdu iska leeyahay. Public iska leeyahay. So anything that's public, we all own it. Government is just a word to say we all own it. Anything that's private, individuals own it. Individual investors. And so
shicibka
private
waxaa
baa mar walba
oo Soomaaliya hadda
yes, it's
shicibka
our
iyo
money.
dowladda iyo
It's
shicibka ma
public
ka
hadday tahay, for
lacag
example,
badan.
diyaaradda hadda Maya, what I'm trying to tell you, hadda public haddii laga dhigo education mise diyaaradaha, that means waxaa iskala shicibka marka. We all own it. So we have to decide what's done with it. Like in private, waa good competition, waa healthy.
Okay.
But yeah, but you guys see
laakiin
what I'm scared of.
see loo helaa marka waayahay haddii oo markin wixii shicib laga dhigo dowladdii haddii shicib macnaha ay awood u badan tahay see u imaanaysaa marka arrimo oo markinoo sida qof walba ay lacagta usoo gaarto ilan laazim dhaqaalo badanaa soo gala haddii nabad imaado qof walba waxaa laga rabaa oo shaqaynayin markaas in ceer loo bilaabo duqooshinkiina pension loo bilaabo marka yaa suubina.
What I'm saying is, yeah, a government, like, you know, we don't have the same government. Like, a government, there's a government that's in it. It's in there for 5 years or 4 years or 5 years. It leaves, and another government comes in. Everything that the previous government did and the government did is documented. Like, we know the budget, we know this, and it's elected. The government, you elect the person. If he fucks up the job, you change him. You don't elect him again. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's why I trust the government. It's the government. It's the people. Do you know what I mean? It's you and me. We control the government. But when it's private, you don't control the private. We don't have. If someone fucks up in the private sector, we can't. We don't elect the people in the private sector. We don't elect them. We elect the people in the public sector. That's why I trust. I have power over the people in the public sector. I have no power over the people in the private sector. I don't know who they are. Most of the time, it's just companies. But it's board. Like major companies come together under one board. And do you know what I mean? Like right now, if you take the example of the UK and Europe and Western world, do you know what I mean?
Okay, then. So okay. Can the public, what if the management of the private and the management of the public is different, as in like let's say shicibka wax soo saari leeyihiin laakiin managementkooda waa ka halaysan yahay oo shaqo abuur badan ma suubiyaan laakiin lacag fiican ay helaan.
Listen, then we elect another person. We change government. If they fuck up, if they're not working, we change the government. We elect new people. We find that people that can do better jobs. Do you know what I mean? What I'm trying to tell you is we can have small private, yeah, but we cannot have large private where they control major industries, major sectors of the economy. Like it's private. I don't want that. I don't want major sectors of the economy being private. I want major sectors of the economy being public and small. We can have small private businesses, not major large corporations that are private or major. You know what I mean? Like the private sector should be like 10% of the economy. 10 to 15% should be private. The rest should be public.
Okay, wait. Let me ask you one thing. Do you mean in Somalia? Explain this to me in Somali. So who's public? Dowladda miya, Mr. Private dowladda?
Public is dowladda. It's nationalized. It's dowladda. It's controlled by the people.
So when you mean like public and private, that's what you mean, yeah?
So when I say private, when I say private, it could be foreign companies, or it could be national companies as well. I mean, companies that are Somali,
owned by Somalis,
Somali businessman. But the reason why I don't trust that is that Somali businessman can be influenced by other companies. He can work. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. How? Like okay. Do you think people are ready for that? Are people ready for that? Because there's a lot of big sectors that even the Somali private cannot even do it nowadays.
Let me give you an example. Say like the guy right now that brings Chad to Somaliland, and there's one famous guy. I don't know. I forgot his name, but there's the guy that brings Chad in it. He's one guy in it.
Hey.
That's a private, for example. That's a private. He don't work for the government. He controls a lot. He would have a lot of influence inside Somaliland just because he controls all the Chad, and that creates a lot of money. Do you know what I mean? And
so does that mean like over there is a private or is it public in Somaliland?
That'll make it private because it will be personally owned. It's something he owns. He's not part of the government. Do you know what I mean?
Even though he's not part of the government, he has more power than them.
Yeah, he has a lot of power, but what do you mean? He makes millions and millions and he makes a lot. But he's feeding all of the Chad to Somaliland. How much money is that? Every day people eating Chad, and I bet they're
That's a
spending
lot of money, and that's three
$10.
million people of customers that are willing to pay every day to
Eating your
just buy
Chad.
your product.
Yeah, bro. What do you mean, bro? It's Chad, bro. They drink it like water, bro, over there, bro. Everyone eating Chad when I went there.
But then,
Even
okay.
I see 8-year-olds eating Chad.
What about okay? Yeah, I understand now where you come from when you say like private public
Yeah,
arabino
that
market
guy.
measure
So for example, if that guy says, for example, what I'm trying to tell you is that's one guy. For example, one guy. I don't want people like that to exist. I want the government to get involved and at least him to partner up
has
with
a
the
bigger
government.
share.
Yeah, at least to partner up with the government. Do you know what I mean? Because he has
Okay,
way
yeah,
too much
yeah.
power.
Or
If he could,
minimum is like 50%, or maybe has a bigger share.
okay, for example,
Like as in like the
what if he
government should
sells
have
his
a bigger
business?
share.
What if he sells his business to a foreign company? And that he can do that. It's a private business. If he can sell that to a foreign company, and then it'll be a foreign company that controls all like so much money of the country. Do you know what I mean? And they have so much influence because they have so much control. Power is control. Like once you control stuff, you have
When you have
power.
money
Yeah,
flowing in a
forget
lot,
money.
then that's power.
Yeah, if you control the whole industry, all the workers, you know where all the company, you own everything. So legally, you own everything. You could go to the international court. You know what I mean? And you can use force, and they're more powerful than the government. They can use force, and they're right by international law. Like, anyways, like
So
right now, if Somalia was more powerful than Kenya, had more military, it can sink any ship that comes to the Somali waters because the international ICG has recognized the Somalia. It ruled in Somalia's favor, innit? Somalia can use force.
like even though so many countries so many news websites are nowadays saying that the ICJ sided with Somalia, which kind of looks like Somali waluhili. It sounds like Somali waluhili wahauhili
No,
the
it's not.
international
It's not that.
ICJ.
It's just
No, that's how it sounded because you know why? Who's the head of ICJ yaa markino madax ka lawyer kuxa oo markino oo judge-ko dhan meesha taagnaayeen nin Soomaaliya meesha waxaan taqaanaa ugu awood weyn oo kursiga ugu sarreeya saa fadhiyo. So it kind of looks like so many people are pointing to the ICJ.
Listen, yeah. When I look at the map, yeah, I would say that's Somali waters. When any common person looks at the map, I will say Somali waters. When
But
they follow
don't forget. But
another
don't forget, yeah. Let's say if I was controlling today, and Tesla, and I say because I'm Somalia and I own Tesla, yeah, this company Tesla, and it is Somalia, and I say like Somali dadkii markay gadanayaan discount gooni leeyihiin when you buy it in Somalia compared to when you buy it to other countries is different price. What if I say that?
So what are you trying to say? Are you still talking about the ICG guy being the main guy?
ICJ ha macna nin boss when someone is in the
that doesn't
highest
make
top
sense,
like
bro. You're discrediting the guy, bro. You're discrediting the guy, and you're discrediting the court by suggesting that. And that's what the news sources are saying, because you're saying he was being biased. The guy have to be impartial, and all the other judges have to be impartial. And this is international court, bro. They're not joking about, and you can't just be partial. And they thought about this. And it's kind of easy topic. Like it's not rocket science. Because if you follow the same principles around the world, how we divide every other country's water borders, and we use the same principle in Somalia, we end up with this. Like,
even though guess what even though he was there asagoo meesha jooga bias ma noqon because when did he become biased? Because he's not the one who announced it. He did not announce today's result of the dispute between Somalia and Kenya. He's not the one who announced it. It was another lady or international adan or Somali hen. So whoever does the final announcement is the person who done the case. Asaga waxaa mataqaana case saaid ugu jiray.
And what I'm trying to tell you is, even without the ICG court, even without going to court, it's basic common sense. Somalia just went to court because they didn't have the military power to force Kenya off in it. It went to international court because to the Lohili and that's
But that's you know, I mean, wadankaaga haddii aydan lahayn meesha ugu horeysa aad tegaysa intee waay UN-ka iyo ICJ waay. Hello?
Hello, I think he disappeared.
Waa
Yeah.
dadka dhan waa
I'm gonna
baxeen.
one more minute. It's been 3 hours, 20 minutes. Hagalan kucharana. You know?
No problem, man. Aniga waxaa mataqaanaa, it was good talking, man. Wallahi, a
Yeah,
lot of
we're
people,
gonna be back.
mashallah.
MashaAllah, we're
Inshallah,
gonna be.
man.
Allah, Nikki macalinkii weynaa xiligu imid daawo. KS baa xiligan ii soo galay. For KS another 10 minutes. KS, how you come this late?
Oh, so I was busy today with work and stuff.
You know what? KS baa imika noo imid. 1 minute. I'll give him a special 10 minutes Kelly geese. I was about to lock up.
Well,
So KS,
I was just gonna join you guys, man. I think I was just gonna. I don't know. I think
Hitsi, you got some. What's this background noise? Are you listening to YouTube? Do you know what you do? YouTube,
No.
Kayra Bakhti. Yeah, Shuaib's back.
So
Shuaib,
just
switch off
before
your
I
cam.
start, is this
Let
good
him
news? What do you guys? What do you brothers think? Is it good news or bad news? I'm getting.
For
Cause
me,
like I think everyone's celebrating first. Then people
Yeah.
said we got 90% or 80%. So then some
They
people
said
said we still done
24,
well.
24% went back to Kenya or something. But for me, I'd say, you know, anything is good for the Mother Somalia, man. Any good news is good.
That's
You
what
get
I'm
what I mean?
thinking too. I agree with you, Khalid.
It's a win-win situation for all. But as with me, I've got my own personal sort of 50-50 dilemmas as a Somali, passionate Somalilander. So I see it, but I've got my own personal sort of issues, you know, that I would, you know. But for me,
Yeah,
it was good for Ummata, you know, Somali.
I think so, Khalid, man. Because I think like you guys probably pointed out, you guys said Somalia is a failed state. We don't have lawyers. We don't
No.
have a
I
government.
don't. I've never
So,
said Somalia. No, ever
no,
don't.
no,
Hirsi,
no,
please, Walalo, another. Can you mute Walalo?
stuff
It's
for that.
crazy.
You're right, Khalid. I mean, I believe that. I believe like we came really well out of the
I've never
situation.
said. Don't
Considering
put words in my mouth, Walalo. You
stuff
know,
for that, stuff for that. Forgive me, Khalid.
I've never ever. Walai, one thing I knew. Walalo. I've grew up with brothers and sisters from the south. I've never said Somalia's a failed state. I've never said.
No. I said
The
that.
only
Sorry,
thing
stuff.
I say,
I said that.
I've only got issue with, you know, Alanka. You know, the Alanka with
Yeah.
me. I think, like, yeah. But for me, like I say, it's a good for Mother Somalia. And Hambali, like I say, any news is
Mashallah.
good
You
news,
see,
man.
Khalid, wallahi, mashallah, may Allah bless you. Wallahi, you got a good heart.
guys, aniga maaragta, whenever I hear Somalis fighting each other, like, it's عيني maaragta, like, or Somaliland عيني قف هوية مساوية عيني قف stuff, like, it always puts me in a tough spot, not a tough spot, but it's awkward for me, yeah, because aniga, I am sad, and my Hawaiianis in it, my mom's Hawaiianis, and my dad's sad, and I was raised in
What?
in
Saad
Mogadishu.
Habidige.
Yeah, Saad, yeah, Habarkadir.
Oh, mashallah, mashallah.
So I was born in Mogadishu, and I left Mogadishu when I was 3, went to Hargeisa, and I was stayed there till I was 5, and came to the UK, and I went back to Hargeisa like 2 more times. Do you know what I mean? So, or yeah, 3 more times. Sorry, 3 more times. So I spent more time in Hargeisa. I spent more time in Hargeisa than in Mogadishu, and I was raised with Isaq with Habarionis people.
That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah,
so
mashallah.
when people look at me and say how I sound and everything, or not how I sound, but like I'm more comfortable with Isaqs in it because that's the people I was raised with. Like,
So your mum's from Somaliland and your dad's from Mogadishu.
Yeah, my dad's a Mogadishu businessman.
Oh.
Yeah, and my mum was a.
That's what I'm trying to. You know what I'm trying to say. Look at Khalid. Khalid's from Somaliland, and Khalid he loves all Somalis, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
What
and you grew up in Somaliland, and you've never seen any hate.
What I'm trying to tell you is, yeah, for me, I've seen my dad's side. They came to the UK as well. Yeah, I see my dad's side, and I go to my mom's side as well. I can see the difference from how they talk. Like my dad's side, even though, like, when I went to, like, you know how in the south you hear Hono, Abayo.
Yeah, mashallah. Well, you know what? I got. You know what, Shaib? I got a lot of Somalilander friends. Wallahi, they're good people, man. All I
Bruv,
see,
what
all
I'm
I
trying
see
to
is
tell
All
you is,
Somali people are good people. Wallah, let's
what
be
I'm trying
honest.
to tell you is, they're the same people. What I'm trying to
I
tell you is,
wouldn't
they're
say
the
all.
same
Well, I
people,
kind, I
bro.
wouldn't say all, man. I would say most Somalis. We got some bad apples in every
Listen, what
every
listen,
I
community.
and
say
I'd say.
دولة كسر. This is what I tell you, case. دولة مويان يا شعبك مدة الصومالية تدحم معها تصل It's just دولة iyo siyasada Somalia walan.
True. I agree. So, Kyle, I just want to apologize to you, man. I put words in your mouth. It was actually my
I
words.
know. I was
I believe
kinda.
Somalis. I believe Somalis are failed state. So I would say we came out lucky in this case, considering we don't have a proper government, we don't have lawyers, we don't have good leadership. So, alhamdulillah, I think we're
listen.
lucky, man.
I claim both sides, bro. Or I think, what are you from the south?
Yeah, I'm from the South Shade.
Okay, so right. I claim the south, and I claim the Khalid, and I claim the north as well.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, listen,
Yeah, you're
I have rights
50-50,
to
man. You're
claim.
hybrid. I'd say
I
you're
feel like I have
hybrid,
the
innit?
right to claim that because, yeah, I was raised in Hargeisa. The people, I love the people there. My neighbors, everything, my family's there as well. All my uncles, and there's a lot of people from my mum's side as well. Yeah, and I'm very close to them, innit? I'm very, very close. Closer than I am with my dad's side, basically. Yeah, so I identify with them, and I have heritage on my dad's side. Like I own properties and like inheritance and that. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah, mashallah.
I claim
You're
both sides.
lucky. Shaib, I'm inbred, man. Khalid, what about you? Are you inbred like me? Are you just from one side,
Yeah,
or?
man.
Basically, I don't like it when both.
Totally one side.
I don't like
Not
it when
even
one side
pass. I know
passes the
what
other.
ساعة Muslim word off for. Maybe إذا قال great grandma hapa. Apart from that, I'm more one even chili. My word off on the wall. So yeah, I need to add some flavor in my lineage. I need to spicing the thing up in it. It's up to me in it. But I
Diversify.
didn't say, yeah, my but what do you say, Arugu? It's a ghoul. How did you feel about KS? We spoke to everyone.
Wallahi, and I think it's good. Wallahi, I think it's good because it could have been worse. They could have split it 50-50, or they could have given Kenya 80%, and we could have got 20%. You know, so I think we came out very lucky, thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, thanks to the effort of thanks
But
to
let
the
me say
real
something,
efforts of
But even if they ruled,
Somali nationalists, true
even
Somali
if they ruled
nationalists.
in favor of Kenya, even if ICG was biased toward Kenya and they gave the ruling to Kenya and they gave nothing to Somalia, yeah. As soon as Somalia's central government powers, like the central government, like it stabilizes, just Mogadishu, forget Somaliland, just Mogadishu stabilizes, yeah, develops, Somaliland develops. Do you know what I mean? There's bound they would fight, bro.
No, we
That's the
can never
thing.
fight, man.
They
Look,
would
look
no,
what
they would.
happened.
I'm saying
Look what happened
develop.
to Region 5.
When I say
Region 5
develop, I'm
of
talking about 10
Ethiopia.
years. 10 years is
No,
enough, bro.
bro,
Man, you see
I
what
didn't.
happened to Azerbaijan and Armenia? Do you think that?
Azerbaijan, they're united, bro, man. Somali people are not united, man.
No,
We're
even
each other's number one enemy, man. I'm telling you the truth now, Shay.
no, I'm saying even if the North and South is not united, I think the South will still fight.
Bro, even the South is more divided than the North. I'm telling you right now.
No, I'm talking about 10 years time, bro. 10 years time, there will be more developed. Listen,
Allah Alam, man.
Allah Alam, minute. But I'm saying I'm saying if. I'm not saying if it would happen. I'm saying if it happens, then they will fight for what's theirs, isn't it? Because you could never take something that belongs to Somali. But we
I
always
hope so,
been fighting.
because I don't know the Somalis today compared to the Somalis in the past, they're different.
Bro, listen,
You know?
listen, yeah, we're the same people, innit? Like it hasn't changed, bro. Like the Somalis hasn't changed. Like we're the same fighting people. We're the same people that fight the British, the Portuguese, French, the Italians. Do you know what I mean? The same people that are fighting till today. Do you know what I mean? And we've got our Dean. Don't ever forget that we've got our Dean as well, and that's something that. Do you know what I mean? We don't fear death. If there's something that's ours, we'll fight for it to the death. Do you know what I mean? Aakhira waa la tagaya, bro. Everyone's gonna die once, bro. Waxaa laga cabsanaya, bro. Waxaa leedahay se waa laga qaadan karaya.
But you have to understand,
That's
Somalis
the
become
actual,
federal now.
and that what I just said now just comes from wallahi, it's not, just comes straight from the heart, bro. Like waxaa leedahay se la qaadan karaya. Waxaa
Shaib,
leedahay
wallahi,
se la
you're a good
qaadan
brother,
karaya.
man. You got a clean heart, man. May Allah bless you.
Do you
But
know
what
what I
I'm
mean?
trying to
And
say is,
that would be every Somalian.
And
That would
Shaib,
be
how
every
old are you,
Somalian.
man? You seem young.
Yo,
You seem very
KS,
young.
what do you think about this comment that Maxi Rodriguez left for you?
Only KS has gained Somali victory. I'm pessimistic now because when I was young, I used to be more like Shuaib. But you know, when you get older and you see a lot of things, you know, you get to have a you know, more rich opinion. You know, more hella you deaf. Your opinion's more. You know,
No, listen,
you have
I'm being
more
very
depth.
realistic. I get what you're saying. I'm being very realistic. I'm saying if, yeah, and listen, this is the cycle of civilizations. When there's a central government, yeah, when the people in Somalia, there's a central government, there's not these groups, yeah, the people they'll have to unite towards a goal. And back in the day, Siad, but the goal that he used to unite the Somalis was the Greater Somalia Project. Get Ogaden back, and then go get the Kenyan land back as well, the land that Kenya take, and then we'll unite Djibouti afterwards. The Greater Somalia Project. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't even
Well,
have to be the
Shuaib,
Greater Somalia Project. What I'm trying to tell you is, yeah, the Somalis should not be ruled by others, and that's how it's been in it. And that idea. All it takes is one person to have that thought, and he'll start preaching, and he'll convince a lot of people straight away, and that'll create a
Shuaib,
new.
mashallah, man, Allah bless you. Like I
And
said,
that's how
you have a clean
civilizations
heart.
work, bro.
But
That's how civilizations work.
you have to understand that Somalis, they're each other's number one enemy. They're each other's worst enemy. I'll give you an example.
I'm saying that's foreign involved. Listen, as soon as oil was developed, as soon as oil was discovered inside the country, weapons and foreign influence and agents and everything has been flooded inside to the country. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to say. Like as soon as oil was discovered, because even right
I
now,
hope you know. I
Qatar,
agree with you,
Qatar,
Shuaib. Well, like, you know,
all these
may
countries
may
that have foreign interest inside Somalia.
may God
Same with,
unite us.
same with
May
Iraq,
may
same with
may
Syria.
God unite. May God
Look
unite
at
the
Syria.
South
Have you
Somali
seen
people.
Syria? Look at Syria now. Look at the oil fields in northern Syria. Who controls it? The Syrian government doesn't control it. The oil's been taken by the Syrian government. Like for so many years now, they've just been taking Syria's oil. They've been taking Iraq's oil. They've been taking, you know what I mean? South Sudan's oil. And after they separated the country, South Sudan, they take billions and billions, like I think through 3 billion worth of oil a year. Or
Shuaib, should I give you my perspective why I don't agree with you 100%? Maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Okay. So for example, there's people like, you know, the problem is if you believe in this Wadani stuff or Somali Wayne and all that Wadani stuff, you ain't gonna get anywhere, man. I'm telling you. For example, look at Rare Mogadishu. They believed in this Somali Wayne stuff, this Wadani stuff. They're the only ones who, like, you know, paying tax. They're the ones who are always getting bombed, killed for Somalia. Look at them now. They got nothing, man. They got no
I think there's a reason for that, man. I think the people that are always fighting, they're always the ones that are going to be targeted. Now, what I was going to say is Somali Wayne. Yeah, listen, every country. Let's take China for example. When China, the Chinese leader, the Great Civil Revolution, how many people died for it? Do you know what I mean? How many? Like, what I'm trying to tell you is,
yeah, but you have to understand.
Somali Wayne is just a tool.
Let me give you an example
to get the people united.
Let me give you an example.
Wayne,
yeah?
Listen, it could be Fatou Wayne, it could be anything, bruv. Yeah, Somali Wayne is just a tool to get the people united in it.
But Shuaib, let me give you an example, brother. One example, Shuaib.
That's the most. You know, not everyone's smart. Not everyone's like intelligent.
Okay.
Somali Wayne,
let me give you an example.
Even the most common person can understand the meaning of that.
One example, Shuaib.
And he will unite under that banner.
Shuaib, just one example. My example is, look at Farmacho. Before he was elected, yeah, he was saying, I don't like Ethiopia. When Ethiopia, like, if I become president, I'm gonna make sure that Ethiopia is gonna have no influence in Somalia.
Politics.
Yeah. But look, when he became president, he became really close to Ethiopia.
Yeah,
he even sent Somali troops.
They gave him the deal that he wanted.
He even sent our boys. He even sent our boys to die in Ethiopia's war in Tigray.
Listen,
that's what I'm trying to say.
They had deals. Listen, I'm not in the presidential state in Somalia, and I don't know the situation of the government. I'm not the president, so I don't know what deals he was offered by the Ethiopian government and what negotiations that they had.
Man like Rodriguez, salam. Hirsi, you still
Maxine, welcome, Maxine. How you doing, bro?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening to these guys.
Yes.
So I don't know. So I wouldn't know
Malin
what
Gulo,
deal Somalia signed with him.
Yeah, alhamdulillah, I'm happy today. I think
Malin
you've done really well.
You know, Like, stop your
Mashallah, mashallah.
negativity, you know, that, yeah. Anak you know, we're all united, you know.
I'm just happy today. But what I'm
Well,
trying
when
to say is,
say, how to man of
I'm not.
Hada, you can't even keep your rhetoric to yourself, like,
I'm
especially with
happy,
today,
man. I'm happy.
12th of
Wallah, you know,
October, you know.
Allah be praised, man. I'm happy. I think we done all right. It could have been worse. You know, Kenya
Listen.
could have got
What I was
80%.
saying earlier, yeah, Somali Wayne, bro,
Alhamdulillah, it's the
it's just a
beginning. It's the
tool.
beginning.
Somali
Mashallah.
Wayne, bro, it's just a tool, innit? Somali Wayne is just a tool that's used to unite all the people from the higher class to the lower class. People that are dumb,
Exactly,
people that
yeah.
are young, the old, the
That's it.
young. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Everyone.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Somali Wayne. What does that mean? It means Somali Hanala, innit, bro? Do you know what I mean? And everyone's going to be happy about that. Everyone's going to be united under that banner. So it's just Alan Kalatagu in it, and everyone unite everyone to a cause. And you can use anything, bro. You can use Dinta. You can use let's do this under jihad. Like what is? Do you know what I mean? It's just a tool to unite the people. That's what I'm
That's
saying.
good. No one can stand on. No one can
That's
stand
what
against
politics
it.
is. Politics, you use everything in your power to achieve your objective. Do you know what I mean? For me, if I was the president, sometimes I'll probably use the dean. I'll use science. I'll use anything to achieve my objective, innit?
True,
That's
100%.
the
But
politician.
Somali way means justice and equality. It doesn't mean like
Whatever
one
it means,
certain.
whatever it means, whatever it means, it will mean something different to everyone, innit? To the dumb person, it'll
True.
probably mean to the intelligent person, it'll mean a lot of different things. To a young person, 10-year-old, it will just mean big Somalia. Do you know what I mean?
Okay,
Whatever it means,
let's ask Khalid. Khalid, what do you think about Somali way? How do you see that
it unites the
as a
people. That's what I'm saying.
Somalilander?
Oh,
It
as a
doesn't matter what it means.
Somalilander, bro. For me, I don't believe in Somali Wayne. I believe in Somali Nimo. Does that make sense? I don't believe in
Same
the
thing.
spirit
Same thing. As is a good tool.
unless, like, you know me, unless there's a way where people recognize each other. Like with me, like I'll tell you straight, I want to be my own country. Yeah, I've never
Respect. Yeah,
shied
I
away from
understand that.
that.
Yeah.
You know, but for me, I would always like a greater Somali, United Somali nation, Somali nations. You know, so I'm more towards that. But as an
That's
Isaac
what
man,
I
ain't
believe
no
in that too.
way. Like I tell you,
So
I
if I
don't
was,
believe in this blue flag. I don't believe in none of that. I see it as a East African Nazi flag to me. I've said this, and I'm not sure, and I've said this all on different type of platforms.
Yeah,
Where
I respect that, man.
I
I kind
can't
of
see
see it.
underneath
Yeah.
certain things, but for me, a greater sort of Somali, where it needs to be ripped up and looked at differently. You get where I'm coming from? That's what I'm down with.
It means like respecting each other, respecting each
Yeah,
other's
listen,
I
countries.
mean,
listen, bro. How we should just unite under the culture and the deen, bro. That's it. The culture and our language. That's the easiest thing. Let's keep it basic, bro. Like how it was always been back in the day, and it's how it's been till today. Back in the day, if you saw a Nigerian, you'd be like, you don't speak our language, you don't have our culture, fuck off. But do you know what I mean? Like that's how we differentiate between other people, and that's how we
yeah.
kept ourselves united. And this is how we should differentiate today:
That's
culture,
because what we are
language,
ethnically
Somali
Somalis.
more. And if
Somali
I was the leader running to the, I'll probably not say so. If I was leader running for president, I'll probably not say Somali Wayne. I'll probably say something that's anything that will unite the most people. It could be Somali Nimo. It could be
Yeah,
Somali Wayne.
that banner sits way like for me as a Rewokoyi, Somali Nimo sits better than Somali Wayne for me.
And if Somali Nimo sounds better for me,
Yeah,
because
it's
if
something that I
someone,
will warm
if
towards.
someone,
I'll be like, yeah, okay, show me what this means. What does it mean? You're gonna recognize, and we say, yo, there's the whole Somali. It's multi complex, bro.
Look at
You
this
try
here.
the one
Somali
banner
Wayne
thing.
for me.
Yeah. What have you got in
Yeah,
common with the Somali guy in Ethiopia and the Somali guy in NFD or the Somali guy in
Culture and
Djibouti or the
language
Somali?
and blood, bro,
Exactly.
blood
That's what
and
Somalimo
blood.
means. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Do you know what I mean? That's it. And look at our features, bro. We all look alike, bro. Come on, we're all
Yeah,
slim.
that's more important for me.
Our ears. No
And
one's got a fat nose. No one's
but
got. You know what I mean?
What if what about if the whole of Somalia becomes or is under the government of Somaliland? The whole of Somalia.
Listen, listen. I don't
I
mind. I
wouldn't
don't
What
care
then?
what it's called, innit?
can
I
I
don't
answer
care what it's
that as an
called, innit?
assault, brother? I
Then
can
do
answer that one
you,
as
yeah?
I think LA Cool J is another northerner as well. I would say I wouldn't want that. Just in case they were حماطة لي على ساقي وحماية. Do just in case that dangerous, you know. I
No,
don't
not
even
as an
want to be
Isar,
involved.
but I say like, you know, most of the offices are going to be opened in Hargeisa.
Like, yeah, I've already been saying this.
It
Like,
doesn't matter who's
Hargeisa
like,
needs
you
to
know,
be in
working.
the parliament of Somalia.
Yeah,
But
but
if that
you're gonna
happens,
have someone like Farmach in Hargeisa. You're gonna have, you know what I mean?
You're just shifting the problem.
whether it's Farmajo,
Yeah.
whether it is Deni or Ahmed Madobe, it doesn't matter. Even
Fuck it,
Musabihi
guys, we're
himself.
gonna run it for another half an hour.
We're trying to run away from Farmach, ain't it? That's what we're trying to
You're
run
just
away
moving
from.
the problem north. That's all you're doing.
Chaos.
All right.
How are you gonna run away
Listen,
from
yeah.
Somalia? You live in
All right,
Somalia,
listen.
you know, like
Bro,
literally.
You
we
know,
don't want dictatorship. That's what
you
everyone's
know, in
trying to run
business,
away from.
you know, in business right
look,
now,
look at this.
Somali.
Look at this here. He's won the seat today, yeah. But the Asanuso Guliste.
He never won nothing. It was Hassan Sheikh
That's
Mohammed
gonna
that
give him
took the
automatically
case
another
Blah, blah,
4
blah.
years.
Let's not talk
This is
about
another 4
Farmacho,
years
innit?
right there.
Let's not like talk about Farmacho and these political leaders, innit? Like we give them too much. What was it? We give them too much credit, man. That's
Thank
what I
you.
think.
Some people try to make Farmacho like he represents Somalia. Somalia is bigger than that, man. You know,
he is currently your president, so
He represents
he's not.
South
He's
Somalia.
ex-man. He's
He represents South
ex-president, man. He's
Somalia.
nothing.
He represents. Don't say he's not.
currently
He's the president, bro. He's the president.
He's
bro.
nothing, bruv. He's no longer president. That's a fact, man. Am I making this up? Are we going to argue about
Well, he
facts?
controls the military now, so he's the president.
He
Whoever
should
controls
not.
the military is
He
the
should not.
president.
His time's up, man. That's what I'm talking about.
Chaos, man.
People don't respect the law.
Chaos. He's the chief of command now.
He's not,
Listen,
man.
I rate
Rob
from
Blair.
Macho, yeah. Listen, I rate from Macho because he was against what Kenya was doing in Jubaland.
Okay. What about what if any of the ministries?
They were literally
if
taking
any-
the region of Jubaland. They were literally taking it because they were deciding who's in power. The people that were like the guy that was in power, they put him in power. Do you know what I mean? And so they controlled all the major business hubs in Jubaland. They controlled all the major construction in Jubaland, and they controlled the security in Jubaland, and they controlled the highest office in Jubaland, which the guy that put in power. So that region was basically theirs. Like it was just, it wasn't on paper. Unofficially, it was theirs. If you go to other countries, they're probably like, yeah, we're controlling that area now. It's ours.
Shaib, you have to be careful about one thing, Shaib.
And Farmacho was outly
Wait,
against that.
Shaib, you have to
Do you
be
know what I mean? He
careful about
deployed
one thing.
military.
Shaib, we can't have this anti-Kenyan negativity like it was when Farmacho was spitting out this anti-Kenyan Ethiopia. Some people try to use this for political reasons. You have to be careful.
Let's look at. Let me just say. Listen, when Somalia was a failed state and there was no central government, yeah. If that was let's forget any government, any basic government, if any Ethiopian government, Kenyan government, its common interest would be, its basic interest would be, let's not allow a central government to form in Somalia. Because why? Because they're going to claim the land, Ethiopia, they'll claim the Ogaden land and they'll fight over it again. And do you know what I mean? For another couple, like they did with Siad Barre. Kenya will stay the same. No, we don't want Somalis to unite again because they're going to unite and claim their land back, which has always been theirs, and their people live in that land. It's theirs. It's theirs. Do you know what I mean? The British, the colonialism separated that land, and they don't recognize that. And they always acknowledge that they don't recognize that. Till today, they acknowledge that they don't recognize that.
See, Shaib, that's what I'm trying to say.
So listen,
I'm trying to say today we're lucky. We're lucky that we got 80% of the bud today. You know that we're lucky because
let me finish
we can't fight. We can't fight nobody.
Kenya has acted on its interest. It has invested a lot of money and political power into Jubaland to control Jubaland, the region that's nearest to the region that they took in it from back in the day. So they took Jubaland as like a safety measure. So if they, you know what I mean? And Ethiopia has its troops sent to Somalia to prevent the forming the government that's going to form in 2007, and it's kept its troops inside the country, influencing the political process of who's in power. Do you know what I mean? Both countries have united to prevent
but you got to remember that Ethiopia is the former regime now. We don't deal with that.
That's what I'm trying to say. Ethiopia is good, Kenya bad.
Ethiopia is kind of good now. We don't have no issues with Ethiopia now.
The basic common
foreign policy.
Do you hear that? Maxi's defending Ethiopia.
Listen, listen.
I'm being realistic like here. I'm talking about facts.
No, you're not being
and
realistic
logic
because
here.
like
Listen,
2 years ago,
let me
you guys
explain
were
to you
attacking
quickly.
Ethiopia. Now you're
Let me
attacking
explain to you
Kenya.
because I'll tell you now exactly what.
The
Yeah,
reason why is
it was a
because
different
the way
president.
how
Different
much we need
president.
Ethiopia compared to how much Ethiopia needs Somalia
Somalia, yeah,
is
it's
not
different.
even the same, because Ethiopia needs Somali government so much more than it was before, because they need a functioning government in Somalia. They need allies because they want
No, they
Somali to
don't.
be allies.
No, they don't. No, they
Thank you,
do not
Shaib.
need a functioning government in
Shaib.
Somalia. What they need is in Somalia is a failed government in Somalia.
Thank you.
So that way
Okay,
they'll
Shaib's right.
control the political process in Somalia. They'll control the
let me
economic
explain. Okay, Shaib,
situation.
let me explain
They'll
to
have the
you.
political power in
Shaib, these people
Let me explain
Somalia.
to you. The 1 minute.
That's
If
what
you give
are
me
every
one
friends with
government
minute,
wants.
Ethiopia
if you
because
give me
Every
1 minute,
Pramacho is
government
friends
wants
with them.
power, bro. There's no government that wants
guys,
their neighbor to be
1 minute. Let me just give
independent.
you. Let me just
Every
explain
government
one.
wants to control their
Okay,
neighbor.
let me explain one
Let's
point
be
quickly,
real,
so
bro.
you
What
can
the,
carry
what
on.
the fuck?
Okay,
What are
let
we
me just
saying?
explain 1 point. Then you can carry on 1 point. Basically, we all know when the Tigray was in power, what the foreign policy towards Somalia was in Ethiopia. It was aggressive. It was a divide and conquer them. It was to basically oppress us. All them things we knew that. But when this
It was common
regime
sense, bro.
came, one
Control.
second, let me just finish now. When this regime came now into power, Abiy Ahmed, he quickly took power. He started bringing a different type of foreign policy towards Somalia, which was
Correct.
definitely not aggressive towards us. But
Correct.
one thing that remained was Kenya's foreign policy, especially under Uhuru Kenyatta, is always
Correct.
been aggressive. He had certain agendas, especially
I
when he tried
agree.
to make the buffer zones, Wahas in
Yeah, I
Kismayo,
agree.
and the border. So he invested a lot in this policy, and he's
Yeah.
lost a lot in this now.
Maxi, can I say
I
one
agree.
thing, Maxi?
The reason I agree with that,
Let's
yeah,
be
but listen,
realistic.
I
Now.
agree
that
with
is
What,
Shaib.
just Abiy
what I'm
Ahmed.
saying to you guys,
That is just Abiy
let's be
Ahmed.
realistic here.
That is just Abiy Ahmed.
Thank
And
you,
this
Let's not
only
Shaib.
happened
leave
for
it.
I
1
agree
year.
with you, bro. Thank you.
Let's put the past
This
to
only
the
happened
side.
for
No,
1 year, bro.
Maxi, we're not
Listen,
gonna have that, bro. You
that
can't
is
say
Abiy Ahmed, and
Ethiopia
this
is
only
good.
happened for 1 year, and we're not sure that he's going to carry on this policy of not
Yes, Shaib.
basically
Thank you.
destabilizing of Somalia.
Common sense.
Because let's be real, bro. When you destabilize Somalia and there's no central government in Somalia, that means you can make a lot of money in Somalia. You can sell everything you want there.
Someone's TV's on.
Your
Someone's.
airplanes can control the area. The economy of Somalia would be dependent on your economy. So just like what America has, all the countries around it, they're dependent on American economy,
Look, I've
like
just mentioned
Canada.
everything I mentioned to you
Ethiopia
is
has
facts.
100 million
You're
people.
talking about
Thank
ifs
you,
and buts
Shaib.
here.
Shaib, you're right, man.
It's got a big economy.
Ethiopia's a more
It
of a
would
threat
want, it would
Okay,
want,
ifs and buts.
it would
This is the
want
thing about ifs and
Somalia, a
buts.
smaller million, like only 20 million, less than that. Yeah, economy, small economy, to depend on that major economy. This is the basic common sense of like how the world works in it. The economy is working it. That's Ethiopia's interest, and it's been moving towards that interest for the past 30 years. But Somalia
You
has
know,
been failed.
Shaib, I
So
respect you now, wallahi,
you're saying
because I
Abiy
can
Ahmed just
see.
came to power and changed that policy. That's only
Shaib,
been 1 year. He
Shaib,
hasn't completely
I
reversed that
respect
policy.
you. Shaib, I respect you because I can see you're a true Somali nationalist. You're not trying to curry favor with Framacho. You're not trying to support Ethiopia just because Framacho supports Ethiopia. You are a true Somali. You're trying to think about what's in Somalia's interest. You see that if what Ethiopia has done to us, they invaded us in 2006. And here we have Maxi trying to say Ethiopia is our closest partner.
I just mentioned to you facts here and exactly how
Maxi,
things
wait
are.
1 second, Max.
Your
Do you
facts
know?
is only 1 year.
Maxi,
You only have 1 year
do
of
you
facts.
know?
You know
Wait,
what it
Maxi,
is?
Saying this for 1
do
year.
you know that
The
Ethiopia
older generation, they go
is
back
friends
to
with Eritrea? Wait,
77 war,
Maxi,
yeah.
Maxi,
You know, yeah,
do you
you
know?
go back to
Do you know,
2006,
Maxi? Do you
like
know that
you
Ethiopia
don't
is
even
friends with
understand
Well,
Eritrea?
foreign
let him talk.
policy.
Well,
You
let him
don't
talk. Let him
understand how
talk.
Yeah,
foreign
Maxi,
policy
let me talk.
works.
Let him
Do you know
You
talk.
that
don't know who's
Ethiopia
your
is
ally.
friends with
You don't know
Eritrea?
who's in your best interest to be.
Maxi, let me ask you this
Especially
question,
you,
Maxi.
Kenyans. You
Okay,
just
let me ask you a question.
anyone against Formaggio, your belief
No,
is like
Maxi,
you're
let me
gonna
ask you a question.
side
Yeah,
with them.
please, just one question. Do you know that Ethiopia is close to Eritrea? Yeah, the current Ethiopia is talking about, and Eritrea has Djibouti's land. It has land from Djibouti. Do you know that? So at Somali, we should be supporting Djibouti.
Hold on, what land do they have from Djibouti?
I personally don't
They got
support
land from
Djibouti.
Djibouti.
No,
Eritrea
no.
took land forced by force from Djibouti, and Djibouti
Do you
still
think
trying to get it
Djibouti?
back.
Do you
And
think
from our
Djibouti?
side of Ethiopia and Eritrea over Djibouti.
Do you think the current Djibouti government has got the best interest of Somali government?
Djiboutians are Somali brothers like us.
Well, let's
What
not
happened
count.
to Somali
Let's
now?
not count Djibouti, man. Djibouti. Let's not count Djibouti. Djibouti is just a small place, yeah, and it's
No, but they're
controlled by.
Somalis. We're supposed to help them. We're supposed
Djibouti
to
is not
support them when
independent,
they get
man.
bullied by Eritrea.
They're not even independent, as he said. Like, you know what I mean? And
There's no country that's independent that has so many American troops inside it, bro.
they got
But
so many.
Shaib, we are supposed, you know what, Shaib, as Somalis, we are supposed to support another Somali government that's been oppressed by Eritrea. That's what
I don't know how
Somali
you see
means.
things. Like, Djibouti's been involved in Somali issues for so long that nothing good has ever
Djibouti's
come
done a
out.
lot of good things for Somalia.
Nothing
They
good has
helped us.
ever
They're the
come
only
out.
country that helps us.
They've continued the divide and conquer that's happening in
Maybe
Somalia.
you might have a different agenda. You might say,
well,
"Oh,
they've gained from this. A lot of the countries, especially back in the days, yeah, with Djibouti, Kenya, and Ethiopia, they used to get all the foreign money or Somalia through these countries. That's why shirarkan waxaa lagu qaban jiray Djibouti. Odayaasha marka shiraya xagga la isku aadi jiray. Everything interventions Djibouti la aadaya, Uganda la aadaya, Kenya, Nairobi la aadaya. All these countries that it was beneficial for them, for us to continue.
The current government we have
what they hate now, what they hate now is the way
current government
Farmajo's
we have
government.
that
They hate the
Maxi
way
is always
Farmajo's
defending
government is conducting itself. Farmajo's government, the way it's conducting itself, is a big threat to this African nation. They don't like that at all. They see that as a big threat because sovereign country and high. We don't tolerate things like before back in the days. So this is the things that you need to be seeing. You cannot be saying, like back in the day, 2006 Ethiopia and Sogashay, or 77 Ethiopia la dagaalnay. That's history, brother. Things move on. You have to see
you're telling me,
current government.
Maxi, you're telling me Ethiopia is our friend and Kenya is our enemy.
Currently, the foreign
I'll
policy
never.
of
You know
Ethiopia
what?
is friendly
No one's
towards
gonna
us.
buy that,
I
mate.
don't
You're
see
only
that.
doing that because of
That's you. I think
that's you, bro, man. We're not that
you
stupid, man.
know what I'm saying?
Ethiopia killed like
you're talking from
hundreds of thousands of people.
That's what
Ethiopia
you're talking
invaded
from.
Somalia, bro, man.
You know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? You're
Well,
still living in the past.
Ethiopia's got the Somali region unlocked, man. They got
Right about now,
half
waxaan ka
the
cabsanayna
size of
anaka in Ethiopia dagaal ka dhacdo dhexdeeda inay burburto.
So you want to defend Ethiopia now, yeah?
No, we're saying it's going to be an issue for us because these people outnumber us by large numbers. So if they was to be an outbreak of war in Ethiopia, it's going to be very detrimental to Somalia because these people are going to come to our lands. You know what I mean? And we don't want this sort of things, like, you know what I mean? Anaka stability was an offer, Amber. At the same time, we need to have a government there that's got a good foreign policy towards us as well. First thing first now is Kenya. We need to address the issue. Kenya right now, you heard what they say. They're saying we're not even accepting Mahkamada work here.
Yeah, but you're only attacking Kenya because of Jubaland.
Let me just say something.
Issues right now
to
with
the person
Kenya.
we're just talking now, yeah.
You got issues because of
When you said
Jubaland and
Abiy
Ahmed.
Ahmed changed his policy towards Somalia, yeah. He said that he changed his policy towards Somalia. I understand that. I've seen that he's retreated the troops that were stationed in Somalia. I think like a couple hundred of them, and he's retreated, but he was forced to because of the Tigray situation. So like, what I'm trying to tell you is what the program they have been doing, the state program, the Ethiopian state program, the foreign policy program that they have been doing in Somalia for the last 30 years. Yeah, that Somalia has been a failed state.
And so you want to see the proof, Shu'aib? General Gabriel is in prison. Gabriel is in prison.
Yeah, bro, we got guy worse than Gabriel,
all
man.
these
Gabriel
generals,
Let me finish. I'll agree. Let me tell you something. He's in prison, right? I'm not saying Abiy Ahmed is completely. I'm not denying your point, saying, whether he's really changed his ways. He's changed the foreign policy of Ethiopia from aggression and control to friendship and what was it? Partnership. Do you know what I mean? I'm not saying
he did try to say this.
He hasn't. Abiy Ahmed is pro-Arab. They believe in centralism.
Remember when he said, "Let's do an East African bloc here, where we share economic, currency, and
we
things
will
like
say that." Before he attacked Ethiopia, he said, "We're going to negotiate. We're not going to attack Ethiopia." And then he attacked. Leaders say everything, bro. I don't care what they say.
No. This wasn't just to do with Somalia.
Politicians, bro. Politicians are many.
Remember when he was trying to bring Djibouti and Eritrea into Kursi together to sit down together? Yeah, he had already basically he was saying Somalia, Eritrea, Djibouti, and Ethiopia.
Abiy Ahmed said Eritrea wasn't involved in the Ethiopian war. He's been lying about it for a couple months.
No, forget that. Before this war kicked off, I'm talking about
so he's
initially.
lied then. Can we agree that he's lied?
Shoaib just proved that
look
Abiy
at the things
Ahmed's
Can
a
we
liar.
agree that he's lied
Actually,
then?
why do you believe in Abiy Ahmed?
Can we agree that he has
He's a
lied
liar.
then?
Let me
You
explain
believe
to
in
you.
a Ethiopian president, foreign president.
Let's go
Can
through
we
time frame
agree
minute. I'm trying to
he has
explain to you
lied
things through
then?
time frame minute.
Wait, before we skip this,
Yeah.
can we agree that Abiy Ahmed has lied about the Tigrayan war several times that I can
Thank you,
count
Shoaib.
more than my fingers? Can we agree on that, or should I? Do we
100%.
have to go to the internet and see his speeches and his quotes?
I agree with you, man.
And
You're saying the
pull
facts.
out the UN report on
I don't
when
even follow
the Eritrean army was deployed in Ethiopia. Like, he's been lying about it for months, bro. More than 6 months.
Bro, listen, this is a propaganda war anyway. But listen to this here.
Propaganda war. Maxi, are you Somali or Ethiopian?
Well, listen,
Maxi,
I've
come
seen
on, are you
videos.
Somali Ethiopian?
I've seen videos. Afki bro. All I'm telling you is, yeah, what am I kind like? So got Ben Shagan. Do we know that he's a known liar or not? That's all I'm saying. If you say yes, he's a known liar, then we
He's
can
a
carry
liar.
on.
He's a
If you
dangerous
say
liar.
no, he's not a known
Throw
liar,
up power on him.
then we have a problem here, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you is.
Okay, okay, can I explain everything from the beginning then, Aniga? I was just gonna say
No, I
something.
agree with you. Listen, I agree with you. He's changed his policy, but I'm just trying to tell you is, you haven't thought about the idea. Maybe he has changed his policy because he wants an ally.
Again, Shoaib, I told you, let's not.
He wants
let's
Somalia.
We can't trust Ethiopia, man.
Listen, he wants partnership and to ally with the Somali government for now, for the next 5 years.
Yeah.
But he'll return back to his old policy after that.
Which will be what? Which will be what? To try to oppress us.
Listen. No, all right, let me tell you what it will be.
Yeah.
It will be the same thing that every country in the world does. Destroy the central power in the country, break it up, and you don't even need to break them up. You just give one side money. Listen, you just give one side.
Before,
listen, well, this is how you do it. I think say like this: the countries, you 4 brothers in it. You 4 brothers is a country. Afetino Walala. You're all a country. You live in a country. You control the country.
Yeah.
You're the leader. You're the oldest brother. You control that. You're the president. Your other brothers are younger than you. They're the generals, for example. I'll just come to the country. I'll give money to your younger brother.
That's exactly their policy from both. That's what they were doing. That's what they were doing before.
And they'll give
but
money.
Now they give money to Formaggio.
They were going to Somaliland. They were saying, yeah, we're
they'll give money to another group. They'll give money to another group.
Doing the same thing.
And all these 3 groups will fight among themselves to decide who's the leader. But Ethiopia will always continue providing money and arms to all 3 groups. They'll support all 3 groups to kill each other. And they've been doing that for the last 30 years, bro. All the weapons, they come from past Ethiopia. Ethiopia no Sokalan. You know what I mean? They've been influencing that.
Shaib, I agree with you. Ethiopia has never changed. Ethiopia has always been anti.
No, listen.
Maxi's trying to say now Ethiopia
has changed for the last year. It's changed for the last year. But we don't know if he's going to do this, Bilal. We don't know if he's going to make it.
Like you said, Shaib, he's a liar, man. We don't know his true intentions.
But see what I'm saying? All you're going with is ifs and buts, It might happen. This might happen.
The fact is,
what I'm trying to tell you is just look at
the size of Somalia. We don't want to end up like killing Christian. We don't want to be slaves of Ethiopia.
Okay, so you're not a fortune teller. No one here is a fortune teller. You get me?
No, wait. Listen. No one's fortune telling. We're just looking at basic history. We're just looking. History repeats itself.
History always repeats itself. History don't repeat itself. If you keep living, don't live in the past. Things are moving on. Things are moving on in the world.
I say, let's not trust Ethiopia. Let's not listen to Maxi. Ethiopia, we cannot trust.
The bigger economy always wants to control the smaller economy. That's how it works.
Listen to this here. Ethiopia, 95% of its exports here, they use Djibouti ports here. If Somalia was to have a stable country, Ethiopia
forget about ports, man. That's a small thing, bro.
Hold on.
Ports is a small thing, man. That's a small thing.
Exactly. It's just a small thing. But at the end of the day,
we're talking about countries, bro. We're not talking about.
We can trade with other countries. We don't need Ethiopia. We got the longest coast in Africa.
Ports is a small thing, bro.
They're trying to make us like Gaja people that depend on Ethiopia. We're not landlocked. We're not landlocked country.
Right. How many millions are these people?
But then you need to also remember that there's 100 million customers in Ethiopia that you want to sell your product.
They're just talking out of hate, KS, I understand him, but sure, I don't know.
So you want to milk the money from them. Give them your product, but milk the money from them.
I don't hate anyone. Listen to you. Let me tell you something. I don't hate anyone. All I've been saying is, for the last 30 years, Ethiopia's foreign policy towards Somalia has been control and division and what was it? Aggression, basically, outright aggression.
Yeah,
That's
but
what it is.
I've just explained
Listen,
to you though.
listen to me. They have
Did I
not
just
been
explain to you?
supporting. Listen to me. They have not been sending aid, food, and trucks. They've been sending weapons and money over.
Thank you, Shay.
And this is known
Basic stuff.
history. This is known history. And now
This is
listen,
basic stuff.
Ethiopians are not the first people to do this. Ethiopians are not the
I
first
don't know
people to do this.
how else to
They
explain
didn't
to
come
you.
up
I
with
just
the
explained
idea
to
to
you.
do this.
Maxi, but I think there's a problem. Maxi,
This
we
has
have
always
some
been
Somali,
happening.
we have some Somali tribes who have formed
Listen,
an alliance with Ethiopia.
let me explain
This is
something to you
tribal.
simple so you can
What Max
understand
is
the
talking
simple
about is
forms.
tribal.
Shu'aib,
Some Somali
دولة
tribes
the
had
Kanka
formed
Somali.
an alliance with
One second,
Ethiopia
case.
to
One
oppress
second,
other
case.
Somalis. That's what you're talking about, Maxi. Maxi, that's the truth.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
pro-Ethiopian because
One
you
second,
got your
case.
tribal
Let him
agenda.
talk, bro. Let him talk.
One second, bro,
Case
case.
talk.
Chaos.
So say
Scam. Shu'aib, you know Dawladdi Hore Kanka, yeah, Somalia, yeah? Can you say every single government that comes in Somalia afterwards, they are going to be the same as Dawladdi Kanka?
No. It's not. Okay, I'll answer yours. No.
I'll just explain that to me. You keep saying to me that regime or Bahai already, yeah, that had a foreign policy of aggression towards Somalia, yeah, is going to be the same as this regime that currently.
Okay, let me tell you something. All right, let me
This is
tell
what
you
I'm
something.
trying to explain to you.
Let me give you an
Countries
example.
change
Let me give you an
and foreign
example.
policies change.
Let me give you an
Nothing's
example.
changing in
Let me tell you
Ethiopia,
something.
man.
Let me tell you something where
Abiy
you
that anti-Somali.
confuse where you confuse from what I'm saying. What I'm trying to tell you is, yeah, Ethiopia's national policy. Forget the government. The government comes in and changes the policy every now and then. I get that, but I'm saying Ethiopia's national policy. You know, the country has a national policy. Ethiopia's national policy was foreign policy to Somalia was outright aggression, keep Somalia divided, support one group against the other, and keep exporting khat, keep making money in Somalia, always make money in Somalia, keep sending you airplanes. Basically, Somalia is a money-making economy.
So you agree with
You
me?
control it.
The
It's your
government
backyard.
is
Listen. Let me finish. Somalia is your backyard. Just like America has a backyard in Canada, just like Britain had its backyard against the whole world, and Russia has its backyard around the Soviet Union, and China has its backyard against those countries around it. What I'm trying to tell you is Ethiopia's backyard was Somalia because they control the economy in Somalia. They control everything.
Because you're saying so nationalistically, this is what they believe in.
They had that national policy for the last 30 years. I don't care what government came in. I don't care what government came to Ethiopia. That has been their national
just
policy
rebut
for
that
the
now
last
quickly
30
to
years.
you. Let me explain that to you now. The Tigris, the Oromos, the Amharas, and the Afars, and this, whatever you call them, that's the people nationalistically. This is the type of people you're talking about that gonna have nationalistically views against us, innit? Because you say the government are okay.
You're getting it wrong, bro. What I'm trying to tell you is, right now, if I was Ethiopia, listen, if I was Ethiopian president, listen to me. If I was Ethiopian president, listen to me, Manta. I think if I was Ethiopian president now, it would be my policy to keep Somalia divided, so I can control it.
Thank you, Shahid. This guy actually thinks Ethiopia is going to help us.
It's a government policy.
You lost the plot, bro.
Ethiopian Manta tahay. I think I want Somalia in a kala qaybsado. Maamusho. Lacagteeda ka samaysto. Aniga maamusho. Let's be real. We're humans, man. We're greedy.
That's the real deal.
And who can do that? The government can do that, innit?
Yeah, I can easily do that.
So it's a government policy.
Listen, Somalia لو آذية وحلا آذية 20 million وحركة قبيل كل ظلمية, like the tribe that gets bullied, I'll give them 20 million and arms. I'll give another tribe 20 million arms. Basically, create conflict.
Well, we're not agreeing. I'm asking you: is this a government policy? Or
yes, it is a government policy.
So a national policy.
This is the idea I'm trying to tell you is no longer the ideology.
No, it doesn't exist, Max. Max, you're not telling the truth, bro. Shaib, can I say one thing, Shaib? Shaib, I agree with you 100%. Shaib, can I say one thing?
China has policies. China has more detail. 100-year plans.
Yeah.
China has 100-year plans, 200-year plans, 300-year plans.
Yeah.
They
so do you believe the Eritrea thing as well is fake?
How many dams? How many nuclear power plants? How many?
Shaib, can I just add a bit more detail to this?
So is the peace deal
with Eritrea? Wait, Maxi, 1 second. Let me make a point.
No, I'm saying,
I agree with Shaib.
With Eritrea fake as well.
Maxi, 1 second.
The peace deal.
No, Maxi, before you go to Eritrea, Maxi, let's just finish this point.
It's in Abiy Ahmed's interest to have that peace deal because for the economy to develop, it needs to have peace.
It's not the best interest of Ethiopia.
Wait. Maxi, the peace deal. How do we benefit from that, Maxi? How do we benefit from peace deal with Eritrea?
Eritrea is a powerful country.
Oh my God!
It's got a powerful military.
How do we as Somali people benefit if Ethiopia has peace with Eritrea? I'm confused.
I'm just saying because this
Maxi,
is a
you sound Ethiopian, man. Let me tell you something.
No, because you're saying the certain things that are nationalistic policy or going.
I'll answer your question. We benefit from Ethiopia and Eritrea being safe. I mean, and from being peaceful. The peace deal. The way we benefit from that is the region being safe.
But Shaib, we should have supported Djibouti. We should have said because Djibouti was against it. Djibouti, because like there was sanctions on Eritrea for causing a lot of instability on the Horn of Africa.
If you support Djibouti, Djibouti is a dictatorship country. To get rid of the
listen, before you go to I support Djibouti,
let's not talk about too many top subjects in it. Let's
okay. One thing, can I just make a point? I agree with Shaib. Shaib, let me just add more detail. There's a reason why Maxi is talking like this. You have to understand, some Somalis have formed an alliance with Ethiopia against Somali.
No, listen, don't say that, man. We can change their mind.
No, it's the truth. Wallahi, it's the truth, man. You got people that support from Macho. They believe, they have formed an alliance like Ethiopia. They believe like Ethiopia, they're number one pet. Ethiopia's number one pet. Ethiopia's gonna protect them more than the rest of the Somali people. So they have this mentality that they're gonna use Ethiopia's might to smash the other Somalis they're against.
People have different.
This is why we don't need no one, bro.
People have different views.
Bro, that's what from our. Why are you so pro-Ethiopian then?
What pro-Ethiopian?
You don't like Kenya, but you like Ethiopia, innit?
Kenya, we got current issues going on with Kenya. This is why my concentration is on Kenya.
I don't have
no issues.
So if an issue pops up,
I got issues. They killed thousands of my people on the
issue. If an issue pops up with Ethiopia, you will not be pro-Ethiopian.
Once 100%, we're all gonna be united. We've done that before.
Listen, no, the answer my question in it, like the same way you said Kenya, we have issues with Kenya right now, so I'm not pro-Kenyan.
Current issues.
If there's issues with Ethiopia, would you still be pro-Ethiopian?
100%, I'll be against Ethiopia. If anything to do with my sovereignty, I think one thing I'm against is my sovereignty.
There are issues. Then there are issues. There's the issue of Ogaden.
100%. Listen. That's always going to be on the table. Currently, Ethiopia, what's going on?
Okay, so why are you treating them different from Kenya then?
Cause my people there.
Why are you treating them different?
Because it's tribal. You have to understand.
Why are you treating them different from Kenya?
Let me explain to you. My people there are currently involved in a federal system with Ethiopia. They don't even class them as Somali. They class themselves as Ethiopian first. We're not gonna lie to ourselves.
No. Sorry. Don't skip that. You need to stop because I need to stop you, bro. You've done something wrong.
Self-governments.
I don't agree with something you said.
Ogadenia is part of Ethiopia.
No,
there's
something that you said. There's something that you said I don't agree with, man. Like you can't just carry on, man. You can't just carry on.
We understand.
You can't just carry on when you just say something that's completely wrong. I don't agree with.
Okay, go on.
You're taking people's rights away. What you just said there, when you said, "Oh, the people have joined Ethiopia, the Federation of Ethiopia." No, the people have been forced.
They have been oppressed.
People died over it by basically put a gun to your head, basically under the force of the British and the Ethiopian king. Do you know what I mean? By force, basically. Same as in Kenya. In Kenya, they actually done a vote. Yeah, and they actually voted on it. And after the vote, the people voted for Somalia. They were forced after it as well. But a vote wasn't conducted in Ethiopia because Ethiopia had more control over the area. They could prevent a vote, but Kenya didn't have a lot of control in the Kenyan Somalia, so that the Somalis can actually conduct a vote, and they did. But after the vote, the Kenyans realized, Somalia's really that region is really going to Somalia. Then they got their military. They complained to the British. They send their ambassadors to the British embassies. Do you know what I mean? But what I'm trying to tell you is, the people in Ethiopia were forced, just like the people in Kenya. And that's why there was that war in 1977. And that's why the Ethiopian army lost straight away, because
the people were with the Somali
occupying power inside the country. Even though Ogaden was part of Ethiopia for a couple of years, there was still the occupying power. The Somali army just came in and fucked them over straight away, quickly. A couple of days, they were all the way back at Sabah. Do you know what I mean? This is our land.
Shaib, that's what I'm afraid of.
Listen to me. Yeah. Well, let me tell you what I really feel angry about this. Yeah, bro. Our ancestors are buried there, bro. Our people are buried there, bro. You know, our cemeteries are there. That's our land, bro. Like my ancestors are
That's our
buried there.
land. That's our
Like
land, man. That's Somali
they're not
land.
even ancestors, bro. 500 years ago, 400 years ago, 300 years ago. Do you know what I mean? Let's just talk about those people. Forget the people of 1,000 years ago. Do you know what I mean? Our people are buried there, bro. That's our land. We live there. Our people are there now. Our camels there. Our wells are there. Our ancient cities are there. Do you know what I mean? Our people are there, and we live there.
100%.
So it's literally
Shaib, I agree with you. That's what I'm
because
trying to
Somalis
say.
are living
You
there.
know the Buddha thing. You know the Buddha thing.
Because
That's
Somalis
what
are
I'm trying
living
to say.
there,
We were
it is
lucky today.
Somaliland. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Because
Somaliland, yeah.
Somalis are living there,
But
it is
Maxi believes that
Somaliland.
land belongs to Ethiopia, and Ethiopia is our
It
friend. He
cannot be
doesn't care.
Ethiopia.
So,
Do you know what I
Shaib,
mean?
what I'm trying to say, yeah, is, you know, today's
Can I
what
carry
happened.
on? Can I explain? Can I say something quickly?
That's what I
Yeah,
don't
go
agree
on.
with. Don't say join Ethiopia,
No.
bro.
Listen. Yeah,
Bro,
yeah,
if I
yeah.
come to your house now, yeah, and I put out a machine gun to your sister, and I'd be like, oh, to your auntie, and I'd be like, yeah, marry me or shoot your whole family and I'll shoot you. Yeah. Do you say, oh yeah, see how married that girl? Would you say that?
I fully understand that. Yeah,
That's how it's supposed to, because you're taking those people's rights away.
And Maxi, don't forget 2007. I mean, 2000 from 2006, 2009. We fought 3 years, Ethiopian army. We fought for 3 years to free Mogadishu from Ethiopia.
You don't know historically what you're talking about. You just
One
say
last
things
point,
and
yeah.
sometimes
One
you
last
don't know.
point.
We fought
One
from
last point,
2006 to 2009. We fought for 3 years to liberate Mogadishu from Ethiopian troops. And
No,
you're
no,
trying to
let
say
me
Ethiopia is our
let me
best
make
friend
one
now.
last point for the Ethiopian guy in it. Yeah. What I was saying was the divide back in the day was Magal Mate was a Muslim Mate because Ethiopia was representing the Christian Gal Nima in it, the Occident Christians, Orthodox Christians, yeah, and the Somali side was representing the Muslim side in it. We were Muslims, Sunni Muslims. So the people, they were like, Magala Ra'isa was Muslim Ra'isa. It wasn't like, democracy or capitalism or communism. Dorashada Hasmi Hen. It was like, Madadka Ra'isa or Digaga Ra'isa, your culture, must hilip dadkan hilibka qayrinka cuna oo kristanka ah badanka aa raacaysa oo kristanka hada weligood kristanka ahaada ilaa weligii nebiga. Do you know what I mean? Before when the Prophet Ashabi lost diray, you know what I mean? They were all Christians. They have old churches. Do you know what I mean? It was an old Christian country, Ethiopia. Do you know what I mean? And Somalia is an old Muslim country, and we're younger than them because they're way older than us because they've been Christians before the Prophet came there, innit? Before the Prophet's time. Now, what I'm trying to tell you is,
believe we're older
the
than
divide,
them.
the divide thing was magaalada raacaysa mase muslimada raacaysa. Adina waxaa leedahay dadka muslimada gaaladii raaceen, bro. That's what I'm saying. You're taking the people's rights away.
Listen, no,
You're
we're not even going that
Maxi
far.
is too pro-Ethiopian, man. Maxi, we can't swallow that. You're too pro-Ethiopian, man.
Listen, every time I want to talk, like, why do you always jump in, Case? Like, I just want to say something quickly. Like,
okay, go ahead.
Shuaib, you were saying about this, but do you know about the ONLF, yeah? And when they broke up, it split into two, yeah? Like, they won't actually want to come back to Somalia. They wanted to have their own region called, own country called Ogaden and Labahan. And afterward, the ONLF or in the Ogaden region, or the Kanitan, they got outrun by the other ones who wanted to join Ethiopia in the federal system, Ethiopia and Northern. So it's not something like that. It's actually something that they chose to do in the end.
No, listen,
There was a struggle.
I'm
I'm not going to lie to you. But
listen to me, innit?
Yeah,
campaigns are. You know how campaigns are conducted. You know how campaigns are conducted.
Yeah?
You know how campaigns are conducted.
Guerrilla warfare.
Yeah, lacag haysid Soomaaliya taageeraysa xalada Ethiopia ka kusoo beeri. Waxaad qolada taageeraysa. I think that's what happened. I think the conscious qof soo Muslimka taa ogaadeen aado back in the day when marka Ethiopia dhulka la siiyay aweydiyo qofka magaaladaas hilibka qayrinka
even today they would like to bring
magaalada
it to
hilibka
Ethiopia.
qayrinka cunta raacaysa
This is not something that we Somali.
That's the option I would give them. And you're telling me gaaladii raac lahayn.
Our whole island is based on this thing, yeah. Shanta geesod waxa way waxa naga maqan waay waa la isku keentona. Don't think like ever Somalia is just letting this slide down or this is going to
seems like you forgot that, bro, man. It seems like you don't care.
How?
You just become pro-Ethiopian, man.
We're just trying to get stable, get on our feet, yeah, and be militarily strong, yeah, and then be able to compete. You know what I mean?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Are we going to be strong by being Ethiopia's puppet?
Ethiopia's interest to stop that, to stop us from being strong together. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
This guy
Because if
thinks
we are
like
strong and
this is gonna
together
help
with
Somalia, man.
at the current situation,
let's
yeah.
do one last point.
هذا رنسك
If
شيء
Somalia is
كيس أقول
strong,
هذا
Ethiopia is
رتنا
weak.
رنك هذا الشيء ماركينه.
If Somalia is strong,
In the current
The
Ethiopia is
situation,
reason
weak.
why the reason why
look at
Ethiopia is
Ethiopia.
like, you know, is very
Look at Ethiopia today.
the
Currently,
reason why Ethiopia is trying to be like, you know, pro-Somali. The Ethiopian government nowadays are showing this new, you know, foreign like a way to interact with Somalia is very friendly. Is because Maraban Somali then is taptan. They know that they're the number one enemy, and what can bring Somali people together is when Ethiopia becomes an enemy. So they're scared of that too, you know.
Yeah,
it's happened
it's in
in the
their interest
past,
to
in
prevent. It's in their interest to prevent the unity of Somalians. Let me say one thing. In 1977, when Somalia, before the war in the Somalia-Ethiopian War, Somalia was, if the trend continued, Somalia was going to surpass Ethiopia in terms of military, economy, and everything, because he was exporting culture export was so
Somali
high.
would have been in the if the last 30 years, let's say,
Don't forget
if
the
we
last 30
didn't
years.
go,
I'm
if
saying
we didn't go, if we
1977,
didn't go,
19 before the
if we
war.
didn't go, yeah, like if we did not go in the 1974 war, if that did not happen and we just progressed economically, militarily, and everywhere the American advance today, and we didn't fail and we didn't have any conflict in the 1990, in the year 2000 we would have been part of the G20.
Yeah, I'm not taking it.
As
Forget.
the
I'm not
greatest
taking it all the way
Somali,
there.
as the
Yeah.
greatest
All I'm
Somali.
And then
saying is, yeah.
by the
All I'm saying
time
is, we would have surpassed
by the time
Ethiopia.
it's 2020, in the next 2 decades after 2000, by the time 2020, and we would have been the leading top pioneers in the G20s.
Anyway, what I'm trying to tell you is, yeah, in the 1977, just before the war, if we carried on for another 5 years, 10 years, you know what I mean, we would have surpassed the Ethiopian economy, because Ethiopia was fighting itself, and they were having a Eritrean war. The economy was going to get fucked. You know what I mean? They were
And they
having a
went
conflict.
with the
Yeah, they had famines. They had major
Abara
famines in
عادي.
Eritrea. A lot of people died in Eritrea, especially caused by the Ethiopian army. But what I'm trying to tell you is, Somalia was already culturally exporting to Europe a lot of food, muska, everything, a lot of products. You know,
yeah, best quality of moss was from Somalia. It used to be called Somali banana, yes, but then in
Not
Somalia
just
they have
moose,
a
bro.
variety
That's
called.
just the famous stuff, innit? Like not just moose. Like there was other things that we were supporting that were just starting up. Like Bilal Gimedi, and we couldn't lie. We see well and like Dagaka Hachochi. Do you know what I mean? It's just because the economy was just starting up. Do you know what I mean? So you had to just fix the country, just unite the people. This all happened within a couple of years. The people were just educated. Like it was the first generation that was educated. It wasn't like the second
It was
generation, third
unnecessary. Like
generation.
the Galkat was unnecessary. Like
Anyways, what I'm
literally.
trying
It
to tell
was
you
too
is,
early
bro,
for them.
what I'm trying
No,
to tell
it
you
was
is,
irrational.
we would
Irrational.
have
هذا فكرة
surpassed
like
Ethiopia.
economically like أكون قول line slowly and
We
slowly.
would have surpassed Ethiopia 1977, before the 1980s. We would have Ethiopia would have lahayn.
Or do you mean economically or by
economically and militarily, because Eritrea, Ethiopia,
No, we already Ghana, in the 70s we already suffered. We already passed them militarily. Military was one of the best in Africa by the mid 70s.
No, I'm just
the
saying
problem is the
1980s.
the time, yeah, the guy
1980s.
who was leading the nation, he was not a politician. He was a militaristic. معناه dagaalyahan u ahaa asaga. Dagaalka asaga waxaa mataqaanaa uu diyaar u ahaa.
Did you know that? Did you know that?
Another day for Siad Barre, bro. Another day for Siad Barre. I don't want to get into different topics, man.
The other brothers, right? If we had democracy,
did you know that
before Siad Barre we had democracy? If we continue to do that democracy, we would have been a superpower.
Allah A'lam minute. All I'm trying to tell you is, in 1980s, we would have surpassed Ethiopia. Just 1980s, we would have surpassed Ethiopia. Now, what I'm trying to say is, that is known fact. You can know that in history. Like that's common sense in it. That Ethiopia was in war with Eritrea, and you know what happens when there's a war. The economy stops. Do you know what I mean? Everything stops because there's a war. There's no transportation. There's no, you know what I mean? And Somalia would have just kept progressing while Ethiopia was fighting this dirty war in Eritrea, and Eritrea was going to be broken up and it was going to get independent. Do you know what I mean? And what I'm saying is, So Ethiopia saw that history. It knows this history. So it's going to want to prevent this history because when Somalia is powerful and united, yeah, it's going to control the region. It's going to be
Shaib, I'm telling you,
it's going to be
Somali
it's going
people
to be the
are
actual whole
intelligent,
of Africa.
we're strong.
We are the
Wallahi,
whole.
if
Somalia
we
is the
put our
whole.
mind to something, we can win.
We are the whole.
I remember in
Remember,
1977, they were shocked at the Somali National Army. We had great generals, man. The Glan recaptured, man. It took the Soviet Union to stop us. It took the Cubans to
but
stop
forget
us.
the military side. I'm just talking about the
No,
economy side.
what I'm trying to say,
Ethiopia
even the
was
communist side, what I'm trying to say, the
landlocked, innit?
Somali people, they're talented, man. Even Brother Kenya, you know, Brother Kenya right now,
We did
the
wrong, man.
campaign that the Somali community put out in The Hague to stop Kenya from taking our ocean. It was the Somali diaspora that did it. You know, it was they were
Listen,
every day in the court.
listen.
There was like
We had
hundreds
our,
of Somali people
The
outside.
we had our own oil. We have a lot of
70s,
oil, so we would not even need
Kenya back.
Ethiopia's
In
dam.
the 70s, we could have got
We don't
Ogaden
need
back.
Ethiopia's dam in it. We don't care about Ethiopia's
We can
dam
get
in it. We have
Ogadenia back
oil.
today if we wanted to,
No,
but
no,
we're
no.
not
In the
united,
70s,
man.
yeah, prior to Siad Barre waging the war, yeah, we had a good chance because we was winning internationally through the courts. We had a good case going on because I remember those leaders before the coup, yeah, they were well educated and they were going to the United Nations constantly fighting for the Somali Galbet class earlier.
Listen.
And
Siad Barre started the
progressive,
war
Siad
too
Barre,
early, innit? He should have waited till
what
Eritrea and
Siad Barre
Ethiopia
did, yeah,
started fighting.
what Siad Barre did, yeah, he derailed everything for another 2 decades.
Anyways, let's not talk about Siad Barre. That's a different topic, man. We're there now.
But do you guys
Siad
think?
Barre,
Do you guys
he
think
wasn't a
like
traitor
when?
though. Siad Barre, he wasn't a traitor. He was a dictator,
No,
but
I'm
he
not
wasn't a
saying
traitor.
because he was just a military
But
man.
then,
That's all he knew. Like,
do you think?
he
Do
didn't
you
know
guys?
One
Do
thing,
you guys
one thing
think
I rate,
like? Do you guys?
about
Don't you
Siad
guys
Barre
know
is
one
what the
thing?
even in it when he went to the Americas and the Americans were like,
yeah, he refused them.
Shidaka, what the Guarana.
Yeah.
They were like,
Sahib, I want to ask you something. Sahib, I want to ask you something. Yeah, good question. If you want to bring back and wadamadan oo Soomaalida ay degaan Soomaali galbeed iyo NFT daarabta inaad soo celiso oo Soomaali weyn aad soo celiso, do you think you have so many allies that believe the same idea as you, as in like other nationalities oo Soomaali ahayn, like let's say wadamadan markino oo Asianka ama let's say other African Union countries at that. Do you have any country?
with that. Listen, if no one's, if there's no interest, is there any interest in for the Somali people to unite? Like, what's in their interest? Why do they care? Hati Somalis go tomato. That's the only reason they should care. If they have something to gain from it, that's why they should care. But what I'm trying to tell you is, Somalia uniting, Ethiopia does not have anything to gain from it. Kenya does not have anything to gain from it. In fact, they have a lot to lose from it. They're losing all the benefits that they're having now, all the benefits that they're making, all the child benefits, all the however this come out, the is come out of however
Do you know what I see as Jad as?
Look what Kenya's doing now. But the Somali
You know the poaching.
It's saying fuck your international court. We don't recognize your international court.
Do you know how?
And they even have a line. They even got
Are
Somali.
you telling me? Listen to me. Are you telling me دولة Siad Barre كان يبحي كورن lahayd badda xooga ku qaadanaya? Are you trying to tell me if there was a dowlad Siad Barre oo kale meesha fadhitay oo dagaal dhan ku qaadaysa Ethiopia
laakiin fiirihe midaan ku weydiinaa
asaba qabsanaysa?
how do you stop your people? Okay, how do you stop your people? Let's say it today, hunter at the hey, you want to hunt a lion today. You don't want to kill it, but you want to capture it alive and you want to tame it. How do you do it? Bistolad ma qaadanaysid oo markino cirbida sunta leh seexinaysa xayawaanka marka lagu dhufto. So that you can tame it.
Yeah.
Marka Soomaalida cirbideeda sunta waxa waa khaadka waaye. Kenya, Ethiopia, Nasinos.
100%, wallahi. I wish we can ban
you get
that
it?
crap. Yeah.
Marka the moment we stop their product, the moment we stop, because the moment that's the only product that they can actually give us. What else? What other product do they have for us today?
على يرى حشيش الفائدة لهن or the heroin heroin addicts addicted you know how they're very addicted to it, cocaine and heroin very addictive. Khan is very addictive. It's not addictive like that, but people are addicted to it and they chew it every day. They can't stop it. They'll die without it, bro.
It should be
Yeah,
banned. It should be banned, that thing from
yeah,
Somalia.
they
They should ban it
they
100%.
banned it. They stopped it. They
Even now,
banned
they
it.
should try that again.
That's why I rate Siad Barre as well. He actually cared about the well-being of the country. He was very nationalistic. He banned Chad. But anyways, yeah.
He saw the greater good in it. He saw the greater picture, the bigger picture. He saw beyond.
Chad destroys the youth. Destroys the if it destroys the youth, it destroys the country because the youth
talents
is
and also
the
other
youth
talents
is
also.
tomorrow. The youth is your future. The youth is your future doctor, your future professor, your future politician, your future leader. If your youth is chewing chat, what the fuck is who's going to lead the country? You know what I mean?
100%. I hate that thing, man. When I see people chew it, it makes me.
Yeah, listen, let's be
it's
real.
just
What do
sad.
people that chew chat do? They just sit on their bum for
They just
so
stay in the
many
same place
hours.
all day, man, just wasting their time doing nothing.
No, they're not. They're not
Not
just wasting
working.
their
They're
time.
not studying.
They're not just wasting their time. They're wasting their country. They're
And
not just wasting their time.
they're
Listen to me.
talking
They're
about
wasting. Listen to me.
fadikudir.
Not listen to me. caafimaadkoodii dilayaan. So not just wasting the time. Wadankii khasaare u gelinayaan. Because caafimaadkoodana way dilayaan. Because they're just doing chat. Dhabarka iska dilayaan.
And they're gonna do crime to get the drug. They're gonna steal. Like,
yeah, and
they
they
have
give
to.
all the
They
money.
have to pay for the drug. Yeah, they have to pay for the
Do
drug.
you know
So
how
they're
much
gonna.
chat costs, bro? I was in
Expensive, man.
Hargeisa in 2019, 2018. I was in Hargeisa. Chat a normal chat. It cost $20.
Yeah,
That's a lot of money in Somalia. You know that.
That's a
For one
lot
guy.
of money in Somalia.
For one guy. For one guy to chew for like 4 hours. You can chew it for 4 hours. 4 or 5
Do you know
hours.
how much Somali average people, like the average Somali people in Somalia, do you know how much they make a day for their family and them?
How much?
Probably $3 or $4 or something.
No, it's not like
It's
that, brother.
between 6.5 until $9. That's the average they make.
I was talking about the lowest ones. The lowest ones.
والله average كساسة أبدا وكو شقستان شيء معناه أو دكامة له. But if I say average, as in like let's say average,
what a day?
Let's say so a day, man, because money is concentrated to smaller people.
Imika Hargeysa marka joogto maaragta ninka kawaha polish garanaya. He makes dollars. Wuxuu imika kale wuxuu kawaha ku polish garanaya 3,000 2,000 oo shilin. Dollarka waxa waaye 6,000 oo shilin malaha.
So that's like nus dollar عمل وامريكا 50 cents.
So basically he's make like 50 cents or 40 cents. Do you know what I mean? And he'll do that for a couple of people. In a day he'll make couple of dollars, man. What do you mean? And that's just couple of dollars garanaya. I guess لعقة طالع.
ما أنا هالشيء متقنا مركز كمبين وشقينيس.
Ninka kaariga ma taama.
They probably get around $600 a month.
No, I'm talking about the small.
No, it's 350. Like I would say $280 to $350.
The ones who work for Hormuz, you know Hormuz,
Hormuz, Habshil, Somtel, most of them.
They get 600 minimum. I know them. They get 600. The security guy gets $300.
Some of them get
government What about government offices, like normal government offices?
The normal ones.
500.
They don't get nothing.
Listen to me.
With the highest Somali askarteeda is the most highest paid military in east of Africa.
Askarta Somalia, they get paid. Lacag badan ma la siiyo bas.
Askarta waxay siiyaan.
Somalia, they don't get nothing.
Listen.
We should pay them more. That's why our
Somaliland
country has no security. We should be paying Askarta $500 minimum.
Listen to me. Listen to me. We can't talk about Somalia in it because that Somalia makes us chaos ka socota. Let's xisaabtano Djibouti and Somaliland in it. Those areas where we know there's a stable currency.
But I'm not from Djibouti, man, and I'm not from Somaliland. I'm in my land, Somalia.
What do you mean? I think I'm Mogadishu, bro. I think it's Saada, bro. What are you trying to tell me, bro?
But your mom's you got a connection for your mom, innit?
Yeah, I got connection from both sides. I got both sides, man.
I'm just from the south, man.
I'm born in Mogadishu, bro. I'm born in Mogadishu, bro.
Mashallah. I can't talk about Somaliland because that's not my place. You know,
basically, I know both sides and I claim both sides. Do you know what I mean?
mashallah, alhamdulillah, you got both
But don't
worlds,
you want to
man.
have families in both sides?
I have
Any
families in
side in
both sides.
Somalia.
I
I love
In Somalia.
Somaliland. I love Somaliland. I love Poland. I love Djibouti, but that's not my home. I love those people, but I can't talk about their politics and their stuff.
Listen, I don't understand what you're saying here. When you say that's not your home, that is your home, because your grandfathers fought for that. Do you know what I mean? dadkaaga waxay u qaateen inay meeshaas gurigooda tahay. Adiga soo marka adiga caruurtooda, adiga dadka why would you not say it's not your dhul? Dadkaaga dhulkoodii u qaateen. Aabahaaga dhiigiisu daadiyey. Do you know what I mean? Every time يعني Sheikh British, the dervish markuu la hadlay, Sheikh markuu when he was fighting the British, he united all the Somalis, bro. What I'm trying to tell you is your people consider it as your land, innit? When I say this is not your guri, it doesn't make sense because how can Somalia lagu hadlaya? How can Somalia lagu hadlaya? In Somaliland waxa degan dad xamar ka yimi oo yani waxa jira restaurant moofo laga cunayo cuntada Muqdisho laga cuno. Cuntada Muqdisho laga cuno.
What I'm trying to say, Shaib, is I can go to Djibouti, I can go to Somaliland, but they got their own laws. They can tell me to leave tomorrow. Just because I'm Somali doesn't mean like I've got the same rights. You know, I'm from the only place I got a right is from the south.
Let me tell you something. And the reason why I don't believe in that is I don't consider this any government that makes those type of laws. They're not legitimate in my eyes, innit? They lost their legitimacy. Marka dhulka Soomaali u diiday.
Aad wax ma ku sheegaas Shahaybo laba dhiigas ka imaadeen waa ka guuxooyeen masha Allah.
Marka dhulka qof Soomaali dhul Soomaali marka dhul Soomaali yani qof Soomaali u diiday. Dawladda Soomaaliya ma diiday.
No, what I'm trying to